Hey, great to have you here. If you're enjoying the content, make sure to subscribe and support us by donating so we can keep delivering more exciting videos. Now, let's jump into the story of I, a passerby, have countless ace cards. Isn't that reasonable? Right here on GMT Recap. The story begins in a classroom. While the teacher was wishing the class good luck on their upcoming exam, a young man was dozing off at the back. On top of that, he kept swearing under his breath, "Damn it, damn it." The teacher had originally planned to ignore it, partly because he was used to this behavior, but the young man's swearing was even louder than his own voice. Eventually, the teacher couldn't take it anymore and, in a fit of rage, hurled a piece of chalk straight at Bai's head. The moment the chalk hit his head, a strange voice suddenly rang out, "Welcome to use our company's service. Please select the system that belongs to you from the 3 options below." Following the voice, 3 simulation windows appeared in front of Bai. He also noticed that with this strange occurrence, time around him had frozen. The proof was that the teacher was still holding the same posture, mid-throw, aiming the chalk at his head. The 3 options in front of Bai were Ultimate Spinning System, Wealth Flow System, Divine Skill System. Bai swallowed nervously. He felt that this might not be real, but he still wanted to try his luck. What if it was? Cautiously, he reached out and touched the simulation window, selecting the Divine Skill System. After successfully linking to the system, Bai immediately received a beginner's gift bag, inside which was a basic level skill called Where is the Person? Protect the Price. The effect of this skill was that when chanting the incantation, it could forcibly summon a creature within a 1-kilometer radius. The summoned creature would be unable to move for 3 seconds. The summoning could be either targeted or random. However, it also had a small limitation: both parties had to exist within the same space for the skill to be effective. At that moment, Bai suddenly felt a surge of powerful energy coursing through him. Is this for real? A passerby who can't learn any skills like you now actually has a skill of his own. Bai was eager to test his new ability. Therefore, as soon as time resumed, he loudly teased Teacher Chiu, "That throw of yours was too weak. Didn't you eat yet?" Teacher Chiu's anger was quickly triggered. "Kiddo, good one, looks like today I'm going to give you a real lesson." Seeing Teacher Chiu roll up his sleeves and rush toward him, Bai immediately shouted the incantation, "Where is the person? Protect the price." He thought someone would rush to protect him. But no, he only saw Teacher Chiu frozen in place for a moment due to Bai's strange reaction. Meanwhile, the classmates in the room were covering their mouths, laughing hysterically, thinking that Bai must have been scared out of his wits. "Kiddo, you dare to prank the teacher? Today, I'm going to teach you a lesson." The ruler in the teacher's hand was drawing closer. Bai, not wanting to get hit, muttered the incantation once again. This time, it worked. A beautiful girl with a large chest and long legs suddenly rushed toward him, diving straight into Bai's arms. The close contact with her soft, beautiful body almost made him nosebleed. But the most important thing was that the girl had taken the punishment for Bai. Class teacher Chiu, furious, raised the ruler again. Bai muttered the incantation once more, and yet another beautiful girl appeared to take the blow for him. Both girls were furious, unable to comprehend what force had dragged them here to take the punishment in place of this delinquent student. "Mr. Chiu, why don't you just hit me a few more times?" Bai grinned victoriously, one arm around each girl, continuing to provoke. This time, Teacher Chiu did not rush to strike. He adjusted his glasses and looked at Bai with an expression that seemed to see through everything, observing him closely. "Have you awakened your skill?" "Yes, I woke up from a nap and suddenly discovered it." Bai puffed out his chest and lifted his head in response. Teacher Chiu was unsure whether to feel happy or sad. The only troublemaker in the class had now awakened his skill, leaving him with no motivation to punish Bai anymore. "Forget it. You'd better prepare properly for the test tomorrow." The person who was paying attention to Bai's newly awakened talent was not only Teacher Chiu, but also a classmate with a crew cut. "Bai, have you really awakened a skill?" "Yes," Bai replied confidently. Bai continued, "So, would you be willing to form a team with me tomorrow?" After school, Bai returned home. Now, there was another thing that was giving him a headache. How was he supposed to tell his parents that he had suddenly awakened a skill? If he simply said that he had accidentally acquired a system with their personalities, they would probably think he was out of his mind. He opened the door and walked in, finding his mother cleaning the floor. After some internal deliberation, he decided it was best to be direct. Bai then straightforwardly said, "Mom, I've awakened a skill." Bai's mother was so shocked that she dropped the broom from her hand. She then grabbed him by the shoulders and started shaking him repeatedly. She shook him so much that Bai became dizzy, almost seeing stars. "Son, you can't be crazy. I'm still hoping you'll graduate and work at the same company as your father." At that moment, Bai's father returned home from work. Bai repeated the same sentence to break the important news to his father. "Dad, I've awakened a skill." This time, Bai's father was also shocked. The reason for their expression was that their son had been known since childhood as a worthless passerby, someone who couldn't learn any skills, and they had gradually accepted this as an unchangeable truth. Today, he came home and suddenly said that he had awakened a skill. Bai's parents not only didn't believe him, but they were also alarmed, fearing that their son had become stupid after hitting his head. Well, if they couldn't believe it, Bai decided not to explain further. He went back to his bedroom, but actually, there was something even more worrying now. Tomorrow was the college entrance exam. But today, he had just awakened his skill. With only a bit of attribute like this, to recklessly go take the exam would be no different from signing his own death sentence. Bai decided to test his skill again and suddenly saw the message: "Summon creatures cannot move for 3 seconds, it can be either specified or random." If this ability was combined with a good weapon, wouldn't it mean that while the opponent was immobilized, Bai could attack freely? Thinking of this, he couldn't lie still in bed anymore. Bai wanted to quickly find a weapon that could save him tomorrow. Coincidentally, he saw the fruit knife on the table. And even more coincidentally, his father was standing outside the door. His parents were worried that their son, whose mind seemed off, would do something crazy. So, his father wanted to give Bai some advice. And coincidentally, the moment Bai held the knife and pointed it at himself was exactly when his father pushed open the door and walked in. However, the position where the blade was aimed was a bit sensitive. Bai's father reacted quickly, even faster than a rocket. He immediately kicked the knife away. "Damn it. Son, if you're going crazy, at least keep it in check. You're the only son we have. Don't make yourself unable to have children," he said, then rushed over to hug his son tightly. Bai responded, "I'm fine, Dad. I was just testing out my new skills." "How can you be fine?" Bai's father refused to believe him, thinking his son was mentally unstable and rambling nonsense. Bai didn't know what to do, but suddenly a wicked idea flashed in his mind. He yelled out, loudly telling his mother that his father was hiding a slush fund in the third ceiling panel in the bathroom. This was the only surefire way to turn his father's anger into warm fatherly affection, as hot as a boiling pot of water. Bai's father was furious and was about to give him a beating. Bai didn't even bother to dodge. He calmly shouted the 4 words, "Someone protect me." As a result, his mother, who was busy in the kitchen, was immediately pulled into the room. Moreover, she took the full brunt of a punch from her husband meant for Bai. The punch wasn't very strong, but just seeing this scene was enough to understand the fate of Bai's father. After being beaten up by his wife, Bai Tonghong finally resolved the issue with the slush fund. He and his wife eventually came to believe that their son had suddenly awakened his innate abilities. By now, Bai had enough time to come up with a suitable story. He claimed that a few days ago, he had used his all-knowing, good-natured talent to discover a precious item, which then allowed him to acquire the skill. Just now, the two of you witnessed our son's abilities firsthand. Especially Bai's mother, who was even summoned by his skill, which only made her believe more. They gradually accepted that Bai hadn't suffered brain damage but had genuinely awakened his skills. Fortunately, both parents were open-minded. As soon as they saw their son had abilities, they were eager to invest in a weapon for him. This turned out to be just what Bai Yi wanted. Bai Tonghong allowed him to browse the web to find the weapon he needed. After all, Bai Yi's all-knowing, good-natured talent could be most effectively utilized in this situation, as it helped him see through all the details of the items. In the end, Bai Yi zeroed in on a blade. It looked like a failed product, just like him, but within it hid a secret and a power no one had uncovered before. It had the ability to steal attribute points from an opponent, turning them into temporary boosts for the user whenever attacking, with a maximum of 20 points that could be stolen. After reading this valuable information, Bai Yi immediately placed the order. He didn't even bother to ask for his parents' opinion and quickly clicked confirm to purchase. And so, Bai Tonghong's account was promptly drained of 25,000 gold coins by Bai Yi. He could only feel his heart ache as if it were being sliced open, tears streaming down his face, helpless to do anything for his beloved son. The weapon Bai Yi had bought was called the Spring Beauty Saber, with a bronze-grade quality and a durability of 100/100. The seller enthusiastically introduced the sword, claiming it had a blade 2 feet and 2 inches long, extremely sharp, and that not buying it would result in a huge loss. However, after inspecting it closely, Bai Yi felt that these flowery words did not match the pile of scrap metal worth 25,000 gold coins at all. The next morning, the students gathered early in the Dongwu City Professional Guild Square. Instructor Chiu repeatedly reminded them, later, after the teleportation formation opens, you must choose the dungeon based on your own strength. No one is allowed to blindly select a high-difficulty dungeon. Also, once you enter the teleportation formation, each student will have a teleportation stone in their backpack. If you encounter a life-threatening danger, you can crush it and leave the dungeon within 5 seconds. Although this was a competition, the students all chose to form teams to tackle the dungeon together. Only Bai Yi's team, along with the short-haired boy named Desian, were left out. Bai Yi had anticipated this would happen, but he wasn't overly concerned. Let's do this. We'll just pick the purgatory difficulty and play. Desian cast Bai Yi a doubtful glance. Do you think we can handle it, just the two of us? Before Bai Yi could respond, someone else jumped in with a sarcastic remark. Haha, rushing to die already? You two are seriously asking for trouble. One is a level A, and the other is a level E. Are you going to submit yourselves to be slaughtered? The group of people who had just arrived were Xan Ba, a sea-level gunner, Chen Song, a sea-level warrior, and Wang Bo, a sea-level mage. Although none of them had particularly high talents, the team was well-rounded in terms of professions, allowing them to support each other in battle. In fact, compared to Bai Yi's two-person team, they seemed a bit more standard. After awakening his talent, Bai Yi had long gotten used to the criticisms from outsiders. Therefore, even if Xian Ba and the others spoke more, he didn't feel disheartened or angry. However, Desian couldn't swallow the frustration on behalf of his friend. If he had been skeptical when Bai Yi wanted to choose the purgatory level copy earlier, now, after hearing what the three of them said, Desian was determined to pick the hardest dungeon and steal all the monsters from them. As they say, actions speak louder than words. Desian immediately went to sign up. He chose the Forest of Flesh-Eating Spirits dungeon at purgatory difficulty. Bai Yi suddenly felt a little regretful. Hey, Desian, I was actually just boasting earlier. Do you think the two of us can handle this difficulty? What are you afraid of? We need to have confidence in ourselves. As soon as he finished speaking, Desian grabbed Bai Yi by the neck and dragged him toward the teleportation formation. The fact that their two-person team, one with an A-level profession Earth Warrior and the other with an F-level profession Passerby, chose a dungeon with demon-level difficulty left the students in awe. Of course, this so-called awe was mostly mockery, calling them crazy and ignorant, especially Bai Yi. Ever since his profession awakened, his Passerby class had become infamous, as everyone considered this forced, low-tier class to be the worst profession in the world. The students outside all agreed that Desian was truly pitiable. This time, he was being dragged down by Bai Yi, and together, they had become the laughingstock of the world. Even the homeroom teacher, Xiu, was so irritated by them that he nearly choked on his words. The advice he had given earlier was like water spilled on a lotus leaf, useless. Were these two little brats truly going to give their lives away like this? Soon enough, the two of them had officially entered the dungeon. After a brief moment of frustration, Dacian let out a tired sigh. As expected, rushing into things only leads to self-sabotage. Fine, stay behind me. I'll fight, and you use your brains. Maybe we still have a little hope of surviving. Bai silently shot a disdainful glance at Dacian. Who was the idiot earlier who yelled loudly that we should choose the hardest dungeon and take all the monsters from the Xin Ba group? And now you're acting like this? Well, since we're in it now, we have no choice but to go along with it. Bai then took out the rusty spring beauty saber from his bag. In front of them was a level 5 man-eating monster. Bai was quick to strike, successfully defeating it and earning 250 experience points and 500 divine power points. He jumped from level 1 to level 3, and all his attributes were increased by 2 points. Dacian acted like a teenage girl encountering her idol for the first time. Oh my god, this is Bai, your friend? The one called the most worthless person of all time, and he can't even hold a weapon? Oh my goodness. Bai, from today on, you are my hero. It's nothing, come on, let me show you some real sights. Now, I wonder who's hiding behind whom. As soon as Bai spoke, Dacian nodded and quickly hid behind him. Earlier, the system had reminded Bai that there was a human-eating monster cooking hot pot on the left side of the road. The two of them cautiously made their way towards it. Once they identified the opponent, Bai shouted loudly, "Where are you? Protect the prince!" The human-eating monster, who had been cooking hot pot contentedly, was suddenly dragged away for reasons it couldn't understand. Taking advantage of the monster's loss of control as it lunged at him, Bai swung his blade. The monster was instantly sliced in half, and the hot pot was left unfinished, with no chance of being eaten. Bai leveled up again, and all of his attributes received an additional point. The difficulty of purgatory was really just like this. Bai felt immense satisfaction in having control over the situation, but when he turned around, he saw that Dacian's face had turned pale. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, it's right behind you. Before Bai could look in the direction Dacian pointed to, a loud growl pierced his eardrums. He didn't know when, but another human-eating monster had appeared. This one looked like a boss compared to the previous two. The most important thing was that it was clearly very ferocious. Even more crucial, it was wielding an enormous piece of wood as a weapon, ready to strike at the two of them. The worst part was that Bai was still in cooldown. He couldn't use his "Where are you? Protect the prince" skill at the moment, while the wooden staff in the hands of the monster was already coming down on them. At that moment, Bai felt an overwhelming regret for his arrogance. He was so terrified that he even forgot to crush the teleportation stone. Could it be that the first day I set out into battle will also be the day of my memorial? Bai closed his eyes, almost resigned to his fate, but just as the wooden beam was about to crush him, the man-eating monster was suddenly slashed in half by an immense force. Following the direction of the blade, Bai saw a beautiful girl with short platinum hair appear within his field of vision. No matter how you looked at her, this lifesaver of Bai's seemed incredibly powerful. Still shaken from his near-death experience, Bai couldn't steady his breathing for a long while. In the end, it was the beautiful girl who spoke first. "You're the one with the F-rank Passerby class, aren't you?" Thanks to his all-purpose talent of keen perception, Bai was able to quickly identify the girl's name. She was Su Ruoshi, level 5, possessing the SSS grade talent Thunderstrike Child, which made her immune to all lightning-based attacks. Furthermore, when Su Ruoshi used lightning-type skills, their damage increased, cooldowns were reduced, and energy consumption decreased as well. In addition, all 4 of her attributes were astonishingly high. This was the so-called Heaven's Chosen, a true favorite of the gods as told in legends. In that moment, only one thought occupied Bai's mind, to try and cling to Su Ruoshi's coattails. Though both of them were level 5, the difference in their attributes was like the sky and the abyss. He didn't know if he could succeed in relying on this beautiful girl to clear the stage, but Bai was determined to make sure Su Ruoshi would remember him. Therefore, after coughing several times to gain momentum, Bai tried his best to present the most polished version of himself. Ahem, allow me to introduce myself. I am Bai, the most famous passerby in this city of Dongwu. Bai's way of thinking was indeed something that ordinary people would find hard to keep up with. Despite having the most useless talent, he still managed to proudly present himself in front of Su Ruoshi, even quickly handing her his contact details. Beneath his phone number was a very small line of text that Su Ruoshi almost missed. Beautiful sister, please pull me up. Su Ruoshi was left speechless at Bai's shamelessness. If you're really F rank, then why are you here? Only heaven knew the reason. Wasn't it because of Xian's impulse for just one moment that now both of them had to deal with this mess? Su Ruoshi had no time to care about someone else's business. She advised Bai to leave quickly. Because in this dangerous instance dungeon, it wasn't always guaranteed that one would be saved, like just now. Seeing that the beautiful sister was about to ride the wind and waves to leave, Bai decided that if he was going to be shameless, he would go all the way. He then threw himself on the ground, disregarding his image, and grabbed Su Ruoshi's leg. Beautiful sister, you can't leave like this. If you go, how will I know what to do? My family is complicated, my mother is elderly, and there are young children beneath me. I am the only son in the family. If I log out now, there will be no one to carry on the family name. This pathetic scene of Bai frightened Su Ruoshi. Although it was a bit humiliating, Bai had indeed moved the heart of the girl. Su Ruoshi thought to herself, Bai is weak, if I really just leave him here without caring, he might log out for good. Well, saving a life is better than building 7 towers. Alright, you can follow me, but don't cause any trouble, and first, let go of my leg, Su Ruoshi said helplessly. Bai was like someone who had just found gold, his eyes shining like headlights. Yes, my goddess. At that moment, Xian really just wanted to dig a hole and hide in it, or at least not accept Bai as a friend. But in the end, he had no choice but to follow the two of them, otherwise, Xian would probably have died alone in this dungeon. Throughout the journey following Su Ruoshi, Bai became more and more convinced that following her was the right decision. The monsters couldn't even touch a single hair on her, they could only be repelled. However, accidentally stealing a monster from Su Ruoshi was within Bai's capabilities. Although she had previously told Bai not to cause any trouble, it was unclear whether by accident or design, but just as Su Ruoshi was about to deliver the finishing blow to a giant monster, Bai activated his "Where are you?" skill. The monster that was supposed to be her target quickly slipped out of Su Ruoshi's attack range and landed in Bai's hands. This scene drove the goddess mad. She immediately rushed forward and grabbed Bai by the collar. So it was you who caused the trouble, wasn't it? He said, beautiful lady, I didn't want this to happen either. But that's just how my skill works. Bai once again put on a pitiful expression, whining as he said, on the side, Xian kept nodding and supporting him. That's right, I can vouch for it. Bai really does have the ability to attract all monsters to himself. Su Ruoshi withdrew her punch and started to think. She felt that if Bai could take monsters from her, then his strength must be greater than hers. Therefore, in the midst of this monster-filled dungeon, Su Ruoshi made a decision. I want to challenge you. Bai was confused. Didn't you follow the goddess to hitch a ride? How did it turn into a confrontation between the two of us? Considering the huge gap in our strength, if you manage to kill more monsters than I do, you'll win. If I lose, I'll grant you any request you make. Bai didn't initially want to accept the challenge, but when he heard that Su Ruoshi would grant him any wish if he won, he immediately agreed without hesitation. It was unclear what he was scheming, but Xian felt that both of them might end up with no place to bury themselves after provoking Su Ruoshi. They then separated, each going off to hunt monsters to determine the winner. To be honest, defeating Su Ruoshi was truly difficult. Bai realized Xian was right, he needed to focus on improving his own strength first before thinking about anything else. Coincidentally, he had also gathered quite a few divine power points, so he was able to spin the wheel for one of the 3 new skills. The 3 skills are as follows. The first is the beauty has reason. After activating this skill, the attribute points of the person with greater beauty will increase, and their damage will double. On the contrary, the person with less beauty will have their attribute points reduced, and their damage will be halved. It may sound a bit superficial, but for a beauty like Tsuruoshi, this skill is quite powerful. The second option is no retreat. Once activated, it can bind the target, forcing them to do exactly what the user wants, no matter what. The last option is escape from a critical hit. When facing a critical hit from someone with the character Jia in their name, the user will not suffer any damage and will be automatically teleported to a safe place. Before Bai Yi could choose, another notification popped up. If the host needs to lock a choice, meaning that the option will continue to appear in the future, it will cost 2,000 divine power points. Wow! So this system even has such a feature. In that case, Bai Yi can now make his choice. After selecting his skill, Bai Yi turned to give Dexian some mental preparation. Hey, buddy, wait a minute. For the safety of both of us, you absolutely must think that I'm the most handsome guy. Don't ask me why, I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it. This also meant that Bai Yi had chosen the first skill. It made sense, as it seemed like the least superficial choice of the three. The hunt to duel with Tsuruoshi was about to begin again. Now that Bai Yi had two skills, his monster farming journey would be much smoother. While waiting for one skill to cool down, he could use the other. Dexian's rhythm in keeping pace with you was quite smooth. Just as Bai Yi had predicted, as long as his teammates took down the monsters, he would also receive power points, though it was a bit less compared to when he worked independently. At this moment, outside the dungeon, the live broadcast screen had appeared. The crowd, aside from being interested in the top-tier players from this group of students, were especially focused on Bai Yi, the so-called number one worthless of Dongwu City. They were all left dumbfounded upon seeing how many monsters he could farm on his own. Oh my god, this kid Bai Yi is so strong. But isn't his attribute a bit odd? How does he even do that? Can someone explain this to me? Even Instructor Chiu was astonished when he saw Bai Yi use a defensive skill like crowd control. Moreover, although he had just awakened this skill yesterday, he was already using it with such proficiency. At this moment, sitting beside him was someone whose identity was still unclear, but this person seemed very interested in Bai Yi. Hey, Mr. Chiu, when an awakened person triggers their talent, they also gain a corresponding talent. What's this kid Bai Yi's talent? When Instructor Chiu replied that Bai Yi's talent was omniscient and all-powerful, the person beside him seemed a little disappointed. What a shame, I thought he'd have a better talent than that. It was understandable for the person to feel disappointed. Omniscient and all-powerful could indeed allow Bai Yi to see a lot of information, but it had a significant limitation in that he could only view intelligence about people who were of a lower or equal rank to him. The other person continued, therefore, against opponents who are even one level higher, being all-powerful and knowing what's good is still useless. Bai Yi was completely unaware that many people were talking about him at that moment. He and Dexian had been drenched in sweat, constantly fighting monsters. Although with the Where Are You skill, Bai Yi's protection allowed them to group the monsters together and fight them, the cooldown time was long, so their progress seemed rather slow. Dexian advised him to persist a bit longer, because they only needed to slay 5 more monsters to pass the level. But Bai Yi's goal wasn't just to clear the level. He wanted to surpass Tsuruoshi and, more importantly, to secure the first place. In this regard, Dexian thought his friend was being a bit too overconfident. Bai Yi, how could we possibly beat those geniuses and claim the first place? Theoretically, that was true, but ever since awakening his skill, Bai Yi had been eager to prove himself. As a result, he came up with an idea, to drag Dexian into hunting elite-level monsters. Compared to regular monsters, these were much more valuable. The friendship between Bai Yi and Dexian was the kind where one would dare to suggest something, and the other would dare to go along with it. So, despite knowing the dangers, Dexian was still persuaded by Bai Yi. The two of them ventured deeper into the forest. They hadn't gone very far when the system alerted Bai Yi that 6 man-eating monsters were fighting each other up ahead. This was truly a golden opportunity for him to showcase his abilities. Of course, the monsters wouldn't fight each other by chance, which meant there was likely an awakened player ahead. Bai Yi and Decien slowly approached the area, only to run into some familiar faces: Xan Ba, Chen Son, and Wang Ba, 3 C-ranked guys. It was as if they could understand each other's thoughts, and both of them simultaneously flashed a cunning smile. "It's time for revenge," Decien said, grinning with satisfaction. "Bai Yi, do you know what the next line of a big player is?" Bai Yi's smile was even more shameless than Decien's. Seeing his friend struggling to come up with an answer, Bai Yi answered for him. "It's do whatever it takes, you fool." As soon as Bai Yi said that, Decien immediately guessed that his friend was planning to sneak attack while Xan Ba was busy fighting the man-eating monsters. At this point, the little buzzcut seemed a bit hesitant, as he still felt that backstabbing lacked style, but that was just Decien's inner conflict. As for Bai Yi, he didn't know what shame was. In fact, Bai Yi even thought that as someone constantly called worthless, breaking a rule or two wouldn't matter at all. After some discussion, Decien ended up being led astray by his good friend. So, Bai Yi began using his "where's the person, protect the good" skill to steal monsters from under Xan Ba's nose, just like he had done with Su Ruashi before. The three of them seemed completely bewildered, their hearts racing and their legs trembling, but the monsters were still disappearing in the blink of an eye. Bai Yi managed to snatch several man-eating monsters in one go, and his experience points and divine power were shooting up in no time. Seeing that scene, Decien could only honestly give a thumbs up in admiration. "When it comes to those 7 virtues, guys, I only admire you, my friend." The entire scene was broadcast live, and the audience's reactions quickly divided into 2 sides. Some felt that Bai Yi was truly a genius, stealing a monster that was left with only a sliver of health, yet still managing to summon it back to his side and land the finishing blow. Others thought Bai Yi's methods were despicable, arguing that stealing someone else's monster violated the competition's rules. It's been a long time since I've seen such an interesting student." A hearty laugh rang out, cutting through the crowd. A tall, slender man with a sharp, angular face appeared. He was Wang Ritian, here representing the admissions department of the top 2 university in the country, Tianfu University. Wang Ritian continued to laugh, seeming quite intrigued by Bai Yi. He then slipped his hands into his pockets and leisurely walked toward the teleportation formation. Not only did the outside crowd have mixed feelings, but even Headmaster Chiu thought Bai Yi's actions were a bit unscrupulous. However, since they didn't break any official rules, even if Bai Yi's methods were a bit more underhanded, Headmaster Chiu was still willing to let it slide. While the people outside were in an uproar, Bai Yi inside the dungeon was thoroughly enjoying the thrill of taking advantage of the Xan Ba team. After wiping out their monster nest, the duo's total count had risen to 10, placing them 3rd in the purgatory level rankings. The speed at which the monster was being killed by Su, the goddess, was already incredible. Bai Yi and Decien could only defeat 10 monsters when they teamed up. She was all by herself and still managed to surpass them by 3 monsters. Meanwhile, Xan Ba's group seemed to have realized that something was off when the monsters suddenly disappeared right before their eyes. They quickly guessed that someone from the outside must have been involved in this situation. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Xan Ba noticed a shadow lurking behind a large tree nearby. Despite Wang Bo's attempt to stop him, he raised his bow and aimed directly at the figure, releasing an arrow filled with immense power. From Bai Yi's current position, if he didn't dodge, the arrow would definitely hit him. However, the original skill, Guardian's Shield, was a defensive ability. This time, Bai Yi had applied it to Decien. Decien was pushed forward into the oncoming wave, yet he remained unfazed. After all, Decien was a warrior of the earth. Confronted with Xan Ba's arrow, his sturdy shield remained unwavering. In the end, though the arrow created a significant impact, it couldn't harm Bai Yi or Decien in any way. After neutralizing the enemy's attack, Decien, without hesitation, raised 2 middle fingers and shouted, "Are you trying to take our lives? Instead of hunting monsters, you come to attack other awakened ones. What's your deal?" Xan Ba, stubborn as ever, couldn't help but feel frustrated. He wished he had 4 hands so he could raise all 4 middle fingers at his opponents. It was clear that they were bullying them, and now they were complaining as if they were the victims. Criticized by Xan Ba, Bai Yi not only didn't feel embarrassed but also boldly retorted. He knew full well that the exam regulations didn't have any provisions forbidding the tricks in the hands of other students, so what the two of them had done so far was, at most, just a clever use of the rules. Moreover, from a certain perspective, he should actually thank this buddy of mine, Xin Ba, right? Because if it weren't for Decien, you would have become a murderer by now. Bai emphasized the three words murderer to provoke the other party. Back then, Xin Ba had indeed lost his temper and fired the shot, but if given the chance to choose again, he might very well do the same thing. His teammate, however, seemed much calmer. Take this blonde guy named Wang Bo, for example. While Xin Ba was busy jumping up and shouting insults, Wang Bo used his identification skills to check the opponent's information. They then discovered that Bai Yi had reached level 5, but his attributes were as low as a passerby. Wait. Xin Ba suddenly realized something. It was you. You're the one with the passerby worthless profession, hastily reincarnating, right? Xin Ba hadn't expected that when he just casually mocked Bai Yi and Decien a little before the exam, the two of them would hold a grudge against him all the way until now. Moreover, if it really was Bai Yi, then it was Decien who had saved Xin Ba from a clear defeat earlier. Because his arrow might not be able to take down other awakened ones, but with a passerby as weak as Bai Yi, that would definitely be possible. And if it weren't for Decien's shield, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The reputation of killing other awakened ones was something Xin Ba would never want to bear, even in his dreams. So, despite his intense anger, he had no choice but to bow his head and apologize to the two, then voluntarily go off to find another area to hunt monsters. The people watching the livestream couldn't stop shouting, calling Bai Yi a coward for not only stealing the monster but also forcing someone to apologize. On the other hand, Bai Yi, deep inside the dungeon, felt a sense of accomplishment. For him, combat wasn't just about comparing attributes but also about using one's brain. He had once been worthless and looked down upon, but now, he could make those people apologize. Isn't it something to be proud of, even if they have higher attributes? After escaping from Xin Ba's group, Bai Yi was eager to continue hunting monsters with Decien. This was because the system had just informed him that there was a super elite monster 300 meters to the left in a cave. Its power was even greater than the 6 monsters they had just defeated, having already reached level 7. After going through several life and death situations and witnessing Bai Yi's boundless intelligence, Decien had completely placed his trust in him. Therefore, whether it was an elite monster or a super elite one, he was no longer afraid. The two of them followed the map and made their way to that cave. Inside the pitch-black cave, Bai Yi dared only to stand outside and cautiously observe for a while, not yet brave enough to take action. The super elite monster was likely inside, and if they were to fight directly, they wouldn't be its match. Decien, do you trust me? What are you saying? Of course, I trust you completely. Alright then, let's try something thrilling. Bai Yi nodded, then instructed Decien to use his strength to block the cave entrance. Decien was momentarily unable to process what his friend had just asked. To him, this was far from a mere thrill-seeking game. Bai Yi was clearly attempting to sacrifice himself. Don't worry, I won't treat my life as a joke, Bai Yi reassured Decien seriously, before continuing to carry large rocks to seal the cave entrance. The reason for this was to ensure that only the two of them remained inside the cave. That way, the accuracy of the skill would be guaranteed, and the protection would be secured as well. Seeing his friend so determined, Decien couldn't stop him anymore. His own strength was far greater than Bai Yi's. After reluctantly agreeing, Decien began carrying large rocks as well, helping Bai Yi seal the cave's opening. Once the task was completed, Bai Yi kept reminding Decien repeatedly about one thing, that he was the most handsome person in the world. The requirements for the skill were somewhat lengthy, but the results were impressive, so Bai Yi decided to overlook the trouble it caused. After the two of them finished their discussion, a strange scent suddenly filled the cave. Decien took a few deep breaths, but in the end, he vomited up his entire breakfast. What is that smell? Did the monster grow stronger by eating people and shit? Bai Yi wasn't much better. His stomach was completely empty after vomiting because of the smell. After a while, they managed to calm down a bit. Decien somehow managed to find a piece of cloth, probably a floral one, to cover his nose. They began to venture deeper into the cave, where they were surrounded by skulls, crossed bones, and other disgusting debris. No wonder the foul stench had filled the air as soon as they blocked the entrance. The sense of worry had long been overshadowed by a feeling of revulsion. Bai Yi carefully calculated. A level 7 human-eating monster would need a new skill, and its decent appearance might just be enough to take a risk. He hadn't had time to think about the specifics, but the monster had already appeared. It had a face that could only be described as exceptionally ugly, and its skill was called Brutal Collision. The monster held a large wooden mace in its hand, and a single hit from it would likely end someone's life. Bai Yi and Decien quickly steadied themselves. This time, Decien would make the first move. Using the skill that surged his blood and energy, he gripped a sword in one hand and a shield in the other, charging forward. The monster took the full force of Decien's attack, but that wasn't the end. Because Decien's job was merely to strike first to set up for Bai Yi to deliver the finishing blow. With his remarkable beauty skills, Bai Yi easily dominated the opponent in terms of curse resistance, causing both his attributes and damage to greatly increase. Taking advantage of the monster's dizziness from the previous whirlwind slash by Decien, Bai Yi charged forward and delivered another blow. This strike proved to be a fatal one. The rusty blade of the spring hook, despite its wear, cleaved the large monster's body in two. It collapsed with a loud crash, causing the entire cave to shake. After defeating the super elite monster, Bai Yi received 1,200 experience points and 8,000 divine power points. In addition, a skill stone dropped from the monster's corpse. Decien's eyes sparkled with excitement as he rushed over, eager to grab the stone. However, before his hand could reach it, the cave shook violently once again. The stone wall at the entrance of the cave, which had been set up by the two of them, was destroyed by an uninvited guest. What? I thought it was something serious, but it turns out there were just two grasshoppers inside. Having dealt with the super elite monster, Bai Yi no longer saw the need for the wall. However, the sudden appearance of this person was truly irritating. His name was Su Zidong, a student from the same year as Bai Yi at the school. The only difference was that Bai Yi was a worthless S-class, while Su Zidong was an SS-level genius known for his famous fire fist skill. His potential was only slightly inferior to Su Ruoshi's. Su Zidong's purpose for barging into the cave was clear. He wanted to snatch the skill stone that had just dropped from the boss's corpse, which Decien was about to grab. Of course, Bai Yi had no intention of letting him achieve that. Although he was famous for being worthless, he was a worthless person who feared no one, not even the toughest of opponents. Therefore, he began to use his signature skills, ready to fight fiercely with the young man in front of him. At the same time, the beautiful woman, Su Ruoshi, was still busy dealing with the monsters. Initially, there were two human-eating monsters in front of her, and Su Ruoshi was preparing to deliver the finishing blow to them. Just at that moment, she was suddenly pulled away by an invisible, overwhelming force. The fist that was meant to strike down the monsters ended up landing squarely on Su Zidong's face. At that moment, the scene was filled with four stunned people. Su Ruoshi had no idea how she ended up here. Su Zidong couldn't understand how Su Ruoshi had appeared out of nowhere, like a ghost, and then punched him in the face like that. Bai Yi and Decien were equally surprised by the turn of events. His bodyguard had pulled Su Ruoshi over instead of any of the monsters. All they knew was that Su Zidong had been punched so hard that he was dazed, tears and blood pouring from his nose at the same time. He wiped the blood from his nostrils and then fiercely pointed at Su Ruoshi, accusing her, "Did you just hit me?" There are many people in this world who aren't swayed by looks, and Su Zidong is one of them. Even though the beautiful woman in front of me is stunning, all I can focus on is that she just punched me so hard. On the side of Su Ruoshi, she was incredibly confused, hurriedly waving her hand to say that she did not intentionally harm her opponent and had no idea why she had done so. However, whether it was deliberate or not, Su Zidong could not let the matter slide. He immediately brought out his fiery power to accuse the other party, not giving Su Ruoshi a chance to explain herself. While the two of them were clashing, the real instigator of the incident was hiding in a corner. The mutual destruction of both parties was the best outcome for him, so it was best if they fought for as long as possible. Returning to the matter of the reward, Bai Yi felt that the skill stone from the monster had no effect on him, so he handed it over to Decien. After sharing the spoils, Su Ruoshi also realized that the boy was present in the cave. Having previously encountered Bai Yi's abilities, she immediately knew that this incident was caused by him. A feeling of frustration that she could not suppress rose within Su Ruoshi. She decided to ignore Su Zidong and rush towards the boy to teach him a lesson. But if we're talking about defense, where was her move? Bai Yi's protection was indeed effective. Just as Su Ruoshi was preparing to strike, he summoned Su Zidong in time to act as a shield for him. Thus, Su Zidong once again unintentionally took a full kick from the goddess Su. His cheeks were now swollen, and with tears in his eyes, he complained, "You guys are 3 against 1, this is really shameless." Su Ruoshi found herself once again in a state of confusion. Throughout her life, she had always placed great importance on what she considered virtue. Therefore, first, she didn't want to hurt anyone who hadn't wronged her, and second, she would never condone bullying the weak just because of numbers. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to," Su Ruoshi quickly explained to Su Zidong. She then pointed towards Bai Yi and Decien, who were trying to seize the opportunity to escape. "It's all because of his skills, it's because he left the game." Su Zidong, who was already ready to beat the two of them up to take the skill stone, had his anger flare up even more when Su Ruoshi spoke like this. His fist, hot as fire, flew towards them again, but Bai Yi remained calm, standing in place while casually picking his nose. He then nonchalantly uttered 4 words, "Guards, protect me." At this point, Bai Yi had become so proficient in using this skill that there was practically no mistake in it. Poor Su Ruoshi, as a result, was once again turned into a mere tool by Bai Yi. Su Zidong, who had taken 3 consecutive hits from her, no longer believed in Su Ruoshi's words. "You bastard, how dare you still claim you're not with them? Just wait, I'll deal with you later." Bai Yi, a mere low-level awakener, had somehow managed to offend 2 genius-level S and SSS tier individuals. Yet, he acted unfazed, completely unaware of fear. This was all thanks to his domineering 4-character skill. Outside, the audience's reactions were diverse. Some found Bai Yi's abilities quite intriguing and wished to recruit him to their school. Some people felt that he was using despicable tactics, and was simply not worth their attention. Inside the dungeon, seeing that Su Zidong and Su Ruoshi were visibly confused, Bai Yi decided to lower himself a little to explain things to them. "Let me be a bit modest and introduce myself. I am Bai Yi, and my skill is being able to always pull a punching bag to take the hits for me." Although he said "let me be modest," Bai Yi's tone and expression were anything but modest. Su Zidong and Su Ruoshi both looked stunned, as if it was the first time they had ever heard of such an ability. But before either of them could say anything, a series of numbers suddenly appeared in the sky. It was the countdown timer, showing how many hours remained until this year's college entrance exam ended. As the countdown began, the students grew even more anxious. Bai Yi was no exception. The system had pointed him towards the last monster den that contained man-eating monsters. Inside the den was a level 10 boss, 3 level 7 elite man-eating monsters comparable to those in the previous layer, and 20 regular man-eating monsters. After arriving, Bai Yi and Decien carefully huddled in a corner, cautiously observing. Back when he was still worthless, Bai Yi would never have even dreamed of being in such a brutal battlefield. But even now, with his awakened skills and newfound dominance, he still felt that over 20 monsters here might be a bit too much for him. However, Bai Yi wasn't the only one to have stumbled upon this lair. Behind you, there are a few other students. Bai Yi can let go of other monsters, but the level 10 boss, you have to go all in for it. Bai Yi did not hide his goal, but the students didn't want to make it that easy for him to succeed. "Who do you think you are? On what grounds should the boss give way to you?" They started shouting and cursing. Bai Yi did not argue, nor did he explain. He simply stayed silent and looked toward Su Zidong, who was standing nearby. That glance made Su Zidong feel a chill run down his spine. Although he didn't like Bai Yi at all, he truly didn't want to be forced into becoming Bai Yi's punching bag again. Therefore, Su Zidong decided to step in and speak up for him, so that Bai Yi wouldn't have to face these people directly. I agree to let Bai Yi have the final boss. If anyone has objections, they can first fight with Su Zidong. Almost everyone was shocked to see Blazing Flame Fist Master, Su Zidong, famous for his prowess, standing up to defend Bai Yi. Of course, they couldn't understand the dilemma he was in. Su Zidong could win against others, but not against Bai Yi. And he wasn't the only one to speak up. Su Ruoshi also voiced the same opinion as Su Zidong. Her support for Bai Yi was even more startling. Because compared to Su Zidong, Su Ruoshi was far more famous, and her professional rank was even higher. With two such big names speaking up, the other students had no choice but to keep quiet. Bai Yi grinned and turned to thank Su Ruoshi. But she didn't even spare him a glance. There's no need to thank me, you have 10 more minutes. After Su Ruoshi finished speaking, Bai Yi realized that there were only a little over 600 seconds left until the end of the competition. Since the previous bet was still in effect and Bai Yi didn't want to lose to the goddess Su, De Xian was a little apprehensive when he saw the group of man-eating monsters. However, if Bai Yi had made up his mind, there was no reason for him to back down. The students swallowed nervously, one by one starting to venture deeper into the monsters' camp. With their sharp senses, the monsters quickly detected the intruders and rushed toward them, including a level 10 boss. It was much more aggressive and ferocious, carrying a large iron mace. Compared to the typical wooden mace of the level 7 monsters, it was far more intimidating. As for Bai Yi, he had already steeled his nerves and made plans to face it. In stark contrast to the fearful expressions of the other students, he boldly stepped onto the main road and shouted at the level 10 boss. Hey, you useless big thing, your opponent is me. The Lord of the Man-Eating Monsters immediately responded to Bai Yi's provocation and charged toward him, but trailing behind it was a group of over 20 common-level monsters. Bai Yi hadn't expected them to stick together like that, so he signaled to those behind him to retreat in order to minimize casualties. This also made it easier for Bai Yi to use his guardian skill. Before Bai Yi could react, the level 10 boss was already in front of him. As the mace in its hand swung down, Bai Yi frantically summoned a regular human-eating monster to act as a shield. Fortunately, he managed to do so just in time, otherwise, he would have ended up as a lump of meat beneath the boss's weapon. At the moment, Bai Yi's skill had a 5-second cooldown. It might sound brief, but in a confrontation like this, it felt like an eternity. Bai Yi could only fight while running, waiting for the skill to recharge so he could summon another monster to protect him. With his legs moving faster than ever, he sprinted, but the boss, a high-level overlord, was just as fast. It chased Bai Yi down while relentlessly attacking him. Bai Yi did his best to stay ahead. Finally, when they reached an area where only 2 living beings remained, the bloodthirsty overlord and himself, his skill had cooled down. This was the moment to show his power. First, Bai Yi activated his beauty enhancement skill. In a zone with only 2 living beings, the system immediately determined that Bai Yi had the higher appearance value. His attributes were instantly boosted, and the damage of his next attack would be doubled. Taking advantage of this, Bai Yi began his counterattack. With his increased attributes, he moved as swiftly as a squirrel. Combined with his smaller size, Bai Yi was able to easily target the critical spots on the human-eating overlord's body. A beautiful slash of his sword severed the tendons in the boss's limbs. The group of students, seeing Bai Yi perform for the first time, were all wide-eyed in shock. Damn it, there's cheating here, right? A passerby with all attributes at 14 points can actually slay a flesh-eating monster lord? Is he a sword immortal or something? The boss had fallen to the ground but wasn't fully dead yet. Bai Yi, however, maintained his calm demeanor. Alright, let me finish this off. But at that very moment, some lunatic dropped from the sky, accompanied by his loud, hearty laughter. Ha, the monster boss is mine now. With his experience in stealing kills from others, Bai Yi immediately understood the purpose of this person. He panicked and shouted, "Stop, get away." The one attempting the sneak attack was Moin, a genius night assassin. Moin landed on the boss's back at lightning speed, pulled out a dagger, and stabbed it down. He thought that after this strike, the kill would be his. But no, the moment his dagger pierced the flesh of the flesh-eating monster lord, it sprang up as if completely unharmed. Moin was gripped tightly by the boss, and the size and strength difference between them made it hard for Moin to breathe. "No, someone help me!" He screamed as the flesh-eating monster lord opened its mouth wide, but no one came to his aid. All that could be seen was the monster tossing Moin into its mouth and starting to chew with a satisfied expression. The scene made the students who witnessed it shudder. The most agonizing was still Moin's grandfather, who was also outside the dungeon watching the live broadcast. Seeing his grandson being dragged away by the monster like that, even the toughest person would have been moved to tears. Class leader Chio and the others didn't know how to console him, only able to sigh deeply in sympathy. Bai also felt uneasy at this moment. Although Moin had brought this upon himself, Bai still felt a deep discomfort. With his all-knowing abilities, he could have gathered more information about this monster, but the two attack skills he had were not suitable for use in such a crowded place. In this situation, perhaps the only option was to rely on the power of the crowd. Bai drew his sword and started shouting. "That monster has already eaten people and has gone completely berserk. We need to attack together, or we'll all be in danger." Desien Su Ruoshi and Su Zidong were the first to respond to Bai's call. Although they had never worked together before, these strangers picked up their weapons and fought side by side. All three had decent talent, especially Su Ruoshi and Su Zidong, who were real geniuses. Under their relentless attacks, the monster gradually began to weaken. Bai was not idle either. The spring beauty saber in his hand danced with incredible speed, and in the end, he successfully brought the monster down. The human-eating monster lord dropped 2,400 experience points and 14,000 divine power points. Moreover, this monster was the largest boss in the dungeon. So, after Bai successfully defeated it, a pile of high-quality equipment fell to the ground. When the monsters, who usually feast on humans, saw their boss had logged out, they immediately fled. Desien watched the series of fluid, effortless moves from Bai, and could only clap his hands in admiration, praising how much Bai had changed since the old days. "It's just basic moves," Bai said humbly. These two were best at the game of one praising the other. Desien was about to compliment his friend a bit more when they received the notification that their duo had successfully slain the boss, and thus the teleportation formation to the next stage had been unlocked. The two walked proudly into the portal of transmission. Outside, the younger students waited anxiously for Bai to step through, with everyone looking excited, especially the younger female students who had been completely captivated by Bai's performance just now. "Hey, he's so strong, how come I heard before that he awakened the Passerby class?" "Impossible, someone must have spread some nonsense rumors. Senior Bai must have awakened a high-level class to be this strong." The media now almost entirely belonged to him, and everyone was eagerly awaiting the moment Bai would step out from the portal of transmission. Finally, he emerged, followed by Desien with a proud look on his face. Bai let out a sigh of relief. At last, he could breathe normal air, no longer feeling suffocated by the danger lurking in every corner of the dungeon. "But you didn't expect that after taking the college entrance exam, you would gain a large number of fans." As soon as they saw Bai, the younger female students flocked to him like bees drawn to honey. "Senior Bai, your performance just now was so cool." "That's right, Senior Bai, do you have a girlfriend?" Bai was surrounded by the fragrance of young girls and, for a moment, was too stunned to understand what was happening. However, when they mentioned whether he had a girlfriend or not, Bai instinctively looked toward Su Ruoshi, who was standing nearby. And coincidentally, she was also looking at him. The ones eagerly waiting for Bai to come out weren't just these young girls. Director Chiu had also been waiting for him, just to say a few words of congratulations and praise, saying that his performance in the instance was truly outstanding. Bai scratched his head and grinned sheepishly, thanking Director Chiu for helping him unlock his skills and successfully clear the instance. Surely, he must have put in a lot of effort. After this round of congratulations, universities began to take action in their recruitment efforts. A successful boss killer like Bai Yi was naturally a top priority for recruitment representatives. He had suddenly gone from a worthless F-tier nobody to a highly sought-after prize that top universities were fighting over. Though he had only recently risen to fame, the young man showed no signs of modesty. Faced with so many offers, Bai Yi bluntly rejected them and even outright stated that he had no interest in schools outside the top tier. Just as the words left his mouth, a burst of laughter rang in his ears. Haha, it's amusing to hear someone say they're not interested in a single sentence. Kiddo, I'm the admissions representative from Tianfu University, ranked in the top 3. Wang Ri Tian, and today, on behalf of my university, I want to recruit you. What do you think, Bai Yi? Wang Ri Tian wasn't the only one. Li Bin from Chengbei University had also entered the race to recruit talent. In fact, the benefits Li Bin offered were even more tempting, as he promised that the school could arrange a one-on-one training program with senior lecturers for Bai Yi, and even open all the lower-level gold-tier dungeons for him to practice in. These benefits were truly enough to make Bai Yi waver. But when the president of Meiyuan University personally stepped in, the treatment was taken to a whole new level. He promised Bai Yi full access to all gold-tier materials for his personal use. Seeing such strong competition, Wang Ri Tian was determined not to fall behind. Have you all finished speaking? Now, it's my turn. Tianfu University can provide all these conditions, and furthermore, we allow Bai Yi to freely use gold-tier materials. Wow, that's a deal worth its weight in gold. Literally. Bai Yi felt that there was no reason to refuse Wang Ri Tian anymore, but he had one more condition: they had to agree to recruit Xian as well. Wang Ri Tian readily agreed, even praising Bai Yi for being a kid who valued loyalty and friendship. Xian at this moment was so moved that tears and snot were streaming down his face. Bai Yi's final decision was to choose Tianfu University. As for Su Ruoshi, it was unclear whether it was accidental or intentional, but she had made the same choice. The two of them would later become classmates. With the matter of choosing a university settled, Bai Yi had one more important task to take care of: unboxing the loot received after defeating the flesh-eating monster lord. Among the items was a scroll that unlocked a secondary profession. Before opening it, Bai Yi clasped his hands together and bowed in all 8 directions, praying not to get a profession at level F. Perhaps because he had suffered enough in the past, the heavens took pity on him. When he opened the scroll, Bai Yi was dazzled to find that it contained 3 professions: teacher training, medicine master, and expert examiner, all with SSS tier potential. With that, he would carefully choose the profession that suited him best. First, the teacher training profession, which was equivalent to a chef in the summoner world, capable of improving the development of summoned beasts. Bai Yi had no interest in animal training. As for the medicine master profession, while its potential was good, choosing it would require significant time and energy. After some careful consideration, Bai Yi decided to choose the expert examiner profession, as it would allow him to appraise weapons. As soon as Bai Yi made his choice, the system swiftly unlocked the corresponding skill for him, the appraisal eyes. With this skill, Bai Yi could appraise items regardless of profession, with each appraisal consuming 5 mental points. Just as Bai Yi was smiling with joy, his phone rang. It was an unknown number. But when you pick up the phone, the person on the other end quickly introduces themselves as Su Ruoshi. Bai Yi is so excited that he jumps to his feet. "Oh, Su Goddess, what wind blew you here? Are you interested in joining me at the professional guild to take on a mission?" Bai Yi is only moderately interested in the mission, but he's very, very interested in Su Ruoshi. So, as soon as he suggested it, she immediately agreed and rushed out of the room without even caring that the zipper on her pants was broken. Bai Yi rushed swiftly to the professional guild. Apart from dungeons, this is the only place where one can earn free attribute points. He doesn't know what mission Su Ruoshi plans to take on, but Bai Yi feels that as long as he follows her, everything will be fine. Bai Yi. A gentle voice called out from behind. Bai Yi turned around and saw Su Ruoshi walking towards him from a distance. Wow, upon closer inspection, she's even more beautiful than when we saw her in the dungeon. Passers-by were already buzzing about the appearance of the two of them at the guild, but the buzz about Su Ruoshi's beauty was secondary. Because now, Bai Yi had become much more famous after winning the national top scholar title. The two walked side by side, but all the attention seemed to focus on Bai Yi, especially from the young girls. Some even dared to approach and ask for his autograph, but what they really wanted was for him to sign on their buttocks. Bai Yi, naturally a sucker for girls, was tempted to agree to this strange request. However, he could feel the murderous gaze from the girl named Su, so he could only reluctantly change his spot and sign on her sleeve instead. After that girl, there were many other beautiful young women eager to get Bai Yi's autograph. This sudden change was so overwhelming that Bai Yi couldn't adjust in time. In the past, if we talked about fame, he was only known as a worthless guy with the role of a mere passerby. Yet, after a single nap, Bai Yi suddenly transformed into a top student, an idol beloved by everyone. Bai Yi signed autographs for the girls one after another, which took a lot of time. This even drained him more than fighting monsters in dungeons. Su Ruoshi, who was walking beside him, seemed quite pleased as well. She knew that it had been a long time since a top scholar had appeared in Dongwu City, so it was understandable that after the recent exam, everyone admired Bai Yi. Because of that, Su Ruoshi wasn't in a hurry. She waited until Bai Yi had dealt with the group of fans before taking him to accept the mission. Before accepting it, she wanted to check his combat power, as the mission had to match his strength, otherwise, he'd be walking straight into death. Bai Yi had never really thought that much about it, but since it was Su Ruoshi suggesting it, he listened attentively. The combat power test was fairly simple, simulating a real battle where Bai Yi could use his weapons and skills as usual. After confirming his participation, Bai Yi took out his new weapon, a silver game knife. The surrounding space was quickly encoded, and the dull, slippery room disappeared. The scene had transformed into a desolate and treacherous mountainous region. Bai Yi's opponent in this test was a level 8 three-eyed wolf with sharp fangs. The attributes of these creatures are far superior compared to monsters of the same level. Moreover, these wolves travel in packs. Bai Yi's all-encompassing talent gently reminded him that if this weren't a simulated battle, he might have already become food for these wolves. After Bai Yi finished preparing, the pack of wolves detected his presence and charged at him. However, their relentless assault was futile when Bai Yi activated his signature skill, "People, where are you?" and his bodyguard. The three-eyed wolves became as useless as the huskies kept at home, swiftly wiped out by Bai Yi in the blink of an eye. The small, compact silver dagger in his hand even had a more powerful effect than the spring beauty saber. Bai Yi was extremely pleased. Thanks to his secondary profession as an expert examiner, he had been able to purchase this excellent weapon among the hundreds of weapons sold on the open market. While Bai Yi was basking in his sense of victory, far away in Dongwu City, Mo Yin's grandfather was still consumed by the grief of losing his grandson. He was sitting at home, seriously watching the news about Bai Yi, growing angrier with each passing moment. Clearly, in the instance, it was Mo Yin who attempted a sneak attack to steal the monster, failing to assess his own abilities, which led to his demise. Yet, Mo Yin's grandfather felt that Bai Yi was entirely to blame. Blinded by his love for his grandson, he wanted revenge. Bai Yi, your mistake lies in possessing such a dazzling power. A talent like yours, certainly, Xiexin, my sect, must eradicate you. With that thought, Mo Yin's grandfather immediately dispatched assassins to eliminate Bai Yi. The assassin initially hesitated. Do you know what the assassination of him would mean? But old man Mo Yin remained extremely stubborn. It was as if, once Bai Yi was eliminated, his grandson would return. I'll talk to the organization, your task is simply to follow my orders. The genius from the Su family, Su Ruoshi, was also with that kid. As long as we complete this mission, it will definitely be profitable, there's no way we'll lose. Bai Yi and Su Ruoshi had no idea that someone was plotting to harm them. They had just finished their combat strength test. Su Ruoshi took 5 minutes and 58 seconds, earning an A+ overall rating, while Bai Yi only took 5 minutes and 32 seconds, with a final rating of S. Both of them were so exhausted they collapsed onto the floor, drenched in sweat. You beat me, Su Ruoshi said between heavy breaths. Having sweated so much, she had taken off her outer jacket. "Ha, it was just luck," Bai replied, his nose bleeding profusely as his restless eyes were busy staring intently at something. After finishing the combat strength test, they headed into the main hall to receive their primary missions. There were many tasks available, and Bai, being someone who always had to follow the rules, didn't know which one to choose. On the other hand, She had already made up her mind about what she was going to do before even coming here. "My target this time is a demon lord from the Xieshan sect who kills people. He specializes in choosing outstanding students to strike at, and now, 5 students have already lost their lives at his hands." Bai shuddered at the thought. Don't tell me she plans to use them as bait to lure the enemy in. He had just become the top scholar a day ago, and before he even reached the peak of glory, he wasn't ready to make any sacrifices. Contrary to Bai's anxious mood, She seemed quite calm. That was because this time, she had brought along her personal bodyguard. Following the direction she pointed, Bai saw a man with a serious expression sitting nearby, sipping coffee. He was Su Tian Chao, a level 48 fighter. While She claimed that he was her personal bodyguard, the omniscient and all-powerful revealed to Bai that he was, in fact, his future father-in-law. Oh my god, meeting the future father-in-law for the first time was even more pressure-filled than facing 2 major bosses. Bai glanced at the man sitting over there and frowned, hesitating before asking, is he really their father? At that moment, She didn't catch on to the issue, casually replying, not really. But she quickly realized, glaring at him. What do you mean, their father? He's just my father. Bai decided to keep quiet, shrugging and smiling. Well, she said it herself. With that, he took another sip of tea and reminded her that even though they were siblings, this mission still applied to both of them. Hearing this, She sighed and said, I'm going to the bathroom for a bit. Bai did not stop her, instead, he stood aside and examined his system, wondering if he could learn any new skills. The system quickly responded, you have 15,900 mana points left, it will automatically select a suitable skill for you. Not long after, the system granted him a new skill, Dad, level 1 can summon all fathers to appear before you, but it is limited to once per day. Looking at this seemingly useless skill, Bai couldn't help but fall silent. However, soon after, he suddenly remembered his violent father and smiled. Just then, She returned and saw his smile. Curious, she asked, what are you smiling about? You look so happy. Bai was slightly startled, looked at her, and casually said, nothing. He then urged, let's go. With that, he took a step forward, but after only a few steps, he was called back by She. At this moment, She's expression was a little awkward. She extended her hand in front of him and softly said, now that they are a couple, let's pretend a little more convincingly. Bai was slightly stunned, turned his head to look at her, then without hesitation, grabbed her hand. Your hand is so soft, it feels nice to hold, why not hold it? The two of them walked out, looking affectionate, unaware that someone was secretly watching them. After they had walked some distance, the person in black called and informed their accomplices to start Plan B. Bai and She continued their stroll and arrived at a clothing store. She happily tried on a dress and asked Bai if it looked good. Bai casually said it was beautiful, but in his hand, he was holding a large-sized bra, his eyes gleaming as he looked at her. She, upon witnessing the scene, grew furious and scolded Bai, but he sensed that something was off. He hurriedly grabbed She's hand and pulled her toward him, then held her tightly in his arms. At the same time, he cast a glance behind him, and the information of the person back there appeared. The man's name was Pham Kien Kwon, level 5, a follower of the Xieshan sect, and had just received orders to eliminate him. Seeing this information, he silently cursed, this is bad, and quickly threw a smoke bomb, filling the shop with thick smoke and dust. Taking advantage of the moment, Bai pulled She along with him and fled. They were being surrounded and had become prey caught in a trap. The two of them immediately rushed out of the clothing store. But they hadn't run far when they had to stop. The followers of the Xieshan sect had completely encircled them. Bai bit his lip hard, his face grim, and said, they're surrounded. The whole area is filled with Xieshan sect members. After thinking for a moment, Bai Yi then shouted, urging Ruoshi to unleash a powerful attack toward one side of the store. Ruoshi gave a slight nod, then drew her sword and unleashed Thunderstrike talent delivery with full force. The sword's light, infused with Thunderstrike, immediately shot toward the direction Bai Yi had pointed out. That strike caught the attention of the assassins, drawing them all toward that side. Bai Yi didn't need to see the result to know they had succeeded. With a smug grin, he mocked, "They want to mess with you? They're still way too weak." Taking this opportunity, Bai Yi was about to flee with Ruoshi, but in the midst of the hazy smoke, a shadowy figure suddenly appeared, causing both Bai Yi and Ruoshi to recoil in shock. Ruoshi remained alert, her eyes fixed on the figure emerging from the mist, slowly approaching them. She then stepped in front of Bai Yi, glaring fiercely as she demanded, "Who is coming?" A moment later, the figure became clear. It was a young man with red hair, his eyes gleaming with intensity. The information appeared clearly: the person was Su Liang, level 25, a wandering sorcerer, all-rounded, and an A-level wanted criminal. He clapped his hands and looked at the two of them, complimenting, "Indeed, the younger generation is formidable." Ruoshi couldn't see Su Liang's details, but she still kept her guard up, looking at him warily. She asked again, "Who are you?" Su Liang let out a soft chuckle, casually admitting, "I'm the one they've been desperately searching for." He then asked, "Are you happy to see me?" Upon hearing this, Ruoshi immediately recognized his identity. It was indeed Su Liang. At that moment, Su Liang drew his weapon. His eyes filled with murderous intent as he lightly ran his tongue over the blade, then grinned maliciously and said, "I'll take good care of Ruoshi's beautiful face." Ruoshi anxiously watched him, her face tightening in seriousness. But Su Liang lunged forward viciously, saying, "I want to eliminate Bai Yi behind her first." Although Ruoshi was worried, she instinctively stepped forward to shield Bai Yi, telling Su Liang, "You're dreaming." Because she knew that if it weren't for her, Bai Yi wouldn't be in this situation. Bai Yi saw this and was somewhat moved, but he couldn't allow Ruoshi to protect him. He urged her, "Step back." Su Liang curled his lips in disdain and looked at him, saying, "Prepare to die." Right after that, his spear was already striking in front of Bai Yi. In that split second, with danger hanging by a thread, the wind whipped up and the clouds surged, while a furious gale howled. A massive blade, surrounded by dark energy, blocked in front of Bai Yi. Bai Yi quickly retreated, his expression turning slightly serious. Ruoshi, too, was not unaffected. She was very scared. She anxiously looked at Bai Yi ahead of her and asked, "Are you okay?" Bai Yi let out a soft laugh, his expression one of pride and contempt. With his feeble skills, there was no way he could harm him. Su Liang, standing ahead, was not angered by these words. He sheathed his blade, gently licking its edge, and coldly sneered, "You're truly arrogant." Bai Yi didn't back down, locking eyes with him and saying, "Once you're done pretending, it's my turn." Upon hearing this, Su Liang was left speechless in anger. How dare he say that he was pretending? Even Ruoshi was surprised that Bai Yi had the courage to say such a thing. Su Liang, enraged but also slightly amused, sneered, "You're somewhat interesting." He was actually impressed by Bai Yi's boldness, suggesting he might as well join his Xiexin sect. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi snorted, "What's the benefit of joining the Xiexin sect? If you could actually convince me, I might consider it." Ruoshi, standing beside him, stared at Bai Yi in shock and asked, "Have you lost your mind?" Su Liang, pleased with the idea of tempting him with benefits, thought he could easily sway Bai Yi, but Bai Yi wasn't interested in that. He only desired everything he wanted, even eternal life. However, Bai Yi didn't take him seriously. He scratched his ear with his hand, raised an eyebrow in provocation, and said, "Sounds decent, but you'd better check with your dad first." The words had just left his mouth when Su Liang looked at him in confusion. He didn't understand what he was saying, but Bai Yi over here had already moved and shouted loudly, calling for his father. In an instant, the furious wind rushed in, startling both Su Liang and Ruoshi. Bai Yi's system also chimed in at that moment, indicating that the skill had been successfully activated, and it was now summoning Bai Yi's father. They would need to wait a moment. Bai Tong Hong, who had been using the restroom, was suddenly pulled away by some invisible force, causing him to scream in shock. By the time he regained his bearings, he had appeared in front of Bai, looking somewhat disoriented and confused about his surroundings, still holding a roll of toilet paper in his hand. Upon seeing him, Bai felt a bit awkward but was still very happy, asking, "You really came?" Hearing this, Bai Tong Hong immediately turned around in shock. He hadn't expected to see Bai here. Without hesitation, Bai accused Xiexin's people of wanting him to join them, then explained that he had purposely summoned his father to ask for his opinion. Standing nearby, Su Liang watched the father and son interact, feeling an intense sense of imminent danger. He was certain that the man before him was an incredibly powerful expert. Suppressing his urge to curse, Su Liang silently muttered to himself, "What kind of situation is this? If the kid can't win, he calls in the big guy. Isn't this the famous move of Fan Dai?" He gritted his teeth and immediately turned to flee. But just as he did, he felt a gust of wind pass by, and a man appeared in front of him, telling him to stop. Su Liang angrily cursed, "What forest?" Then he swung his knife down towards Bai Tong Hong. Bai Tong Hong, enraged by the insult, retorted, "This person is so rude, your mother has been dead for many years." In that moment, Su Liang was filled with hatred as he glared at him, wanting to finish him off quickly and leave. Unfortunately, his speed wasn't fast enough compared to Bai Tong Hong's, who was able to dodge his strike at the last second. Right after that, Bai Tong Hong, holding the roll of toilet paper in his hand, aimed to wrap it tightly around Su Liang. By the time Su Liang realized what was happening, he had already taken a punch from Bai Tong Hong, causing blood to spurt from his nose. Bai Tong Hong quickly pinned Su Liang to the ground and wrapped him up with the toilet paper like a mummy. Su Liang lost consciousness just like that. Bai, who was standing nearby, was stunned by the scene. "Is that it? Is it solved now?" Bai Tong Hong, thinking of himself as quite the handsome hero, wiped his hair, and raised an eyebrow at Bai, asking if he looked cool. Bai only smiled and said, "Look at you." Su Ruoshi covered her mouth, her eyes dazed, completely unsure of how to describe her feelings in that moment. It was incredible how Bai Tong Hong had taken down Su Liang with just one blow. It was then that Bai Tong Hong noticed Ruoshi was still standing there and whispered to her, "You're his girlfriend, right?" He then casually laughed and added, "Your father's time is running out, go help him out in the parking lot." Hearing this, Bai Tong Hong felt somewhat dissatisfied, but couldn't find a way to argue. He was about to curse at Bai when he was pushed away, with Bai promising to explain things later. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Bai Tong Hong truly ran off, but not before reminding Bai to explain things to him. It disappeared very quickly. Bai looked at the figure of the man leaving, sighing in relief. "If I didn't have the skills, Dad, today would have been the end." Su Ruoshi looked deeply into Bai's eyes. This person was becoming more and more unpredictable to her. She had even prepared herself for the worst, thinking she would die here, but Bai had resolved everything. She was a bit displeased and said, "Why don't you use your powerful skills?" Bai was startled, looking at her, his eyes wandering as he searched for a way to explain. Then, suddenly, he hugged her and asked, "Do you think I'm mysterious, and at the same time, are you attracted to me?" Su Ruoshi's face flushed red, and she turned her head away, not daring to face Bai. Then, she raised her hand and punched Bai in the face. He wasn't on guard, and he took the punch full on. Bai looked at her aggrievedly, accusing, "You're committing domestic violence." She didn't bother to reply, snorted coldly, and turned her face away. 5 minutes later, Bai and Ruoshi sensed someone approaching them. Sure enough, when they looked back, they saw Bai Tong Hong and Su Tianchao had returned. Su Tianchao was badly injured, being supported by Bai Tong Hong. Ruoshi anxiously asked, "Are you all right?" He shook his head and said, "Fortunately, Bai Tong Hong came to help." Then, he looked at Bai and praised him, "Thanks to you." He then wondered, "How did you manage to call your father here?" Bai chuckled softly and said honestly, "This is my secret skill." Hearing these words, Su Tianchao was a little surprised. Is there really a summoning skill for my father in this world? On the other hand, Bai Tong Hong proudly boasted about his son. At this moment, Ruoshi suddenly remembered Su Liang, who was lying on the ground like a mummy, and asked what to do with him. Su Tianchao reassured her to not worry, as they had already arrived. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of a police siren rushed toward them. A man in a police uniform walked over, and upon seeing Su Tianchao, immediately showed a concerned expression and asked, "Are you okay, sir?" Su Tianchao angrily snorted, reprimanding him for coming only after the beating had already occurred. Chief Wang apologized, saying it was due to traffic congestion. On another front, Manhwa quickly received the news that the plan had failed. Furious, he cursed at the group of worthless individuals, saying, "You can't even handle 2 kids, and you exposed our identities. Now you've made me have to flee this place." However, he couldn't escape his fate. The pursuers arrived, and his face immediately turned ugly. Chief Wang brought the arrest warrant in front of him and coldly said, "He's been arrested." After the battle with the Xieshan sect ended, Bai Yi bid farewell to Su Ruoshi and returned home. By the time he got home, it was already dinner time. But as soon as he entered the door, he smelled a very strong stench of feces. Bai Tong Hong was still sitting absent-mindedly in the living room, his face looking extremely grim. He had gone to search for his mother, only to find her in the bathroom, doing something. Suspecting something, he asked, "Mom, what's going on here?" Looking at the scene in the bathroom, where the toilet had exploded and feces were scattered everywhere, it was so disgusting that he couldn't bear to look. He furrowed his brows and asked, "Mom, why did the toilet explode like that?" Zhang Ping shot a furious glare at Bai Yi, gritting her teeth as she said, "This is something you should be asking." Her words left Bai Yi utterly confused. What did this have to do with him? Zhang Ping then asked if he had summoned Bai Tong Hong. She proceeded to explain. When his father returned, he punched the toilet, causing it to explode, and even the drainage pipes suffered the same fate. And then, of course, the inevitable happened: the feces splattered all over his father's face, forcing him to take 20 showers and rinse his mouth 50 times. It was a disaster too humiliating to watch. Bai Yi's lips twitched. Inwardly, he silently mourned for his father's unfortunate fate. Then, he hurriedly opened the cupboard and grabbed a can of beer to apologize to his father, explaining that it was only because he had nearly lost his life today that he had been forced into such a desperate action. Upon hearing this, Bai Tong Hong no longer pursued the matter and, with a serious expression, asked what had happened. Bai Yi then recounted everything in rough detail, from Su Ruoshi's invitation to meet the Xieshan sect's ambush, to the final summoning of his father after learning the new skill. The more Bai Tong Hong listened, the more serious his expression became. After that, the family finally had dinner. Half an hour later, Bai Yi was able to return to his own room. He couldn't help but massage his aching shoulders, sighing, "Finally finished dealing with it, I'm exhausted." At that moment, he received a notification from the system, informing him that he had completed the A-level entrusted mission and should check his mission rewards. Hearing the notification, Bai Yi immediately widened his eyes, shocked. The reward was not bad at all. Bai Yi murmured to himself, then without hesitation, he used the reward of spirit stones. His body immediately changed, his muscles became significantly stronger, and his stats increased considerably. He had reached level 6, with strength, physique, agility, and spirit all rising to 59. His divine power and skill points also increased. Bai Yi sensed the power within him and laughed loudly, "I'm rich now. Who said a passerby is just trash? Now I could easily defeat an S-class genius." Bai Yi thought for a moment, then decided to complete the process of leveling up his secondary profession as well. The mutation years ago caused the surface area of the entire Lanxing to expand significantly. This led to the territories of each country being extended hundreds of times over. Since then, human transportation methods have changed from high-speed trains, cars, planes, and ships to the traditional formations. However, using traditional formations requires a large amount of money and materials. The obstacle has never been distance, but money. Bai Yi, dressed neatly, went downstairs, yawning repeatedly from exhaustion. Yesterday, he had dared to prepare 5 silver weapons, staying up until dawn. He wanted to say goodbye to his parents before heading off on his journey. However, as soon as he stepped down the stairs, he overheard a conversation between his parents about him needing to go out and face challenges. A surge of emotion suddenly filled Bai, and he thought they were reluctant to let him go. He cheerfully rushed down, wanting to hug them, only for the next words they spoke to make him stop in his tracks. Tham Hon, surprisingly, said in an excited tone, "It's been 18 years, and finally, you're leaving." His mother nodded in agreement, continuing joyfully, "We can finally open that bottle of 1982 wine to drink." Upon hearing this, Bai collapsed to the ground. At the sound of the fall, his mother immediately stood up and rushed over to check. Seeing him lying on the floor, she couldn't help but sigh. She worried that he hadn't left yet, and now his parents were already unable to take care of themselves. Thus, after 3 days, Bai's group finally set off. This trip included 4 people: Bai, Ruoshi, Daxian, and Wang Ritian. Daxian excitedly asked them where they would be teleporting from. Wang Ritian answered while driving, "It's a military base, and each teleportation gate is managed by the military. That way, no matter which city you're in, if you encounter a beast tide, reinforcements can arrive in time." Soon, the car carrying the 4 of them arrived at the military base. They took out their certificates, and the guards didn't stop them but instead allowed them to enter. Not long after, the 4 of them arrived at a structure with several strange lines intersecting. Bai's eyes sparkled as he looked at the pile of spirit stones inside the structure. With so many, he couldn't even imagine how much money would be needed to buy them. Wang Ritian smiled at him, leading the group into the building. He then reminded them that the first time teleporting could cause a bit of dizziness, but once they got used to it, it would be fine. And so, the 4 of them entered the teleportation space to reach their destination. It wasn't long before Bai opened his eyes. The surroundings had changed. Not only him, but Ruoshi and Daxian also curiously looked around, while Wang Ritian remained calm. They had arrived. He asked if they were all right. Bai scratched his head in confusion, surprised they were already there. Wang Ritian nodded gently, then handed them a notebook and suggested they go to the new student registration office first, recommending they try to secure a better dormitory area since everything here was based on scores. The journey went smoothly without any issues. All 3 of them followed the guide. He led them to the student registration area. It was crowded here, with long lines as everyone had to wait to register. Upon seeing Bai's group, the students around couldn't help but admire them and whispered among themselves. Bai and Ruoshi, with their striking appearances and superior abilities, attracted a lot of attention. Daxian also eagerly listened to see if they were saying anything nice about him, since his abilities were not bad either. However, to his surprise, they weren't praising him, instead, they were criticizing him. He was so angry that he couldn't say a word, while Bai, on the other hand, smiled brightly as if it were a joke to him. After a while of waiting in line, it was finally their turn. At the student registration desk, a senior girl handed Bai a stack of papers for him to fill out. The girl had pink hair and long, pointed ears. She was probably of mixed descent. She greeted Bai with a friendly smile and asked him to fill out his personal details on the form. Seeing such a beautiful senior, Bai blushed and shyly looked at her for a long while. Soon after, he sat down and began filling out his details to make room for his teammates. Once Bai had completed the form, the senior started reviewing it to check for any mistakes. But what caught her eye was Bai's photo, which looked rather comical. After seeing Bai's potential, which was at an advanced level, the senior sister was so shocked that she exclaimed loudly, making sure everyone around could hear. Other students who heard this were equally stunned, as it was the top scholar with extraordinary potential. Moreover, the school had made an exception to admit him directly. It turned out that the person in question was Bai. Not wanting to disappoint anyone, Bai slowly brushed his silver hair, striking a carefree pose. Indeed, he was Bai, and he told everyone to call him classmate Bai. Seeing his friend act like this, Daxian felt it was quite awkward. Ruoshi wasn't any better. She immediately ran over, pushed Bai Yi aside, and said, "Ahem." Without saying as much as Bai Yi, she placed her resume on the table. Suddenly, De Xian, stunned, stopped after reading something in the freshman's handbook. This caught Bai Yi's attention as well. De Xian leaned in seriously to whisper in Bai Yi's ear about what he had just discovered, but Bai Yi reacted completely differently. He laughed as though nothing had happened. With his hands in his pockets, he turned around and gave Bai Yi a mischievous grin, then walked over to where Ruoshi was standing. Suddenly, Bai Yi shouted, no way, De Xian, don't tell me I have to stay in the 6-person dorm." This made De Xian feel embarrassed and caught Ruoshi's attention. Bai Yi leaned close to Ruoshi and made a lewd expression. He said, "We are one family, and people who are one family should be together. Don't you think that's right?" Ruoshi, embarrassed yet angry, replied, "While I'm not angry yet, you'd better leave and go somewhere else." Seeing Bai Yi seemed to be paying attention, De Xian thought this was a good opportunity to earn some points. He asked, "Should our whole group participate? It seems the competition starts tomorrow." Hearing that this was a good chance to earn points, Bai Yi confidently said, "Not only should they participate, but they must also secure first place." Finally, the day of the competition arrived, and the registration area was crowded with participants. Seeing Bai Yi and his team, many candidates were surprised to see him signing up for this competition. They knew that Bai Yi had a high chance, so when betting on him, the highest rank could yield a return of 20 times. One person, who overheard the conversation, was also surprised, so, if you bet 10 points, you could win back 200 points? Such talks could not escape Bai Yi's ears. Upon hearing the opportunity to earn points, his eyes lit up, surprised that there was such a good chance. A girl with pink hair and delicate ears, noticing Bai Yi, was also surprised, not understanding what he was doing here. Bai Yi turned around and, upon seeing the person who called him, his expression darkened. The one who called him was Xiaokola, a half-beast race member, level 26, with an SSS potential. Her talent was that with one station, everything would be completed. Her archery speed was increased by 50%. Her profession was Thunderfire Archer, with attributes, Strength 205, Physique 176, Agility 225, and Spirit 182. She was a small but powerful force. She waved at Bai Yi as she approached. Bai Yi walked up to Xiaokola and wondered, is she really the student council president? But what he really wanted to ask was why her parents were even acquainted with each other. Xiaokola confirmed that she was indeed the president of the student council, and she didn't know why Bai Yi needed to find her. Bai Yi awkwardly scratched his head and looked away. He simply wanted to know if he could place a bet on himself. Hearing Bai Yi's question, Xiaokola thought for a moment. Normally, this wouldn't be possible. However, since Bai Yi was quite special, she moved closer. "If you want to use the freshman privilege to place a bet, you can bet on yourself," she added, "so I can make an exception for you." Bai Yi looked concerned and asked, "I wonder how many points this privilege could change." He didn't care much about the points, but his face was turning red because Xiaokola was standing so close. Xiaokola held up 2 fingers and assured him that she would give Bai Yi 200 points. Hearing that, he cheered up again, as the number seemed generous. She then presented a contract and told Bai Yi to sign it. "All you need to do is sign your name." He eagerly signed his name immediately and praised the competition. "It's really official, isn't it?" Suddenly, a loud voice from somewhere commanded everyone to look. "Is this professional? Is this the pinnacle of human combat strength?" Upon hearing that, Bai Yi hurriedly turned his head to look. Up above, there was a large man. He was reassuring everyone. Then, he introduced himself as Qin Tianfu, the founder of Tianfu University. He would now announce the rules of the competition. This time, the competition would use a personal arena combat method, divided into 2 stages. The first stage was a mass elimination, lasting 2 hours. The second stage would involve a final showdown to determine the champion. Everyone listened in silence as Qin Tianfu explained the competition, with 100 arenas in the fighting area, representing 100 participants. What everyone had to do in these 2 hours was continuously attack and defend to determine the top 100. After finishing, he declared the competition officially began and signaled for everyone to rush to the arena. The contestants, upon hearing the command, immediately acted. People jostled and pushed each other. Someone said, "Don't block my way. I'm the one aiming for first place." Seeing everyone quickly rushing to grab an arena, Decien said to Bai Yi, "Their group needs to act quickly too." But Ruoshi thought that rushing in at the start would definitely lead to injuries. What was important was to preserve their strength. Bai Yi agreed with this point of view. Decien followed their advice, and he too wondered what they would do now that they weren't going to fight on the arena. Ruoshi took out the recovery medicine she had stored, while Bai Yi began to check the equipment. Seeing that his teammates were fully prepared, he couldn't help but wonder when the two had secretly trained together to develop such good teamwork. Decien reached into his backpack, found something, and told everyone to take it. Bai Yi didn't understand what it was, and Decien explained that it was food he had made the night before. Although it wasn't as effective as the recovery medicine, it could still be useful in an emergency. Bai Yi praised Decien for doing well, realizing that he had come prepared too. Hearing the compliment, Decien's nose twitched, and he proudly responded, "Of course." The time had come. When Su Ruoshi called for everyone to start moving out, Bai Yi, Su Ruoshi, and Decien were ready to step into the battle, determined to secure first place. The lights were turned on, and to their surprise, in just a few minutes, the arena had filled up completely. Bai Yi and his teammates couldn't believe their eyes. Decien even thought it might have been a mistake, but now this was the reality. So, what should they do now? Bai Yi calmly reassured his teammates, "It's alright, according to the plan, they weren't supposed to go first anyway." Decien was still confused, but they have to go up, because otherwise, they won't make it past this round. Bai Yi smiled slyly and confidently replied, "Of course, they have to go." He propped himself up with his hands and said with a serious expression, "Everyone, step aside." He was about to make a move and use some special skill, leaving Decien and Su Ruoshi both surprised. Bai Yi reminded everyone to keep in mind the key point of the first stage, which is not to challenge the strong, but to avoid them. Decien misunderstood Bai Yi's message, thinking they should avoid those who were on the fighting stage. He replied, "It's not entirely like that." Bai Yi put his arm around their shoulders and whispered, 1, 6, 9, 12, 24. These are all new students with SSS level potential. Stay away from them and attack other stages. Su Ruoshi asked, "Which stage should we focus on?" After observing for a while, Bai Yi responded, "You should go for stage number 3. Soon after, Bai Yi and his teammates began preparing to take action. He reminded them, "Let's split up and try to take it down before the light turns gray." Below the fighting stage, everyone was neatly lined up, waiting for their turn. Bai Yi emerged from behind and said, "Could everyone please show me some favor and let me go up first?" Some people recognized him, while others noticed such a strong opponent. Everyone advised each other to give up, as they were sure they couldn't match Bai Yi. It would be better to challenge someone else. Immediately, they all backed down and moved to other stages. Bai Yi smiled brightly and said, "Thank you, everyone, and I wish you all smooth sailing." On the fighting stage, the two contestants were still focused on the competition. Bai Yi, standing outside, slowly entered. Where did he get a mat from? This was also the moment when the teachers slammed stones onto the floor. Bai Yi leisurely ate candy and propped up his legs. He advised the red-haired guy to use more strength, otherwise how could he possibly defeat his opponent? Perhaps due to the long wait, he was getting a little impatient, so he told the two amateurs to stop messing around. Just watching them was already exhausting. The blue-haired and red-haired contestants were irritated by Bai Yi's interference. They thought he lacked integrity. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a brick flew straight into the blue-haired guy's head, to the astonishment of both. The blue-haired guy, furious, assumed it was the red-haired one's doing, and cursed him for also lacking integrity. Since it wasn't his doing, the red-haired guy denied it. After knocking the red-haired guy out, the blue-haired contestant looked around to find who was behind the stunt. Turned out it was Bai Yi. He was currently up high, holding a brick. The blue-haired guy couldn't understand how Bai Yi got up there in just a blink. Before he could even react, Bai Yi hurled a brick straight into the blue-haired guy's face, giving him no time to dodge. He took the full hit. His face swelled up, and blood poured from his nose without stopping. The blue-haired guy accused Bai Yi of lacking martial virtues, shameless, despicable, vile. Truly Western martial arts, 1/3 of a brick is better than all our techniques. Bai Yi proudly held the brick in his hand. Joyfully, he thought, this really is the most effective. One hit is all it takes to knock someone silly. Bai Yi stood confidently on the arena floor and declared loudly, "Everyone, hurry up and send someone to challenge me." At this moment, Bai Yi was overjoyed because he was about to earn more accumulated points. However, in contrast to his expectations, after everyone witnessed the match, everyone thought that only a fool would challenge Bai Yi. Challenging him was no different than going somewhere else to try their luck. Seeing everyone leaving because they were afraid of losing to him, Bai Yi hurriedly stopped them, telling them not to go and that he could also concede. But no matter what he did, no one came back. Bai Yi cried, wondering if this was the loneliness of being a champion. Bai Yi shouted, "I hope the leaders can change the rules a bit. I promise that if anyone defeats me, I will give them all of my accumulated points." Upon hearing Bai Yi's plea, the leaders, who were sitting and discussing what to do, turned to Qin Tianfu for his opinion on Bai Yi's proposal. One of the leaders nodded in agreement with Bai Yi's request and said they should follow his suggestion. Qin Tianfu stood up and agreed with the proposal. The others, after hearing the command, immediately grabbed their weapons and headed straight toward Bai Yi. They all hoped to defeat him to gain the 120 points. Everyone believed they could defeat Bai Yi and claim those 120 points. As for Bai Yi, he thought the saying that people would risk their lives for profit, even 300%, was very accurate. He believed, those rushing up here are all brave warriors. A girl with black hair jumped onto the stage from somewhere. She introduced herself as Su Xiaoxiao and challenged him to a duel. Bai Yi was not particularly interested in the challenge because the only thing in his eyes was the girl's chest. He thought to himself that the football probably wasn't that big either. He gasped at the scorching hot figure of Su Xiaoxiao. Bai Yi replied, "I don't hit women, but if you're not as good as them, it's better to get to know each other and maybe form a relationship." Su Xiaoxiao saw Bai Yi taking the initiative to be kind and mistakenly thought he wanted to give her some points, making her happy. Once again, Su Xiaoxiao introduced her name and where she came from, but before she could finish, Bai Yi already knew she was from Shibu City. Su Xiaoxiao blushed and couldn't understand how he knew. Had he been there before? At some point, Bai Yi had appeared in front of her, with a rose in his mouth. He acted cool and explained that it was his mother's hometown. Because of this, ever since she saw Bai Yi, she felt incredibly close to him. Bai Yi ran his fingers through his hair, playing the part of the charming guy as he handed the rose to her. He thought, maybe this is destiny, and I don't know if my classmate has a boyfriend yet. Su Xiaoxiao smiled warmly, waving her hand to confirm, "I don't have a boyfriend yet." The audience around them felt uncomfortable, wondering whether they had come to participate in a freshman competition or to watch a love show like this. Some people felt it was really unfair that while they were in the middle of an exam, suddenly they were served this kind of dog food moment. Another person raised their middle finger right in Bai Yi's face and cursed, "You're shameless, you flirt with every girl you see." At this moment, Su Xiaoxiao still believed she could score Bai Yi's points, so she happily adjusted her hair, trying to look charming. Suddenly, Bai Yi spun around 180 degrees, grabbed a brick, and without hesitation, smashed it straight into her face. With a single blow, Su Xiaoxiao collapsed to the ground, while Bai Yi wore a sinister smile, holding the brick in his hand. He knew that women would only slow him down in pulling out bricks. The referee, holding Bai Yi's hand, announced, "Su Xiaoxiao's challenge has failed. Bai Yi has successfully defended the arena." The people who had just cursed at him were in disbelief, feeling, it's really surprising, that even a beautiful girl like her, he would actually strike. And on top of that, he even played the trick of seducing the enemy first, completely disregarding any moral standards. Seeing that all his teammates had successfully taken over their arenas or were doing well, Tsuruoshi, noticing that he was looking at her, raised her finger to signal that she had succeeded. On her side, everything was also going smoothly. The referee announced, "Contestant Tsuruoshi has successfully leveled up. Arena 66 is now deactivated." Seeing that his teammate had leveled up, he thought to himself, "I need to try harder." Bai pointed down to the arena and asked, "Is there anyone else who wants to challenge me? Hurry up and come up here." Suddenly, from behind him, a contestant jumped up from below, a young man with light brown hair, declaring that he wanted to challenge Bai. The crowd in the stands buzzed once again. It turned out to be Gao Huan. They hadn't expected Gao Huan to challenge Bai, given that he possessed A+ potential. Everyone thought that this time, Bai had finally met his match. Upon hearing that he might have found someone of equal skill, Bai felt a bit disappointed because Gao Huan's attributes weren't as impressive as his own. Bai slowly walked over, raised his hand, and tried to introduce himself to Gao Huan. However, after witnessing Bai's earlier battle for the position, Gao Huan wasn't fooled. He told Bai to shut up because his words weren't trustworthy. Gao Huan then leaped up and threw a punch straight at Bai's face. Even though Gao Huan launched a sudden attack with great force, Bai easily dodged the blow with calm and grace. Bai wondered why Gao Huan didn't take a moment to listen to others first. Upon seeing Bai's speed, Gao Huan felt it was too fast. Before Gao Huan could think of his next move, Bai had already moved to another position. In his hand, Bai was holding his beloved brick, ready to knock Gao Huan out at any moment. With a single strike to the back, Gao Huan's head hit the ground with a lump forming on his skull, and foam appeared at the corners of his mouth. He passed out instantly. Bai originally wanted to give him a chance to show his abilities, but he never expected him to be this useless. Witnessing the entire event unfold, one of the leaders asked, "Did anyone notice anything strange?" Another person speculated, "Could it be that Bai's attributes are problematic?" At that moment, on stage, a potential B-level mutant was preparing to challenge Bai, while the leaders were reading his profile introduction. Potential forced into a passerby career, full-spectrum talent, able to see all hidden information. Strength 59, Stamina 59, Agility 59, Mental Strength 59. The leader in the red robe was so shocked that he blurted out, "How could this happen?" The leader in the blue robe, also puzzled, couldn't understand. At level 6, all attributes are 59 points. How can this be? He was extremely surprised. Is this the score that an F-level potential can have? While the leaders were growing increasingly anxious, on the battlefield, there was no one left except Bai, the referee, and the birds in the sky. After the battles, Bai still felt drowsy because they had been too easy to defeat. With just one punch, his opponent flew straight into the sky, leaving the referee dumbfounded by the speed. After knocking out all the opponents, Bai stood with his arms crossed, exuding confidence. The referee declared once more, "The winner is still Bai." In the next round, Bai was just about to throw a brick when the opponent, unable to react in time, was already kneeling and crying, begging him for mercy. The referee was exhausted from constantly announcing Bai as the winner. Standing on the stage with a proud and joyful expression, he said, "Being a champion is so lonely indeed." On the other hand, Kalap was furious, having fallen right into the trap Bai had set. After 10 minutes passed, the referee, holding Bai's hand, loudly declared, "Contestant Bai has successfully advanced to the next level. The next stage will begin in the afternoon. The results of the battle will be announced after the first phase ends." Bai slipped his hands into his pockets, his face filled with confidence, and did not forget to thank the referee. Immediately after, Ruoshi splashed Bai with a cold dose of reality. She slowly emphasized that he was too slow and gave him a thumbs down as if to say he was a failure. Seeing Ruoshi's attitude, Bai felt the fire of anger rise in his chest. He made a firm resolve that next time, he would show her what real speed was. Bai slowly stepped down from the competition stage. As he approached her, She remarked that she had no idea how the rules for the afternoon's competition would unfold, only hoping that the two of them wouldn't run into each other right at the beginning. Bai, unbothered by this, patted her shoulder and said, "Forget about that, it's already happened. First things first, let's go eat something." After the three of them gathered together, they went to the dining hall to prepare for a meal. But strangely, when they reached the door of the dining hall, neither of the two young men continued forward. She didn't understand why both of them stopped. Bai explained that he wasn't hungry, then turned to ask Decien if he felt hungry. Immediately, Decien found it very coincidental because he wasn't particularly hungry either, so he suggested they leave. It turned out that the buffet in the dining hall charged 1 point per person, and they no longer accepted transactions in gold coins. When she learned the reason, she found it amusing. She said, "How about if you two call me sister, then I'll treat both of you today." Hearing she say that, Decien felt frustrated and couldn't understand why she was joking like that. Even if both of them starved to death today, they would never call her sister. In contrast to Decien, Bai had no hesitation in calling Ruashi sister. He said, "Don't mind that fool, let's go eat." This left Decien speechless with anger. As they entered the dining hall, the two young men seemed very hungry. They ate large bites quickly, so much so that Ruashi didn't know what to say. While they were enjoying their meal, a stranger suddenly approached and asked if Bai was the one he was looking for. The stranger walked closer to their table. It turned out he was Lin Bo, a fool who had come to cause trouble with Bai, and he was immediately kicked out without any hesitation. Bai held the lobster in his hand with a cold and emotionless gaze. He shook his head slightly and said, "I don't like signing for men." Just as he refused to sign for the man, another person across from him, equally cold, said, "He didn't come to you for your signature." Bai innocently asked the man across from him, "Do you want to shake hands?" Then, he casually extended his hand toward him. Despite having dirty hands from holding the lobster, Bai still decided to shake hands with the man across from him. The man shouted in anger, complaining about Bai's filthy hands when he had just been holding the lobster. Bai awkwardly said he didn't mind. While the man was still very angry, suddenly Bai raised his hands and touched the man's clothes, making him panic. Seeing this, the man became even angrier. After wiping his hands on the man's clothes, Bai looked at his hands with a smug smile and said in a sarcastic tone, "Sorry about that, my friend, now my hands are clean." This made the man's anger more evident in his eyes. He became red with fury and was about to charge at Bai, thinking, "He's really too much, acting like that." Seeing the man about to rush at him, Bai immediately called for backup, and right away, a woman dressed in a sexy outfit with a beauty mark on her lip appeared. He appeared suddenly in front of you, causing the man to stop in shock and confusion. But he didn't manage to break in time, accidentally squeezing the ant's chest, which immediately made the atmosphere tense and awkward. Seeing this, Bai shouted loudly, "That guy has the audacity to sneak attack while she's cooking." All eyes turned toward him, filled with confusion and surprise. The man still didn't remove his hand from the ant's chest, his face full of fear and trembling. He said, "If I say I didn't mean to, would you believe me?" While his panicked gaze reflected his unease, the ant, furious, her eyes blazing with anger, asked him, "What do you think you're doing?" Before suddenly delivering a strong punch that made him stagger back in pain and surprise. The crowd buzzed with chatter, and Bai couldn't help but joke, "No wonder she's such a great cook. Just watching that slap, I feel the pain." Many people laughed. Nearby, someone else commented sarcastically, "With that small frame of his, he'd probably be knocked out of the way if he got slapped again." Meanwhile, the man trembled, his face pale, desperately trying to justify himself, "I told you, it wasn't on purpose." But the panic was still evident on his face. The teacher stormed in, his expression showing clear frustration, and shouted, "You two caused this trouble, didn't you?" The tension in the air increased even further. Bai calmly responded, "It has nothing to do with him. He's the victim." But immediately, the man yelled out, "You dare say you're not involved? Try saying that again." With an angry and determined expression, Bai immediately ran over to hug the teacher's arm and said, I've always been well behaved when it comes to eating, and it was that classmate who came over to shake hands, but the result was that he sneaked up on me and hit me." Upon hearing this, the people around, including the one who had just been struck, felt disgusted and nauseated by Bai's lies. The person who had been hit angrily charged forward to question Bai, "Who are you to drag the cook into this?" However, Bai remained calm and replied, "It's just a matter of skill." The people standing around were extremely surprised by Bai's shamelessness. They thought he was incredibly brazen, but Lili's response was loud and confident, which caught them off guard. After hearing this, the teacher spoke up to question Bai, "Did you really use the cook to take the hit for you?" Bai shook his head and said, "His skill was a fluke, and even the school leaders are aware of it." After saying that, Bai pointed at the other person and said, "He's the key point. He starts attacking the moment things don't go his way, completely ignoring the school's rules and the dining hall's order. I suggest he be punished by scrubbing the dining hall's toilets for 100 years. Hearing this, the other person angrily shouted, "Bai, you're just spitting nonsense." The teacher, unwilling to back down, gestured for both of them to stop arguing and said, "I won't report this to the school, but injuring school staff means you'll have to compensate financially." After hearing this, everyone turned and left. Bai was incredibly pleased, as he hadn't been punished. He looked at his friend and said, "We should leave now and quickly prepare for the afternoon exam." He was confident, as if everything was already in his control. His friend couldn't hide his disbelief, exclaiming, "Bai is truly at the top, making everyone pay attention." Meanwhile, the other person quietly fumed, wondering, "Why is it that only I was punished, while Bai easily escaped any punishment?" As they walked, Ruoshi turned to remind Bai, "If we meet in the competition later, make sure not to hold back." Hearing this, Bai replied, "Even if I have to call you dad, you still want to have a proper match to settle things, don't you?" Ruoshi firmly confirmed, "I'll face Bai in a match to decide who's superior, even if I have to call him dad." In the heated atmosphere of the arena, the cheers of the crowd echoed like thunder, enveloping the space in a frenzy of excitement. The teacher's stern voice rang out, announcing, "The next round will be the final stage of the freshman competition." This announcement made the atmosphere in the auditorium tense and full of anticipation. Among the crowd listening intently, the teacher's voice grew stronger, emphasizing that this was not only the final round but also the battle everyone had been waiting for, making the air crackle with excitement and expectation. Ruoshi recalled the moment when she had seriously told Bai, "If we face each other in the competition, don't hold back." At that time, Bai had smiled and asked, "So, if I have to call you dad, are we really going to have a proper showdown?" Thinking of Bai's words, Ruoshi stamped her foot hard on the ground, feeling frustrated by his dominance, which made her friends around her confused. They all simultaneously asked her, "What's wrong?" and thought, "Ruoshi seems a bit strange today." Looking over at Bai, Ruoshi saw him with his arm around a friend, flashing a pleased smile, seemingly completely unaware of the emotions rising within her. Bai raised his hand, signaling for Ruoshi to look toward him, but that gesture only made her more angry, her heart full of frustration at his carefree attitude. Suddenly, the teacher's voice echoed throughout the arena, announcing that, in order to ensure fairness in the competition, a random selection method would be used and that everyone should look at the screen. Upon hearing this, everyone silently hoped they wouldn't be eliminated in the first round, while Bai remained calm and unconcerned about the upcoming situation. The first match was between Bai and Hoing T, while Ruoshi would compete against Bu Cun, creating an atmosphere of suspense and anticipation among everyone. Both Ruoshi and Bai breathed a sigh of relief, feeling fortunate that they wouldn't be facing each other in this round. Suddenly, Ruoshi turned and called out to Bai, catching his attention as he looked at her with a puzzled expression. Ruoshi didn't meet his gaze directly, her voice firm and determined as she emphasized, "You better do your best and don't let anyone beat you except me." The air between them became both serious and filled with excitement. Bai was bewildered by Ruoshi's words, clearly sensing that she was cold on the outside but warm on the inside, which made him chuckle at her adorableness. After a moment of thought, Bai turned his head, pretended to cough, and then said, "It seems like you'll have to try harder to make the atmosphere lighter and more joyful." At that moment, a girl stepped onto the arena. She was Huang Lu, a magician with S-level potential and an almost indiscernible talent. All her arcane skills became more tangible than ever. When she appeared, Bai Yi thought to himself that it was probably her. Sensing the power hidden within, Bai Yi stood confidently and said, "Don't worry, I won't hit a girl." But Huang Lu responded quickly, replying, "Not a chance." Bai Yi assured her that he was ready to begin the fight, and Huang Lu responded, "I'm ready too, for the upcoming battle." Huang Lu sternly asked if Bai Yi was the person she thought he was, to which Bai Yi casually replied, "It seems your vigilance is quite high." Bai Yi juggled something that looked like a precious artifact, which usually helped him, and thought to himself, "It seems the Guardian's presence doesn't have much effect on Huang Lu, as she has a stronger mental power than me." Bai Yi anxiously thought to himself, "This isn't good," as he realized that Huang Lu's strength far exceeded what he had anticipated. Bai Yi stood there, staring at Huang Lu with a confused expression, feeling as though everything was spiraling out of his control. Bai Yi thought to himself, "What's going on here?" Meanwhile, Huang Lu stood with her arms crossed, wearing a slight smile that conveyed a confidence bordering on arrogance. The crowd murmured excitedly, saying that Bai Yi's opponent was Huang Lu, and he was sure to suffer in this match. Suddenly, Bai Yi spoke confidently, "This is just an illusion." Then, with a smirk, he asked, "You're Huang Lu, right?" Bai Yi stood tall, his gaze full of confidence. In his mind, he realized, "This is an illusion, and I figured out what's going on with Huang Lu." He understood that she wasn't just strong, but also knew how to manipulate her opponent's mind. Out of nowhere, Bai Yi pointed at Huang Lu, his face showing complete confidence as he said, "Out of respect for you, I'll only use half of my strength to deal with you." No sooner had he finished speaking than Huang Lu charged at him with a knife flashing through the air. However, Bai Yi quickly saw the move coming and responded in time, bracing himself for her unexpected attack. The two collided, engaging in a fierce battle. The clash of weapons echoed in the air, each strike powerful and swift. Seeing this, Huang Lu shouted in frustration, "Damn it!" Anger flared within her as she relentlessly increased the intensity of her attacks on Bai Yi. Immediately, Huang Lu disappeared, leaving Bai Yi confused, thinking she must have used invisibility. This forced him to be more alert than ever in this fight. Bai Yi let out a heavy sigh, feeling angry, while Huang Lu used her invisibility to dart past him, making him quickly react to avoid a surprise attack. However, Bai Yi quickly pinpointed Huang Lu's location, raised his weapon, and confidently said, "I've found her." He then threw his weapon towards Huang Lu, causing her to panic and forcing her to quickly respond to dodge the sudden strike. But Huang Lu couldn't evade in time, taking the hit and flying backward. Even so, in her heart, she thought, "This can't be it. This must just be a coincidence. I can't let Bai Yi underestimate me." With fierce determination, Bai Yi rushed toward Huang Lu, his eyes filled with resolve and confidence, saying, "I've got her now." Bai Yi continued his relentless attacks, each blow powerful and precise, sending Huang Lu flying without time to defend herself, creating an overwhelming advantage for him. As Huang Lu was sent flying back, Bai Yi confidently said, "This isn't over." His determination to win this fight was crystal clear. He kept landing swift, lightning-fast strikes on Huang Lu, leaving her no time to counterattack or find a chance to escape. Seeing this, the teacher angrily slammed the table, saying, "Bai Yi has lost his mind. We can't let this match spiral out of control." At that moment, Huang Lu, her face covered in bruises, raised her trembling hand and uttered a surrender, clearly exhausted after the intense battle. The teacher announced, "In this match, Bai Yi used his innate talent to defeat contestant Huang Lu, securing victory and congratulating him on advancing to the top 16. Bai Yi confidently looked at Huang Lu, who was painfully lying on the ground, and arrogantly said, "How lonely it is to be the champion." His words clearly displayed his arrogance after the victory. At that moment, the medical team had already used a stretcher to carry Huang Lu away, under the confused gazes of everyone present. They couldn't understand how the goddess Huang Lu could have been beaten to this extent, creating astonishment and surprise among the crowd. Two young men were engaged in a heated discussion, and the one with long hair spoke up and asked, "Compared to this, aren't you guys curious why Bai Yi was able to see Huang Lu when she used her invisibility skill?" The other responded, I've seen Huang Lu's invisibility technique several times, and it's not something ordinary. But why Bai Yi was able to see her in this situation is truly surprising. The sky had turned golden as the gentle sunlight filtered through the leaves. Bai Yi leisurely sat on a chair under a tree, enjoying a cold ice cream, his face calm and relaxed after the tension of the match. He tilted his head to the sky, took a deep breath, and said, How beautiful life is. He savored each moment of peace after everything he had gone through. After eating to his heart's content, Bai Yi sat on the chair, holding his full stomach, his face expressing satisfaction as he relished the contentment after a delicious meal. Suddenly, from the bushes behind him, a group of people rushed forward, covering Bai Yi's face with a plastic bag and shouting loudly, We're going to beat him up to avenge goddess Huang Lu. It completely took you by surprise, leaving you no time to react. Seeing this, Bai Yi shouted loudly, Someone, protect me immediately. The group of people who were attacked had no chance to defend themselves against his powerful counterattack. They were beaten to the point where they appeared neither human nor ghost, lying scattered on the ground, a pitiful sight in the face of Bai Yi's strength. The man holding the plastic bag stood watching in anger, shouting, Who's attacking him? He found it hard to believe the situation unfolding before his eyes. Seeing this, Bai Yi hid behind a tree, with a mischievous expression, and called out loudly, De Xian. Looking over, the atmosphere became tense, yet also humorous, making De Xian furious, his face turning red. Enraged, he grabbed a knife and lunged at Bai Yi, shouting loudly, I knew it was you. I'll make sure you don't escape easily this time. After a while, the two paused, panting heavily. De Xian began to ask Bai Yi, Do you have a grudge against Huang Lu? Hearing this, Bai Yi replied, What I'm doing is still showing respect for her, and you really think your great figure has left such a deep mark in Huang Lu's heart? The scene shifts to the competition venue. The vast arena is filled with an intense atmosphere, and the audience is packed tightly. Cheers and cheers echo, and the dazzling lights illuminate every corner of the fighting floor, preparing for the intense battles about to unfold. The teacher stood on the stage, his voice booming as he announced, The top 16 competitors have been decided, and now we will proceed with the groupings for the next round of battles to secure a spot in the top rankings. Everyone, please look at the screen to follow the results. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the screen, and the air was thick with anticipation as they waited for the names of the contestants to be revealed for the upcoming intense battles. It was hard to believe that Bai Yi's opponent this time was a beautiful woman. To everyone's surprise, it was Li Jiaolu, who ranked third on the new goddess leaderboard, making the atmosphere even more tense and thrilling. The crowd was buzzing with chatter, I can't believe it's Li Jiaolu. Some people said that Bai Yi was like a beauty harvesting machine. Another person confidently stated, Bai Yi is truly terrifying. They pointed at the screen, showing Bai Yi's impressive achievements. This girl was Li Jiaolu, a fifth-level powerhouse, with a sharp beauty and exceptional talent that made everyone's gaze naturally fall upon her in admiration. Bai Yi confidently thought to himself that with his damnable charm, he was about to make a female student fall for his punch. Oops, he meant that his respect for her was about to make him more excited than ever. The referee stood between them, loudly asking if Li Jiaolu was ready. The tension filled the air as all eyes turned to her, waiting for her response. Li Jiaolu furrowed her brow as she looked at Bai Yi, wondering to herself, why did I have to face this guy Bai Yi? The man who claimed never to hit women. She couldn't help but feel a surge of confusion, casting doubt on her opponent's abilities. Bai Yi still confidently smiled in front of the opponent's confusion, his eyes sparkling like a challenge, making the atmosphere tense and promising a thrilling match. Li Jiaolu, in confusion, thought to herself, this is terrifying. A sense of unease spread within her as she faced Bai Yi's unwavering confidence. Suddenly, she raised her hand to ask the teacher if she had the right to withdraw from the competition, leaving everyone around her stunned and bewildered by this unexpected situation. People around her anxiously asked, What's going on? All eyes turned towards Li Jiaolu, not understanding why a contestant would want to withdraw just before the match started. Seeing Li Jiaolu turning to leave, Bai Yi hurriedly stopped her, saying, He's easy to defeat, you should at least try to spar a bit. Hoping she would change her mind, Bai Yi sighed in frustration, feeling that the competition had become boring without any opponent willing to take action. Suddenly, the crowd cheered the name of the goddess Ruoshi. The cheers echoed throughout the arena, creating an energetic atmosphere, with every gaze directed toward her, the one who was beloved and admired by all. Upon hearing this, Bai was deeply confused, wondering if the arena on the other side belonged to Ruoshi. A mixture of excitement and curiosity stirred within him as he thought about how she would showcase her abilities in this competition. On the other side of the arena, where Ruoshi was facing a giant opponent, he confidently said, "Ruoshi, just surrender. Normally, I don't fight women, I only love them in bed." His arrogant tone made the atmosphere even more tense, and Ruoshi felt a surge of anger. Before the sentence was even finished, Ruoshi swung her hand and slapped him hard, causing him to fall to the ground unexpectedly, embarrassed by her decisive action. She stood tall, her sharp gaze fixed on him, and said, "Normally, I don't hit men, but you're an exception for trash like you." Immediately, the teacher declared Su Ruoshi the winner. The crowd cheered her name loudly, not only calling her name but also shouting words of support, calling her a close friend, showing their enthusiastic backing for her. Bai, standing nearby, silently thought with pride, a move to subdue the enemy, truly worthy of Su Ruoshi. I really admire her strength and confidence. The crowd excitedly pointed to the screen, where the top 8 appeared. Within a short time, the top 8 had been revealed, to the surprise of everyone. No one had expected the competition to progress so quickly. Familiar faces showed up, making the atmosphere more lively than ever. The top 8 list included Bai, Ruoshi, Linbo, Yanjia, Ingdekai, Gao Huangtai, Jinbo, and Wei Shengjing. Each name carried great hope and potential, sparking discussions among the crowd about the upcoming battles. Who would shine, and who would be eliminated in this fierce competition? The crowd, still in disbelief, couldn't believe Bai had made it to the top 8. They murmured, "He's just an F-grade nobody, nothing special." Someone in the crowd spoke up, telling everyone to stop talking as the match had begun. All eyes were now on the arena, eagerly awaiting the intense performances from the top 8 contestants, full of excitement and anticipation. The first match in the top 8 was a showdown between Bai and Linbo. The atmosphere in the arena was tense and thrilling. All eyes in the audience were fixed on the two contestants. Linbo thought to himself, "I can't believe I have to face Bai in the first round. I'll teach him a lesson." Determination surged within him. He couldn't let someone like Bai embarrass him. Below the stands, the crowd was relentlessly cheering for both Linbo and Bai. The roar of the crowd echoed everywhere, and the atmosphere became electric, with every gaze focused on the two fighters. Linbo stood confidently, smirking as he said, "It's true, you never meet someone without a reason." Meanwhile, Bai clenched his fists, silently preparing himself. "Let's do this, old man." The fighting spirit within him rose. He wasn't going to let any opportunity slip by and was determined to prove himself in this match. In contrast, Bai walked around the stands, interacting with the audience like a beloved idol. He smiled brightly and accepted compliments on his handsome looks. Seeing this, Linbo was left speechless, unable to believe that his opponent could be so relaxed before such an important fight. In anger, he grabbed Bai by the collar, his face flushed with contempt at the way Bai was acting. But Bai simply smiled mischievously and teased, "The way you're acting makes it seem like you're trying to kiss me." At this, Linbo stepped back with an annoyed look and snapped, "Don't make me disgusted." His gaze betrayed both anger and sarcasm. Bai continued to tease him, "You work in the cafeteria, I wonder if you'll still be looking for him afterward." Linbo angrily denied and asked Bai if he had heard what he said. His eyes clearly showed frustration, unable to contain the rising anger within him. Bai continued to tease, "Does that slap still hurt?" This remark only made Linbo angrier. He shouted loudly, "Get lost." The tension between the two of them grew more and more intense. Linbo angrily asked if they could start the fight yet, as his sword could no longer be held back. The teacher looked at Bai and asked if he was ready. Bai, with a confident expression, replied, "We can start any time." The teacher shouted, "The match begins." The atmosphere became tense and full of anticipation. Bai remained calm, showing no signs of worry. When Lin Bo had already assumed his stance, his eyes were sharp, as if preparing for a fierce attack. Immediately, Bai Yi grabbed the teacher's hand and raised it high, declaring, "The match is over." This left everyone confused. No one understood what was happening. They looked at each other with puzzled expressions. Lin Bo was also stunned, unsure if Bai Yi was joking or if something had actually happened. Suddenly, Lin Bo flew into the air, a sense of unease rising in his chest. He thought to himself, "I can't control my body anymore." Everything around him seemed to blur, leaving only the feeling of confusion and fear. Seeing this, Bai Yi confidently said with a smug expression, "Thanks for walking right into my trap." A self-satisfied smile spread across his face. He couldn't believe his luck that his opponent had fallen so easily into such a simple trap. Saying that, Bai Yi lunged forward and struck with lightning speed, causing his opponent to collapse onto the arena floor, only able to gasp out two words cowardly before losing all strength to resist. Bai Yi stood tall, his eyes shining brightly, confident in his teacher's declaration of his victory. He affirmed, "My victory is one I wear with an uncontainable pride." The crowd began to stir, a wave of cheers erupted. "Oh my god, I think I'm about to become a fan of Bai Yi. That's an SS-level super genius, and yet he was defeated in one move. From today on, if Bai Yi agrees, I'll definitely be ready to come out for him. Suddenly, I'm really looking forward to his match with Su Ruoshi." The crowd continued to chant loudly. Hearing the praises, Bai Yi scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. "There are so many talented people here, countless geniuses I've beaten, being this strong is also a kind of burden." With that, he made his way down from the stands, where De Xian and Xia Kola were waiting for him. De Xian walked over and patted Bai Yi on the back in admiration, impressed that he was able to defeat Lin Bo so instantly. Bai Yi grinned broadly, full of self-satisfaction. "Huh, you should see who your Yi is." Xia Kola crossed his arms, looking indifferent and unimpressed. Someone's a bit too pleased with themselves, huh?" Upon hearing this, Bai Yi immediately turned to tease Xia Kola. "What's up, President Xia? Is that all you can say about my performance just now?" She glanced at him. If she praised him now, he would become overly confident, so she only said it to be polite. "It's okay, not bad." Hearing the compliment, he smiled brightly, feeling even more pleased with himself. "Thank you for the compliment, President Xia. I will definitely not disappoint your expectations." Having won the competition, seeing his overly confident attitude, Xia Kola was boiling with anger, even more upset than before. Don't get too proud too soon." She was furious and deeply regretted it, grinding her teeth, even biting her nails as she thought to herself, "If I had known, I wouldn't have accepted that bet with him. Now it's too late to fix it. It's so infuriating, that bastard. All I can do now is hope that Su Ruoshi beats Bai Yi." As she thought this, her gaze shifted toward the stands, looking at Ruoshi as she walked. The referee seemed exhausted, his face dripping with sweat, breathing heavily. He held the microphone and raised Ruoshi's hand. "Match at ring number 3 is over, the winner is Su Ruoshi." De Xian stood below, mouth agape, impressed. "Why is it that every time I watch Su Ruoshi, the referee raises her hand? She wins so quickly." Bai Yi, standing beside him, appeared calm, arms crossed as he responded, "Su Ruoshi's strength should not be underestimated, she's incredibly strong." At that moment, Shin Tianfu raised his hand toward the screen. "Now I will announce the top 4 list. Please take a look at the screen." On the screen, images of Bai Yi, Su Ruoshi, and 2 others appeared on the system. De Xian linked arms with Bai Yi and Ruoshi, smiling so broadly that his grin seemed unstoppable. Look, both of you have made it in." Bai Yi smiled. "Isn't that to be expected?" Ruoshi, however, looked displeased. "Take your hand off me." At that moment, Tianfu took the microphone and made an announcement. "Next, everyone will have a 10-minute break. After 10 minutes, the competition for the top 4 will officially begin." In the break room, De Xian held a bag of food in his left hand and, with his right, handed a loaf of bread to Ruoshi to help her gain some strength for the battle ahead. As she took the bread and was about to eat it, a hand appeared in front of her, holding a bottle of water. It was Bai Yi, smiling. If we meet later, I'll let you win. Hearing this, Ruoshi immediately stood up, lowered her head, and said resolutely, "You've said that 3 times now. And I don't want you to let me win. I want to face you head on and fight fairly." With that, she turned and walked out. She had been preparing herself for this battle for a long time. Bai Yi touched his nose, his expression proud, his cheeks slightly flushed as he watched her leave. No wonder she's the kind of woman who can attract me, she's so cool. After 10 minutes, an announcement rang out, the break time is over. The championship match officially begins. Please watch the screen. The screen immediately flickered to select the pairs for the match. Ruoshi would face the brown-haired guy, while Bai Yi would fight the blonde-haired guy. Bai Yi looked at the matchups with a gloomy expression and sighed to Ruoshi, "Looks like we won't get to face each other." Ruoshi coldly responded, "Such a pity." Whispers rose once again in the crowd. All 4 of them are geniuses, I wonder who will win. I think Bai Yi will definitely take it. At that moment, the 2 of them walked with an air of confidence, their demeanor full of strength. The other 2 stood looking at them, wearing sneers of disdain. The blonde-haired guy spoke up, "I still think Gao Huang has the upper hand." Suddenly, from somewhere, a hand was raised. It turned out to be the blonde-haired guy, who cautiously glanced at the referee. "I don't think I'm stronger than Lin Bo, so I intend to forfeit." The referee was immediately stunned, not understanding what was happening, and let out a confused sound. Even the other brown-haired guy raised his hand to concede. "I don't think I can defeat Su Ruoshi, so I forfeit too." Bai Yi and Ruoshi froze in shock, their eyes wide. This outcome, with such an easy win, had never been in their expectations. Bai Yi then looked at her and smiled, "Finally, we meet." Ruoshi also smiled with great satisfaction, "I won't go easy on you." The referee immediately shouted loudly. With the approval of the administration, this round was changed to the finals. The audience below was filled with excitement and cheered enthusiastically. "Go, goddess, go, goddess." Since Bai Yi and Su Ruoshi were facing each other, they were called to step onto the number 1 ring. The 2 individuals began to step into the ring, both staring directly into each other's eyes. Ruoshi spoke first, "Finally, we can have a proper match. This time, I absolutely won't hold back." Bai Yi pouted and scratched his head, "Wasn't it just the last competition where I stole first place from you? You look so pitiful, shy like a child being wrongly accused." As soon as the referee called for the start of the match, Ruoshi immediately charged forward at lightning speed. She raised her fist with a very determined look and punched straight toward Bai Yi without hesitation. Bai Yi quickly dodged the attack. If it had landed, he would have surely broken a tooth. Ruoshi was stunned, her eyes widening as she thought, "I actually dodged it." She yelled and continued, immediately lifting her leg to kick Bai Yi in the back. He didn't have time to avoid it, taking the full force of the blow. He turned his head to look back, thinking, SSS level potential really isn't easy to catch up with. The difference in attributes alone unless beauty actually works here. In the crowd around the target, there were 10 people, yet as he looked down, all he could hear were men shouting, "Goddess Ruoshi, please take care of that useless guy. Goddess, you're so beautiful, you're so beautiful." Bai Yi, after hearing this, couldn't hold back his tears. He cried silently, but 8 people still believed that Ruoshi was more beautiful, which was truly frustrating, though she was undeniably stunning. Ruoshi immediately provoked him, "Is that all you've got?" Upon hearing this, Bai Yi let out a snort, shot her a glare, and then swiftly rushed toward her, moving faster than he ever had in previous matches. He lifted his knee, preparing to kick her straight in the face. She sensed the move and was able to defend herself. Ruoshi, standing directly in front of him, immediately slipped behind Bai Yi with a speed faster than his, leaving him stunned. At that moment, she shifted to an offensive stance, raising her hand and striking down on Bai Yi's head. He couldn't react in time. The blow knocked him down immediately, and he quickly wiped the blood from his lips. Bai Yi exhaled and thought to himself, "It seems I'll have to go all out now." He stared directly at Ruoshi and encouraged her, if that's the case, I'll have to give it my all. As soon as he finished speaking, dark clouds gathered overhead, accompanied by a loud rumble of thunder. All of it focused on the spot where Ruoshi stood, with her sword raised high. The bolts of thunder appeared on her arms, and she furrowed her brows, gritting her teeth. Suddenly, with the speed of lightning, she grabbed her sword and rushed toward Bai. Bai was stunned by this sight. Ruoshi charged at Bai and struck continuously, she said. He, on the other hand, kept jumping back to avoid her. Then, she continued charging, slashing repeatedly, but he still kept dodging without retaliating against Ruoshi. He dodged with great agility, but he knew that Ruoshi's skills had the potential to paralyze him severely. If they made direct contact, his body would immediately go numb. Ruoshi became furious when she saw Bai not counterattacking, and shouted, "Is all you know how to do is run away?" She lowered her sword and pointed the tip of it straight up to the sky. "Then let's see how you run away from this next move." A surge of thunder surrounded her. She suddenly raised her sword to the sky, and the shadow of some kind of creature appeared amidst the towering high-voltage current, like a swirling tornado. The referee was also stunned by this power. Is this the Golden Thunder Dragon Toad skill? The audience was just as awestruck. This is something that could go down in the records. Can Bai withstand it? At that moment, a gigantic thunder dragon rushed toward Bai. He knew that if he took this hit, it would be game over, and he wouldn't just be out of the fight, he'd be out for good. She commanded her fierce, blindingly bright thunder dragon. Watch closely, this is the Golden Thunder Dragon Toad skill. The savage dragon, with its mouth wide open and dagger-sharp fangs, charged straight toward Bai. Of course, Bai wasn't about to back down. Watch my skill, someone, come assist me. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure from the stands shot toward him with a golden light, moving like lightning. He immediately took the blow meant for Bai. This block caused him to take the full force of the dragon's attack. He gasped, "Damn it." Before he could finish his sentence, a huge explosion erupted in the sky, bright as fireworks. Anyone who saw it would have thought the competition was over. The referee signaled that Bai had lost. Oh my god, is this really the genius at the top level? Wait a minute, everyone, look over there. Someone in the stands saw something that seemed quite surprising. To their astonishment, the one lying on the floor wasn't Bai, but another unfortunate young man, struck by a barrage of lightning, smoke billowing off him like burnt charcoal. On top of that, his hair had turned into a curly mess, like instant noodles. Bai placed a hand on his shoulder to comfort him. "You've done well, my brother." Tianfu, with a devastated expression, could only say, "The competition continues, no one has broken the rules." Ruoshi remained stubborn, refusing to concede, and threatened Bai, "You can still admit defeat now." Bai, however, was not one to back down, nor would he ever give up. He provocatively responded to Ruoshi, "I hope you won't regret this." He continued, declaring, "If that's the case, then of course I must give my all." "Be careful, Ruoshi." Ruoshi, pleased with this attitude, smiled and said, "So, you're finally taking this seriously? But unfortunately, you're about to lose." With that, she raised her sword again. The blade crackled with a powerful electric current. Sakura, watching from below, smiled smugly at Ruoshi, saying, "As expected from the person I've been watching, Bai is about to lose." Ruoshi began her attack, and on the arena, lightning bolts shot out like a tornado of electricity, heading straight for Bai. This move was more intense than a tightly pulled string. Bai felt anxious, thinking, "I'm done for. If Ruoshi's skill hits me like this, I'll be paralyzed instantly." His face was filled with discomfort, frowning and grinding his teeth. Realizing the danger, he quickly resorted to his old move. "Guards! Help me!" As soon as he shouted, Ruoshi froze, her body stiff and unmoving, right in front of him. She stood there, dazed and confused, not understanding what was happening. Her eyes glazed over, staring blankly ahead. Taking advantage of this moment, Bai swiftly landed a blow to her face, causing her to snap out of her daze. she let out a soft grunt. Startled, Ruoshi immediately recoiled backward to avoid Baiyi's follow-up strike. You warned Ruoshi once again, admit defeat, you're no match for me. But everyone knew that with Ruoshi's personality, she definitely wouldn't give up. She immediately rushed forward again. I won't admit defeat. If you have the ability, knock me out. At that moment, Baiyi already had a brick in hand, his legs spread wide, staring straight into her eyes. If that's the case, then I'm sorry. With that, Baiyi immediately made a move. Ruoshi, rushing toward him at high speed, was immediately stopped in her tracks and couldn't move. She clicked her tongue, thinking to herself, damn it, I can't move. Baiyi leaned in close to her, suddenly whispering into her ear. If you don't admit defeat now, next time I'll smack your butt in front of everyone. Hearing that, Ruoshi, who didn't want to lose, had no choice but to give in. She could only think this guy was such a shameless jerk. She yelled out in embarrassment, her face turning completely red. Fine, I admit defeat. Baiyi, however, acted as if he were completely innocent. The referee immediately declared. Su Ruoshi concedes, Baiyi wins. The men in the stands were stunned. No way, Baiyi really won? We just witnessed history. Even the dog stared, barking once. Xiaokola, furious, punched the tree beside her. Damn it, I can't believe he really won. It's driving me crazy. Her eyes were bloodshot. Tianfu grabbed Baiyi's hand and declared. Then, the champion of this year's freshman competition is Baiyi. Tianfu immediately asked him swiftly, believing that everyone had the same doubts as him. Now, let's invite Baiyi to answer for us. He was startled and asked back, do I really have to say it? The old man, seeing that he was reluctant to answer, tried to appease him. Try explaining, I'll reward you with 100 points. Baiyi twirled his ear and demanded more. 1,000 points. Take it or leave it. He spoke so nonchalantly because he thought, Xiaokola still owes me 4,000 points, what's an extra 100? Qin Tianfu looked at him directly, offering a price. 300. His tone was very firm. Baiyi was about to raise his hand for a 4, but the old man interrupted him first, alright, 400. I won't force you. Unable to ask for more, Baiyi reluctantly took the microphone and spoke comfortably. Let me explain a bit. The reason the referee and Ruoshi could appear before me is because my skill allows me to forcibly summon them. Tianfu, somewhat confused, asked him again, so, is that really the case? What quality does this skill have? He crossed his arms and replied, as for my crucial secret? That's another price. At that, the old Tianfu immediately announced, then the freshman competition will end here. Next, it's time for the academy selection. Baiyi was livid, his face turning red and his whole body boiling with rage, almost losing his temper. That damn old man. Hearing your curse, the old man turned around and smirked. What can you possibly do to me? Later, in the university's lounge, inside a quiet room lit only by sunlight streaming through the window, Ruoshi and Baiyi were chatting. Holding a glass of water, he asked her, Ruoshi, which academy are you planning to choose? She thought for a moment and replied, unless something unexpected happens, it'll be the Combat Skills Academy. Suddenly, 4 people appeared and spoke up, it's great that both of you are here. We're the deans of the 4 major academies, Dean of the Support Faculty Academy, Ouyang Mushui, Dean of the Combat Skills Academy, Kobu-yi, Dean of the Martial Arts Academy, Yi Yanhu, and Dean of the Skill Research Academy, Nangong Yuan. Kobu-yi immediately stepped forward toward Ruoshi and greeted her cheerfully, we've just had a discussion, and student Su's metrics are an excellent fit for our Combat Skills Academy. I will personally mentor you. Then he promptly turned to Baiyi. As for student Baiyi, since you're unable to study conventional skills, we believe you're more suited to either the Martial Arts Academy or the Skill Research Academy. What's your opinion? Baiyi held his head and sighed. I have no opinion, it's just that I don't really know these 2 academies. As soon as the words were spoken, a fierce, intense battle of glances broke out between the two academies. Sparks flying from the eyes of the two principals were enough to pierce through a wall. Yi Yen, who quickly spoke up, "If you choose the martial arts academy, I will personally teach you and turn you into a martial arts master. Moreover, you will have full access to study all martial arts techniques at your leisure." Upon hearing this, Bai Yi immediately ran forward and asked, "Does that include high-level martial arts techniques?" The principal immediately nodded and replied, "Of course. As long as you want to learn, I will teach you." After hearing the answer, Bai Yi immediately put a hand on his chin, thinking it over. Although high-level martial arts techniques were beneficial, they weren't quite enough. Then, he turned to the other side and asked, "What about over here?" The principal on that side smiled and suggested, "As for me, I don't have anything particularly good to offer you, Bai, but if you don't mind, I could let you be a research assistant." Bai Yi immediately looked confused and asked, "Research assistant?" Principal Yen, who immediately jumped up in protest, "Mr. Yuan, that's a bit too much, don't you think?" Mr. Yuan stood with his arms crossed, confidently replying, "This was already approved by Old Man Tan. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare make such an offer." Upon hearing this, Bai Yi was about to reject the other side and said, "In that case, Principal DP." Mr. Yi immediately interrupted him, "Wait a moment." He then added, "If you come to my martial arts academy, I'll also let you be a teaching assistant." Upon hearing this, Mr. Yuan became extremely angry, clenching his fist and cursing Mr. Yi, "You're engaging in unfair competition." The fiery spirit from Mr. Yuan erupted, not small at all, but blazing brightly, reaching up to the sky. Kubu Yi, seeing the battle break out, stood nearby, eager to join in, also wanting to take Bai Yi for himself. Noticing this, Mr. Yi charged forward to join the fray, unwilling to be left out, thinking, "I want him too." So the three of them dove into a fierce quarrel, fighting to claim Bai Yi. "Bai Yi is mine, mine, mine." Neither side was willing to give in, and the battle became so intense that Bai Yi quickly intervened. "Teachers, please don't fight." However, his words had no effect at that moment. So, with his eyes burning with anger, he shouted loudly, "Enough!" The three were startled by his shout, which caused them to pause the scuffle. Bai Yi pretended to cough a few times before offering his solution. "Yen, teachers, don't let such a small matter affect the harmony between us. I have a suggestion. The children will choose which one to follow, the talented one who is already an adult. I want all of them." He clenched his fists with a proud expression. Indeed, having received such special treatment made him a bit too greedy. Bai Yi continued, "I'll visit each academy for 1 week, one after another." "Isn't that perfect?" All three academy heads simultaneously shouted loudly, "Agreed." Bai Yi smiled proudly, pleased that they had all agreed. "That's more like it." At this moment, from the vice principal's academy, Ouyang Mushue stepped forward and tapped Bai Yi on the shoulder. "The others have left, now it's time to discuss our own matters, shall we?" Bai Yi was surprised to hear this, not quite understanding what she meant. He looked at the woman who had tapped his shoulder, then asked, "What does Ouyang Mushue want to say to me?" Ouyang Mushue calmly sat down in a chair. Then, she raised her head, looked at him, and asked, "Have you awakened your secondary class yet?" Bai Yi replied truthfully, "I have awakened the SSS Potential Appraisal Master, while the Xian has awakened the A-level Potential Chef. As for Ruoshi, she hasn't used hers yet." Upon hearing Bai Yi's secondary class, Ouyang Mushue was shaken. A secondary class as an appraisal master, and with an SSS rank too. Truly a treasure, she thought. After a brief pause, she coughed lightly twice and suggested, "Bai Yi, de Xian, please step aside. We'll discuss this in more detail later." She then raised her head, looked at Ruoshi, and spoke in a deep voice, "Quickly use your secondary class book." Ruoshi nodded slightly and followed Ouyang Mushue's instructions. A burst of white light flashed, and as expected, to everyone's delight, 3 high-potential secondary classes appeared: SSS-level blacksmith, SS-level tailor, and S-level trainer. Seeing this, Ouyang Mushue was so excited that she stood up, patted Ruoshi on the shoulder, and laughed, "You really didn't disappoint me. Tonight, Ruoshi can follow me and learn." She then announced, "Desien, we will also arrange for a deputy director with a cooking profession to teach you how to cook. As for Bai Yi, I still need to think about it." However, before she had time to think, Bai Yi spoke up and interrupted, "You don't need to teach me some unconfirmed equipment. I only need 10%, that's enough." Oh, Yang Mushue didn't hesitate to agree but mentioned, "I still need to report the details of your secondary class skills." Bai Yi nodded comfortably, speaking in broken English as he responded. He was still very pleased with this outcome, as from now on, he wouldn't need to buy equipment for appraisal anymore. Afterward, everyone made plans to go eat, while Bai Yi went home to rest, comfortably lying on the large bed and falling into a deep sleep. However, at that moment, the sound of a message notification woke him up, showing that he had received 500 points. Bai Yi immediately woke up fully, sitting up to check. This was the number of points that Qin Tianfu had agreed to transfer to him, and he was still wondering when Xia Kuele's 4,000 points would arrive. Just as he finished speaking, the doorbell rang. He was slightly suspicious and went to check. Sure enough, through the surveillance, he saw Xia Kuele. It seemed that as soon as he mentioned her, she showed up. Bai Yi frowned as he looked at the person in front of him, coldly asking, "Who are you?" Xia Kuele replied with a playful smile, "I'm your father." Bai Yi, fully aware of her personality, shot back with the question, "Who's my father?" She quickly responded without hesitation, "I am." Upon hearing this, Bai Yi smiled smugly, opened the door, and said, "Good girl, come in." Xia Kuele snorted, cursing him, "You're so annoying." Bai Yi pouted slightly, thinking that she was too immature to try to argue with him. He didn't want to waste more words, so he calmly sat down on the sofa and went straight to the point, "Where are my points?" Xia Kuele struck a seductive pose and then, with a coquettish tone, asked, "You can't possibly only be interested in the points, can you?" Looking at her, Bai Yi's face immediately flushed red, and he couldn't take his eyes off her. Bai Kuele had already approached him, lightly poking his chest with her finger. Then, she licked her lips and asked, "Don't you want to do something else with me? It seems like you're trying to seduce me." Bai Yi stared at her, then honestly said, "You're right, I do want to do something else." Upon hearing this, Xia Kuele immediately brightened up, smiling seductively. "Well then, go ahead and do it." Bai Yi hesitated, staring at her for a while before asking, "But can we really do that?" Xia Kuele nodded confidently. "Of course, just like she's waiting for you to do something to her." With her confirmation, Bai Yi no longer hesitated and said, "Then I really will do it." Xia Kuele happily agreed, and Bai Yi reached out, stroking her head with a bright smile, feeling moved. "I really like this." With that, Bai Yi grabbed her cat ear and squeezed it hard, not wanting to let go. Xia Kuele was left speechless by his action. After a while, she finally reacted and asked, "Is this really all you want to do? I didn't expect Bai Yi to want to touch this." Bai Yi chuckled softly and replied, "It's not just that. I want to touch other things, like the soft tail behind Xia Kuele." Xia Kuele angrily slapped his hand away and muttered, "Is this something a normal person would do?" Then, with a pout, she quickly transferred 4,000 points to Bai Yi's account. Receiving the points in hand, Bai Yi was, of course, very pleased. With a faint smile, she said, "If she needs help with something, just say it directly. There's no need for all this beauty trap nonsense." Upon hearing this, Xia Kuele relaxed her angry expression, smiled, and said, "It seems like you've underestimated me." The two of them then sat facing each other and began discussing serious matters. Xia Kuele looked at her seriously and asked if she knew the current situation of the world. Bai Yi slightly furrowed her brows, fell into deep thought, and then shook her head to indicate that she didn't know. Xia Kuele's voice grew deep as she told her, "This world is vast. It's not just inhabited by humans, but also by mutant races, such as your half-beast race. Furthermore, there are other races like the elven race, the elemental race, and the dragon race, and these two are divided into mutant races that are friendly to humans and those that despise them. The mutant races that despise humanity are the enemies of humankind. Moreover, they are also the enemies of Lan Xing. After hearing this, Bai Yi furrowed her brows and pointed at Xiaokola, asking, "Isn't that you?" Upon hearing these words, Xiaokola frowned and pouted, saying, "Mutant races are also divided into those who are born this way and those who are forced into it. The naturally evil mutant races want to completely take over Lan Xing, but that's not the main point. What I want to say is that most of these mutant races are either in secret realms or in forbidden areas. I'm not sure whether Bai Yi knows about these things." Bai Yi furrowed her brows, thought for a moment, and then spoke in a deep voice. "There are many secret realms within the country, and there are also 2 forbidden zones within the country. One is the Call-In Forbidden Zone, and the other is the Fengdu Forbidden Land, which is not far from Tianfu University." Xiaokola heard these words and immediately nodded in agreement. The Forbidden Land of Fengdu is managed by Tianfu University. Qin Tianfu is the guardian of the Forbidden Zone. Bai Yi thought for a moment, then suddenly remembered something, shrinking back in panic as she looked at her, hesitantly asking, "Didn't you tell him to go to the Forbidden Zone with her?" Before she could reply, he quickly acted, pushing her out the door, walking outside, turning left, and walking slowly without looking back. "What kind of joke is this? You actually want him to go to the Forbidden Zone?" Xiaokola, who was hurriedly pushed outside, became anxious and asked him not to refuse so quickly, reminding him that the Forbidden Zone wouldn't open for a few more months. Unfortunately, she had already been thrown out. She still wanted to persuade him about the great benefits of entering the Forbidden Zone and truly hoped he would reconsider. Behind the door, Bai Yi silently listened to her words, falling into deep thought. What she said made some sense. By then, he might as well give it a try. Just after sending Xiaokola off, Bai Yi suddenly felt a gust of wind blow through and immediately felt like cursing. There was someone sitting on the sofa. Qin Tianfu was sitting there leisurely, telling him that he could consider Xiaokola's words. Bai Yi twitched his lips, feeling a bit dissatisfied, reprimanding him for breaking into his house uninvited. Qin Tianfu poured himself a cup of water and answered nonchalantly, "This is a school I founded. Is there anywhere I can't go?" Bai Yi sighed deeply. Arguing with this old stubborn man was always tiresome, so he simply asked, "What brings you to my place?" He laughed heartily and said he had been researching your skills. Last night, he spent the whole night studying and finally understood the special effectiveness of Bai Yi's skill, which is why he came to confirm it with him. "But you didn't even mention the price," he said. He didn't answer but instead asked, "What do you want?" Bai Yi smiled mysteriously and said, "I want a celestial starstone. It's a rare resource that grows deep within the Forbidden Zone and has the ability to enhance a person's potential." Upon hearing this, Qin Tianfu was so shocked that he spit out the water in his mouth. He fell silent for a moment. This kid really has big dreams. He wants to improve his suppressed potential. Although this item is extremely valuable, he actually has one. He wanted all the information about Bai Yi's skill. Seeing the item in his hands, Bai Yi immediately started salivating, promising that he would answer anything he was asked. Without hesitation, Qin Tianfu spoke directly, "Your skill can pull anyone to you within a certain period of time." This caused Bai Yi to jump in shock. Just one day, and he had already seen through it. However, Bai Yi had nothing to hide about it and calmly admitted, "Before level 50, I can be pulled to you." Upon hearing this, Qin Tianfu's eyes lit up, and he suggested Bai Yi try it on him. Bai Yi thought carefully for a moment and nodded in agreement. Bai Yi immediately activated his guardian skill. With the activation of the skill, Bai Guang, familiar and fleeting, appeared. The person who had been sitting in the chair was suddenly pulled before him, unable to move. This time, Qin Tianfu was truly shocked. It was actually accomplished. Bai Yi was no exception. He hadn't expected it, but he quickly pulled out a dagger with a malicious smile, saying he wanted to test Qin Tianfu's defensive skills. Qin Tianfu angrily laughed, then slapped Bai Yi on the shoulder, coldly saying, "How about they try to see if you can escape when I have you restrained?" Bai Yi, pinned to the ground by him, smiled faintly and said, "That's a fatal question." Upon hearing this, Qin Tianfu brushed off his hands and stood up. It seemed he couldn't act impulsively. But little did he know, as soon as he relaxed, Bai Yi had already thrown a brick that hit him straight in the head. At this moment, Qin Tianfu was burning with rage, gritting his teeth and telling Bai Yi to switch to a diamond-grade weapon if he wanted to land a proper hit on him. Bai Yi, seeing that he couldn't do anything else, pouted inside. This was the terrifying power of a peak-tier expert, but he didn't care. Calmly, he asked for a higher-tier crystal. Without hesitation, Qin Tianfu tossed him a light purple crystal, reminding him not to forget to discard it after using it. If he swallowed it directly, it would help enhance his potential. Bai Yi happily accepted the crystal and then focused intently on the news that appeared about the celestial crystal's celestial image. It was a special kind of mysterious crystal that gathered the power of the stars. After using it, one could improve their potential and even change their profession. After reading it, Bai Yi felt excited, but the system reminded him, if you use it, your potential will reach level S or higher. Will you choose the system, or the crystal? Bai Yi fell silent for a moment, unsure of what to choose. After a while, he really wanted to take the risk and swallow the celestial crystal, but the system reminded him again. Are you sure about your choice? Once again, Bai Yi was thrown into a state of indecision, before finally sighing in regret, realizing that he would have to live his whole life with potential level F. Qin Tianfu, observing his actions, asked with some suspicion, "What's going on?" Bai Yi slowly explained, "I can't use this. If I do, your natural talent will disappear." As soon as those words left his mouth, Qin Tianfu frowned in shock and said in a deep voice, "I've never heard of this. Did Tianfu tell you this?" Bai Yi looked at the object in his hand with regret for a moment before nodding in acknowledgement. Qin Tianfu thought for a moment and then suggested, "If you can't use it, then give it back to me." But Bai Yi refused, keeping it with him. Although you can't use it, it doesn't mean Dexian can't. Since we've already taken something from this old, cunning fellow, it's better not to return it to anyone else. Seeing this expression on you, Qin Tianfu chuckled softly, then told you to return it in exchange for another reward. However, Bai Yi still disagreed and firmly said, "Even if I gave it to the dogs, it would still be yours." This truly broadens Qin Tianfu's horizons. He stared at you in silence for a while before chuckling and remarking, "This shameless look of yours is very much like how I was when I was young." Bai Yi couldn't be bothered to waste words with him, politely thanking him for the compliment, and then promptly tried to see him off. Qin Tianfu really had nothing more to say, reminding Bai Yi not to be too reckless with his skills outside. Your trump cards should be kept so that those who have seen them can't speak of them. Bai Yi understood these words, nodded, and agreed. Qin Tianfu gave a few more instructions, and in the blink of an eye, disappeared. Bai Yi, standing nearby, couldn't help but sigh, "When will you be able to teleport like him?" By nightfall, everyone was deep in sleep, and Dexian was no exception. He had already settled comfortably under warm blankets. Yet at this moment, someone suddenly called his name repeatedly from outside the window, waking him up. Groggily, he asked, "Who's there?" Before he could finish, Bai Yi appeared inside his room, holding something that was glowing in his hand. Dexian was startled and horrified as he looked at the person in front of him, asking, "What are you doing?" He smiled and asked him, "Do you crave power?" After regaining his composure, Dexian nodded and laughed, saying, "In a world like this, who wouldn't want to become a strongman?" Hearing this, Bai Yi immediately threw the star sign celestial star at Dexian, casually saying, "This will change his life." Dexian, suddenly struck by the object, felt pain and let out a soft groan. He then hesitantly asked, "What is this?" Bai Yi replied honestly, "This is the star sign celestial star. After use, it can enhance his potential." Upon hearing this, Dexian's eyes widened in shock. Is this really the legendary star sign celestial star, so rare and valuable? He never imagined he would one day hold it in his hands. However, thinking of Bai Yi, he immediately rejected it, saying, "Since your potential is lower than his, it would be better if you used it. His potential is already at level A, and that's enough." Bai Yi pursed his lips and said, "My astrology doesn't align with this, it's a good deal for him." Dexian, hearing this, looked at him somewhat confused, then smiled. He teased, "You almost got me there." Bai, knowing he was joking, played along, saying, "Too scary. You're still more interested in pretty girls, so he should use it quickly." Decien nodded slightly, then directly swallowed the star sign celestial star. In the blink of an eye, Decien was surrounded by a dazzling golden light. He let out a fierce scream in pain. At the same time, he closed his eyes, carefully sensing the changes happening inside his body. Bai, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise upon seeing the scene. A stream of golden energy had already begun to envelop Decien's body. The light grew brighter and brighter, and the entire room was filled with dazzling brilliance. At this moment, Decien opened his eyes in shock and asked, "Is this the power of an S level?" Bai nodded slightly in approval. "He's really shining." Decien, feeling quite proud, smiled and said, "From today on, he's the strong guy." Just then, the doorbell rang suddenly. Bai, startled, said, "Someone's here, you go open the door." Bai glanced through the surveillance and saw Ruoshi, who was drinking milk while pressing the doorbell, thinking, this anomaly must have drawn attention. He immediately opened the door and pulled her inside, then signaled for silence. "Don't do anything, just kiss him." Ruoshi pushed Bai away, and he pouted slightly, saying, "You really have no sense of humor." She ignored his words and looked at Decien glowing behind him, whispering to him, "Did he just swallow the light of the lamp?" Bai was momentarily stunned by her reasoning, then explained, "You let him use the star sign celestial star that Qin Tianfu gave him." As soon as these words left his mouth, all the milk Ruoshi had just drunk was immediately sprayed onto Bai's face. She asked in astonishment, "It really is the star sign celestial star?" Bai chuckled softly and replied in a dignified manner, "I've always treated my friends and girlfriends very well." Ruoshi, feeling embarrassed by his words, got angry and retorted, "Who's your girlfriend?" At that moment, Decien walked over from the other side and patted Bai on the shoulder in thanks. His profession and potential had greatly increased now. Bai nodded, bringing up Zhang Decien's information panel. He had reached level 6, and his potential had increased to SS level, with a significant rise in his attribute talents. Decien was also quite pleased with this. At this moment, Ruoshi spoke up, "There are still a few days until the start of the school year. Now that Decien's attributes and potential have been enhanced, how about we head to the talent tower to give it a try?" Bai nodded in agreement, and so did Decien. He couldn't wait to test his newfound strength, but Bai smiled and said, "Before that, Decien should treat us to a meal." Without hesitation, Decien agreed to treat them. After dressing neatly, he threw his arms around the two of them and headed out. Bai, eager to show off his martial arts prowess, intended to eat well. He was eyeing lamb chops, bear paws, and deer tails, expensive delicacies. Upon hearing this, Decien panicked and begged for mercy. The three of them exchanged a smile before heading toward the dining hall. At this very moment, they were being observed by Qin Tianfu. He chuckled, shaking his head while muttering to himself, "This truly is a promising seed." From the void, a hoarse voice suddenly echoed in his ear, "If you already know his talent, why not inquire about the Tianfu Tower?" He shook his head and declined. What good would it do to know? It would only bring more trouble. "I'm looking forward to Bai surprising me." The shadowy figure chuckled softly, then continued to ask, "Do you think he can claim the Tianfu Tower as his own?" Qin Tianfu refused to comment, shaking his head as he said, "You worry more about that legend, but the shadow reminds you that you should focus on the present. The battle at Xianshui is getting intense." After saying that, the shadow disappeared. Qin Tianfu, seeing that the shadow was no longer in sight, sighed and muttered to himself, "Time for humanity is running out." The car was moving, and as it passed a lake, the vehicle suddenly slowed down. The surrounding scenery sparkled with a dreamy glow, truly enchanting. In the distance, there was a tall tower emanating mysterious power from the outside. On the car, the three friends couldn't help but be captivated by the sight of the tower. Decienha gasped and exclaimed, "Quick, look, could that be the Tianfu Tower?" Upon arriving, the three friends got out of the car and began their journey. The surrounding area was still bathed in radiant light. Bai Yi turned around and, upon seeing a group of guards standing ready at the entrance, explained, "The guards here hold a rank even higher than the ordinary teachers at our school." Ru Shi, upon hearing this, explained to Bai Yi, "You probably don't know, but the people here are all regular soldiers of the government, stationed here to screen out members of the Xieshan sect and troublemakers." Bai Yi understood immediately, no wonder the potential here is so high. He then suggested to his two friends that they should join the queue. De Xian, still in awe of the grandeur of the place, was left speechless. The guards, seeing the three of them approaching, requested student ID cards for identification. Bai Yi was ready to provide his, with the girl following behind. The guard immediately brought the ID card close to the scanner, and the machine quickly verified that it was a student card. Then, the guard turned around and asked, "Is this their first time here?" All three of them nodded eagerly, their faces brimming with excitement. They then began to pay attention to the rules. When students first enter the Tianfu Tower, they are granted a free registration, followed by instructions on important points to note. Specifically, everyone inside the Tianfu Tower will face different trials, but the evaluations and dungeon assessments will still be based on DSS. Each time a trial is cleared on a floor, there will be a teleportation formation, and once entering the next floor, retreating midway will be impossible unless one is killed. Of course, death here does not refer to a painful physical death, but the spirit will suffer some damage. Therefore, the guard reminded them, "You three should know your limits." Then, the guard continued with a bright smile. "There will be bonus rewards for overcoming each trial. Good luck to you all." After hearing all the instructions, the group of friends began to line up, waiting to enter the Tianfu Tower. Bai Yi called out, "Everyone, stop. There are people ahead, so let's wait for a bit until it's their turn." He then looked around and noticed a stone plaque nearby. On it were the levels that those inside had already surpassed. He was shocked and exclaimed, "What kind of terrifying trials are these? The top of the 10 strongman base level can only progress to the 48th floor?" Seeing Bai Yi staring in disbelief, the guard sighed, "Principal Wu has been stuck at that checkpoint for a year now. Almost every few days, he comes back to try again and continue his conquest." "You were startled when you heard this? The leader of Nation H got stuck for an entire year?" The guard continued, "The trials inside will be arranged according to each person's potential. Those with ranks like these two headmasters. As for their trials, just thinking about it is enough to know." Bai Yi was so worried that he began to sweat, and then, a panicked scream from his friends echoed that their turn had come. Returning to the main point, Bai Yi had entered the hall of the Tianfu Tower, a vast space that felt chilling. He was trying to make sense of the situation. What's going on? Why is there nothing around? Is there some kind of bug? In his confusion, he tapped the ground, and suddenly, a voice rang out, "Welcome to the Tianfu Tower." The voice continued, "Please respond." The next question was, "What does 'you can't judge a book by its cover' mean?" He was startled. Who's speaking? The system kept collecting his incorrect responses. The voice continued, "The answer is incorrect. You need to use your imagination to conquer it if you want to score high." Bai Yi slowly calmed down, "So it's not according to the standard? In that case, you can't just say you can't use a cup to measure seawater." Then he came up with a bold thought, and his next response was, "You can't use a ruler to measure a pigeon." With an expression full of confidence, it actually worked. The system congratulated him for passing the first level with an S+ rating. The reward for clearing the stage was 5 points of free attributes. Skill points, and then I'll ask you to choose. Bai Yi was still confused by this. He panicked and answered, "Is this really allowed?" But then he flipped the script, "Well, don't say I didn't warn you." Bai Yi smoothly moved on to the second level. The system continued with the next question, "What is the name of the king of the silent dance?" He quickly answered, "The king of Asian dance." And so, with his cheeky responses, the system recorded another one. He was still puzzled. Damn it, this works too? With multiple victories under his belt, he moved on to the third level. Another question, the white bubble hits the black bubble. What should the black bubble do? He boldly answered, the black bubble should show its true nature. The answer was correct. Level 4, why can't you make the chimpanzee angry? Bai pointed up to the sky, because it hits its chest really hard. Apparently, that was correct too. His ranking shot up. Outside, everyone was in complete shock. The guard, seeing this for the first time, was reported, Bai has surpassed the highest rank in history. Currently, he's clearing a level every 7 minutes on average. The guard screamed, "What did you just say?" The other players seemed equally stunned. Bai, still panting from running non-stop inside, didn't expect to get this far so quickly. It was already the 10th level. Let me see what's on this level. However, this level had someone. Bai was still panting. The person sitting there was incredibly mysterious, with their head completely covered, their face hidden, and no information available. Bai pondered. Alright, this fake god, fake demon. The demon above shouted loudly. Come on, tell Bai to fight him. If he can, then pass the test. Bai asked again, is defeating him enough to count? The demon confirmed, yes, once more. Bai slowly picked up a brick, thinking, doesn't he know that when I'm on my own, I'm nearly invincible? Smiling smugly, just as Bai was about to throw the brick at the demon, he suddenly froze, his body unable to move. What's going on? The demon complimented him, not bad, planning to use your skills to launch a sneak attack? He might give you another chance. Upon hearing this, Bai quickly jumped behind a defensive position. You didn't expect him to use your own skills. If one skill doesn't work, try combining multiple skills. Bai suddenly shouted, the demon is really strong, I'll help with everything I've got to deal with him. The demon was pleased. Please, begin your performance. Bai started to regain his strength. Watch closely, this move, he probably hasn't learned it. The demon was intrigued. He wants to see what Bai will do. Bai shouted loudly, Dad, save me. The demon was stunned. Is that it? Suddenly, a man with a thick beard appeared, holding a cup of water, wearing a bathrobe. Bai was behind, enjoying the moment. The demon, still in shock, received a slap across the face. The illusion immediately disappeared. After receiving the slap, both Bai and the demon were suddenly thrown into an awkward situation. Bai quickly explained, you saw a fly on the demon's face, so he should understand the slap earlier. It looked extremely awkward. The demon suddenly laughed loudly, interesting, truly interesting. Bai now felt a bit scared. Was he not just angry to the point of losing his mind? The demon returned to his seat and complimented, saying it had been a long time since he had met someone so interesting. Your kid has passed the test, and if fate allows, they will meet again. Just like that, a snap of the fingers, and then gone. The demon disappeared. Bai still didn't understand. Is it over? Where did he go? The system sounded, congratulations, you have passed level 10 with an SS rating, but points were deducted due to one failure. Bai finally felt relieved. Phew, that terrifying presence had finally left. The rewards for this level were 10 free attribute points, 10 skill points, 500 divine power points, and an extra reward for passing 10 levels, innate talent expansion, facial expression observation. Please make your selection. Your innate talent expansion is facial expression observation, which means you frequently appear as a passerby on the front lines of accidents. Because of this, you can perceive the favorability of others toward you. Bai was pleased. Great, this is clearly going to make a powerful skill even more practical. Then he thought about moving on to the next level. Let's try again next time. Outside the Tower of Talent, the guard saw a familiar figure. It was two muscular men, the commander and Principal Chin. Principal Chin asked about the whereabouts of the boy named Bai. The security officer, Lian, had informed him about the situation not long before, mentioning that Bai had just passed the 6th level in 6 minutes and 32 seconds. The commander beside Sheen spoke to him. This kid is really interesting. He continued, if nothing unexpected happens, Bai Yi's future will be very promising. Bai Yi finally decided to take a break and walked out, greeted by everyone. He was so flustered that he almost walked in the wrong direction. Thanks to the reward, he could tell how much goodwill the others had toward him. From a distance, he also saw Principal Sheen, and he was stunned. He didn't expect this old man to think so highly of him. Principal Sheen coughed from afar and called Bai Yi over. After a moment, Bai Yi approached with a mix of excitement and a bit of reluctance, asking, "Why did you come here, sir?" Sheen scolded him for not knowing proper etiquette and introduced the commander of the Western Military Region, Commander Chiu Kai. "Student Bai Yi, please greet Commander Chiu." The commander complimented Bai Yi, saying, "No wonder you are an outstanding student among the new cohort," before asking what Bai Yi had encountered inside. Bai Yi relaxed and replied, "It was nothing much. The first 9 levels were all questions and answers, and when I reached the new level, I had to fight against a mysterious shadow." When Sheen heard about the shadow, he was startled and anxiously asked, "Was the shadow you saw inside a palace?" Bai Yi, confused, replied, "How did you know that? Does this shadow have some special significance?" Principal Sheen realized there were too many people around, so he invited Bai Yi, saying, "Let's go somewhere else to talk." So the 3 of them vanished into thin air like locals, leaving everyone bewildered. At the Tianfu University campus, the commander asked Mr. Sheen, "Could there be something wrong with that shadowy figure?" Mr. Sheen sighed, "Even I don't know the true identity of that shadow. It's just that, when I first discovered this tower, I encountered it a few times." He then asked the 2 of them, "Can you guess what happened when I met that shadow?" Bai Yi recalled something and suddenly chuckled, "Did he beat you up?" Mr. Sheen's expression seemed to confirm it, and the commander beside him gaped, "You're not serious, are you?" Mr. Sheen continued, "At that time, even though I had already reached the Emperor level, I still couldn't withstand 3 of his moves." Hearing that, Bai Yi pondered, even an Emperor-level strongman couldn't take 3 moves? If word of this got out, it would surely cause widespread panic. Bai Yi then asked, "So, what do you think that shadow actually is?" Principal Sheen continued sipping his tea, then, still unwilling to give up, sent a few of his colleagues to investigate. As expected, each of them, upon encountering that shadow at a critical moment, ended up stuck at that same trial. Mr. Sheen said seriously, "They came to a conclusion this shadow might be the tower spirit of Tianfu Tower." Bai Yi was puzzled, "A tower spirit?" Mr. Sheen nodded, "That's right. And it seems that only by completing the trial can one meet him a second time." After finishing his explanation, Mr. Sheen asked, "So Bai Yi, have you passed the shadow's trial yet?" Bai Yi blushed awkwardly, "Is that really something I should be saying out loud?" Mr. Sheen assumed Bai Yi had failed too, so he consoled him, "Don't be embarrassed. It's just a beating, isn't it? We've all been through it." Bai Yi immediately confessed that he had slapped him once. Mr. Sheen, upon hearing this, choked on his drink and yelled, "You little brat, what did you just say?" The commander, curious, repeatedly asked Bai Yi about what had happened. Bai Yi noticed the commander's growing goodwill and silently prayed that this commander would never fall in love with him. Bai Yi then recounted the details. The Black Shadow's trial for X was to defeat him within 3 moves. If he could do that, he would pass. Bai Yi sipped his tea, a skill he was no stranger to with Master Tan. Master Tan brightly asked him, "So you used that skill to defeat him, right?" Bai Yi denied, "Of course not. The Black Shadow is very strong. During the previous battle with the Demon King, he copied your skill and directly countered my move." Mr. Sheen remained very interested. "He copied your skill?" Meanwhile, the commander next to him looked somewhat confused. Bai Yi continued, "Yes, that's right. At the time, I was also shocked, but as you know, Master Tan, I'm an outstanding person. The more difficult the situation, the calmer I become. The calmer I get, the stronger I become. The stronger I become, the calmer I get. The calmer I am, the stronger I become." The 2 men sitting far away were utterly perplexed. Losing his patience, Mr. Sheen shouted, "Get to the point. Bai, flustered, then explained that he had used a combined skill and casually slapped him across the face. The commander, upon hearing this, complimented him, saying he was truly talented. Bai, embarrassed, responded politely. Mr. Chin then asked what the reward was. Bai answered, innate talent expansion. Mr. Chin thought for a moment and said, so, your talent has gained a new effect now. After Bai finished speaking, he left, turning back to say that simplicity was just like that, and there was nothing more to discuss. He also politely excused himself to leave. As he walked out, he saw Ruoshi with an unusually high level of affection. Surprised by Ruoshi's unusually high affection points, Bai was taken aback. Does Ruoshi like you? Bai's face turned red, and he turned back to wave goodbye to Mr. Chin and the commander, his face glowing. The two men understood immediately. The commander thought the young people these days were truly something, while Mr. Chin thought that this brat was hopeless. Ruoshi was strolling when Bai appeared. She was surprised. Why is Bai here? Didn't the principal take you away already? Bai suddenly stared at Ruoshi, causing her to blush and ask, is there something on my face? Bai thought to himself, surprised that the affection points had exceeded 100. Does Ruoshi really like you? As the two youngsters were having a tender moment, Bai was about to ask Ruoshi if she liked him when Desien suddenly appeared, breaking the atmosphere. What are you two doing here? Desien thought that these two were quite quick. He had been looking for them for half the day. Bai, embarrassed and angry, shouted, Desien, quickly take that stupid light off. Seeing Desien's affection points soaring, Bai confusedly asked, you're really not gay, are you? Desien was puzzled. Next to him, Ruoshi looked uneasy, and Bai realized that Desien's affection points had reached an astonishing 135, even higher than Ruoshi's. Desien asked again, Bai, what are you talking about? This time, thanks to you, I've earned 60 attribute points and a golden skill book. Bai was thrilled upon hearing that. Even Desien has 60 points now? Both of them were incredibly excited. Ruoshi asked, how did you two get rated for clearing the level? Bai, smug, answered, you got an S, Desien isn't far behind, he got a B. Ruoshi, exasperated, replied, so you two are. Before she could finish her sentence, the two guys yelled out together, we are SB. Ruoshi was already at her wit's end and awkwardly declined to get involved with these two. Bai returned to check his information, thinking his divine power had accumulated enough, and it seemed he could now unlock a new skill. He opened the system to spin for the new skill. He had 3 options. Option 1, the magic door. After activation, the body consumes energy and teleports to any random location in the world. Option 2, a chicken must be trained. After using the skill, a 3-hour training time begins. During this time, as long as there is only one person, anything attempted will succeed at least halfway. Option 3, want to get rich? Chop the tree first. After activation, within a limited time, simply chopping down trees will yield a large amount of gold. If you're lucky, additional rewards may be earned. After hearing this, Bai burst into tears, I want to pick all of them. In the end, he decided to just randomly choose. After thinking for a while, Bai finally decided to pick randomly. Damn it, just picking something. He then frowned, closed his eyes, and clicked randomly, whatever I get, I get. The artifact had appeared, and a huge door came crashing down, causing Bai to be startled and fall flat on the floor. Oh my god. He kept looking up and down, side to side, then hesitated, wondering how this thing worked. The system then displayed a suggestion, recite the summoning spell for the magical door before activating it, and imagine the destination you want to go to in your mind. The more specific, the better. Upon hearing this, Bai immediately concluded, this is a great item, no time to waste, I have to try it right away. His gaze began to take on a mischievous glint, and a dangerously sly smile spread across his face. He slowly moved toward the door. Bai placed both hands on it, closed his eyes magically, and began to imagine his desired destination in his mind. A moment later, he opened the door, only to find himself in a bit of a panic. What greeted him was the sight of Ruoshi taking a bath. A misty veil of steam slowly drifted over her body, revealing her flawless, smooth back. Seeing this scene, Bai was so taken aback that he blushed and broke into a cold sweat. This wasn't right. If Ruoshi caught him, he was done for. And now that he had seen it, he couldn't let her find out. He tried to sneak away, but as soon as he made a move, Ruoshi noticed him. She shouted loudly, "Who's there?" Hearing her voice, Bai broke into an even colder sweat. Ruoshi threw the soap she was holding straight at him. Luckily, he managed to dodge it, but now he was extremely anxious. Goosebumps covered his skin as he thought, "Damn it, I'm done for." Ruoshi stepped out wrapped in a bath towel, her face flushed with anger, her gaze fixed on him. He had no choice but to raise his hand in surrender, stammering a greeting, "Hello, Ruoshi." Thinking he was frightened, she unexpectedly didn't stop there but continued with a remark, "Mr. Ruoshi, I didn't realize you were actually quite something, huh?" Hearing this, Ruoshi's face darkened, her expression taut as if stretched tight like a bowstring. Bai then pretended to lower his head in apology, sincerely saying, "Sorry." Ruoshi gave a friendly smile, which made him think that maybe he wouldn't be punished after all. But without warning, Ruoshi swung her arm and slapped him across the face with a force so strong that it distorted his features. 5 minutes later, in the living room, Bai tried to justify himself, explaining, "The incident just now was truly an accident. I only wanted to test out a new skill of mine." Ruoshi, fuming, crossed her arms and shouted at him, "An accident? What a coincidence! Our house has 3 bathrooms, and you just happened to appear in the exact one where I was showering?" Bai explained until his throat was dry, but nothing seemed to calm Ruoshi's anger, so he finally stood up. "Alright then, no more pretending, I'll lay it all out." Though still angry, Ruoshi was somewhat confused, unsure of what this crafty guy was up to. "Lay it out? What do you mean?" Perhaps it was the slap earlier that had made him snap, but he answered with great certainty, "I'm in love with you." Upon hearing this, Ruoshi's face turned completely red. She closed her eyes, turned her face away, and pretended to be indifferent. "I don't care about you. You'll have to compensate me." As soon as she turned her face back, Bai had already closed in on her. A deep kiss left her both shy and dazed, her eyes wide open. Bai, on the other hand, was too absorbed in the moment to care about being hit anymore. Ruoshi, in a panic, pushed Bai away, her face still flushed with embarrassment. I didn't mean this." Bai wasn't about to let this opportunity slip by, so he grabbed her hand and said, "Ruoshi, hold my hand tightly." Then he leaned in closer and whispered his feelings. "Ruoshi, I've always liked you, let's be together." At this moment, Ruoshi's face was redder than a tomato, her heart racing so fast she thought it might jump out of her chest. She stood there in a daze for a moment before speaking up, "Bai, this is way too much of a bargain for you." Trying to ease the awkwardness, she quickly changed the subject. "Can you really go anywhere with this new skill of yours?" "Of course," he replied, looking at her. As he saw her bashful, shy appearance, he thought to himself, "Ruoshi looks so cute like this." Hearing this, Ruoshi smiled brightly with joy. "Really? That's great, because I was planning to go home. Can you come with me?" Upon hearing that, Bai's face turned beet red, and he scratched his head. "Are we already meeting the parents so soon?" Seeing his smug expression, Ruoshi snapped, "What are you thinking?" While Ruoshi was changing, Bai flopped onto the sofa, groaning. "Oh my god, just a small thing like this takes up 30 points of energy?" Muttering curses at the system for being a scam, he suddenly heard Ruoshi's voice. "I'm done, we can go now." At the sound of her voice, Bai quickly turned to look at Ruoshi, who was wearing an incredibly seductive dress. Her perfectly shaped figure left him speechless as he gawked, "Wow." So, he immediately started buttering her up. "Ruoshi, how come you never realized I was this handsome before? Did I have to intentionally dress and put on makeup like this for you to notice?" Ruoshi blushed and could only remain silent in front of this shameless and perverted young man. Before she could do anything, he grabbed her hand and pulled her toward the mysterious door. "Come on, let's go to my place first so my parents can meet their daughter-in-law." Ruoshi, fuming, snapped, "Who's your wife?" The scene shifted to Dongwu City, the Bai family home. Bai was holding the doorknob and, as he opened the door, found himself back in his own bathroom. Taking advantage of the situation, he justified himself, claiming innocence. "See, I told you. This door likes to appear in the bathroom. Look, this really is a magical door." Ruoshi responded while glancing around. Bai continued to justify himself. "See, you still don't believe me." Suddenly, he heard a strange sound. "What's that noise?" It seemed that he had brought his girlfriend home just as his father was reviewing homework, while his mother was practicing spelling. "Hubby, slower, not there. Hold on a little, wife, just wait for this moment. I'm getting ready to speed up, hang in there. Slow down, or it'll mess up." Along with this, there were continuous slapping noises. Bai panicked, feeling awkward, and couldn't stop himself from cursing. "Damn it, what are the odds? I forgot to tell my parents I was coming back." Bai's father, upon hearing the noise, rushed out of the room, shouting, "Who's downstairs?" Hearing his father's voice, Bai trembled in fear, looking utterly terrified. This is bad. I feel like I'm in for a beating." Ruoshi, standing beside him, was completely confused and had no idea what was going on. The father hurriedly stepped down the stairs. The sound of his footsteps was heavy, as if he were very angry. As he descended, he cursed, "Damn it, daring to sneak into my house in the middle of the night like this." In his hand, he didn't forget to bring a hammer, ready to deal with anyone who dared to break into his home. He approached Bai, his face full of fury. He raised the hammer high. "I can clearly see you're just asking for death." Bai's face turned pale, sweat pouring down his face, and he shouted loudly, "Dad, it's me." When the father saw it was his son, he immediately stopped. "Son, why did you come back?" Bai then played his part, kneeling as tears streamed down his face. I missed you both so much." Then he turned to Ruoshi and introduced his girlfriend. "By the way, Dad, Ruoshi is here too." The father's face lit up with joy. "Oh, Ruoshi, you're back too?" Ruoshi gently and politely greeted, "Hello, uncle." Bai's mother, holding a photo frame with tired hands, seemed ready to throw it at Bai's father. "Bai Tong Hong, you only fixed half of the photo frame and then ran off somewhere?" "Damn it, Xiaoyi brought his girlfriend home," the father responded. Ruoshi and Bai, standing behind him, smiled awkwardly. Scene change. Now, the whole family was sitting in the living room chatting. It turned out that who was the one making the photo frame. Indeed, Bai looked at the family photo with joy. Bai's mother hurried over, sitting between Bai and Ruoshi. She took Ruoshi's hand and asked, "How did you two get back from school?" Bai proudly puffed his chest. "Why ask? Of course, your son has learned a new skill." "Ruoshi, it's already so late today." "Stay here with us," Bai's mother said with a smile, and Ruoshi gently responded, "No, thank you. I still need to go home for a while." Bai stood behind like a stone, unnoticed by anyone. He looked pitiful. "Oh, no one is paying attention to you at all?" His mother immediately scolded. "Shut up and go play over there." So, he quietly walked away in sadness. A while later, he returned, sighed, and before he could sit down, both his father and mother began questioning him. "Son, don't you have anything to say to your parents? How far have things progressed? Shouldn't you two be paying more attention to your son?" He was angry, but his parents remained indifferent, unconcerned. It didn't seem important. Bai then proudly showed off his achievements at school. "Your son has performed excellently at school this time. Now I'm a research assistant and an assistant professor." Since he had probably boasted many times before, his parents just responded with a distracted "oh" and kept fiddling with their ears and noses to ignore him. Bai then decided to reveal his attributes. Name, Bai, level 6 rogue, experience points, 2500/3600, strength, 191, stamina, 191, agility, 191, mentality, 191. At this moment, Bai looked up and laughed arrogantly, while his parents embraced each other, startled. Is this really our son? What now, is he still our useless son? Can this even be faked? Even gold 9,999 can't look this real. He replied. The father still seemed to not believe him, gripping his collar with one hand and preparing to throw a punch with the other. Son, tell me the truth, have you been secretly using any forbidden drugs behind our backs? He raised both hands in defense. Alright, both of you, calm down, my current condition is due to natural talent. He then went on to explain his talent and what had happened at school to his parents. That's how it is. Oh my god, you two have no idea how terrifying it was. A huge black shadow rushed out, and I was just zip, zip, zip. He wasn't sure whether his parents understood, as they kept nodding. The father raised his hand to signal him to stop and spoke. Alright, Shawi, you're being too reckless. You're growing up now, and there are some things we can tell you. I.e., confused, asked, what things? Dad, could it be related to my background? His mother spoke up. Your dad. Do we really need to tell Shawi? The father responded, his tone strange. Yeah, these things need to be explained, starting from a few days ago. I.e. lowered his head, deep in thought. A few days ago? The father, pouring orange juice into a glass, continued, that's right. That evening, with the sky clear and the wind gentle, you weren't home, and something did indeed happen in this house. Someone came to this house. Bai, puzzled, asked, someone? The father replied, yes. He took a sip of his drink. Who was it? Bai secretly thought to himself, could it be that I'm not actually your son? Could it be? I've come to the right place? No wonder I'm so capable. The father placed the cup of water down, a bit too forcefully, startling Bai. The man in question was both the father and the mother, suddenly embracing each other affectionately, their faces brimming with joy. In unison, they said, your mom is pregnant with a baby. After hearing this, Bai felt as though he was frozen in place. He spoke in a deep voice, is that all? Your mom seems worried. See, Shawi isn't happy, the father said, wrapping his arm around the mother's shoulders in comfort. I'm not unhappy, Bai replied. There's 1.2 million in here, the father continued. You two keep it and use it for household expenses. The two parents hugged each other, choked up with emotion. Shawi, the mother called. Then, Bai headed upstairs to his room. Alright, I don't need the money at school. The mother watched him, her face full of affection. Bai then went to his room on the second floor and closed the door. He closed his eyes and sighed. He thought he was mature, but then immediately did a 180-degree turn. Ah, I'm going to have a little sister. I need to celebrate this event. He shouted joyfully, I'm going to have a little sister. While laughing, and stomping around the room, shaking the floor, causing dust to fall down to the first floor. The mother asked the father, honey, are you sure Shawi is okay? The father looked up at the ceiling, sighing, looks like we might need to fix the ceiling. The next day, Bai opened the magic door to go back to school. The mother reminded him, take good care of yourself at school, okay? He responded, I know, Mom. I'm leaving now. The scene shifted to the school's dormitory area. Bai held hands with and coaxed another girl. School starts tomorrow, how about the three of us have a meal together in the evening? Rua, she agreed. Well, if it's okay, then it's fine, but are you planning to tell Jean Decien about us? He confidently replied, if I have to say it, then I will. Neither of us is a celebrity, there's no need to play this game of secret love. As soon as he mentioned it, Desien, who was chewing on a sandwich, called out to them, "Ai, Suruoshi, you two are something else. You weren't around when I came looking for you this morning, and now here you are together." Desien's eyes widened, his mouth agape, when he saw Bai and Ruoshi smiling and holding hands. He then shouted, looking somewhat annoyed, "When did this happen?" Bai raised Ruoshi's hand high, feeling proud of himself, surprised? Shocked? It happened last night, during a beautiful evening with a clear sky and a gentle breeze. As Bai was telling the story, Ruoshi saw that he was about to add some nonsense, likely something inappropriate, so she pinched his hand. "Be serious." Bai smiled, okay. Desien raised both hands, flustered and surprised. He took a deep breath and then looked up at the sky, shouting loudly, "Oh, when will I ever get out of this single life?" Bai immediately placed a hand on Desien's shoulder. "Desien, actually, I've had your fortune read." But the fortune teller took a lotus root and bit into it. Desien, upon hearing this, began cracking his knuckles. The sound of cracking was sharp. "Are you saying I'm too scheming, a devil?" Bai nonchalantly replied, "No, you're just too ugly." What a friend from hell! Desien, hearing this, was furious. "I really want to beat you up." Ruoshi quickly intervened, trying to mediate. "All right, stop teasing Desien. Didn't the dean also ask you to go report back?" Bai turned around and replied, "That's right, I need to hurry up." Bai walked to the director's office at the Skill Research Institute and knocked on the door. "Student Bai here to report." A voice came from inside, "Come in." He stood there reporting to Mr. Yuan. The teacher spoke up, "The document you sent me yesterday has been received. This is your certification. The authority levels of our academy are divided into 9 tiers. With your certification, you can freely access areas up to Tier 3. The yellow certificate on the table is yours." Bai took the certificate and asked, "What does this do for me?" Mr. Yuan answered, "Our skill research facility is a very good place. As long as you have the authority, you can freely use the academy's equipment and materials to improve or fuse your skills. Of course, you'll need to pay with points. After all, the academy needs to operate." Bai's eyes widened in surprise, and he simply nodded in response. Mr. Yuan looked at him and said, "How about we try improving your skills now? Don't worry, the first time will be 20% off for you." Bai raised his hand and rubbed his chin. "Maybe I should give it a try." He thought to himself, improving my skills? He must have some plans in mind. Mr. Yuan took his certificate and walked over to a machine. As he inserted the card into the machine, he reminded him, only about 5 people in the entire academy are allowed to enter this laboratory. Bai calmly replied, "Well, I must be very honored then." Upon entering the laboratory, the director handed him a helmet. "Here, put this helmet on, then use your skill on that dummy over there." "Wait a moment." Bai spoke up. He said, "This hat is omnipotent in all aspects, it's a high-level device, maybe it could try to absorb your skills." Bai immediately put on the hat. "I'm ready, let's begin." The director had already sat down at the computer. "All right, I'll start sending the elderly person over." An elderly person began rushing toward him. He gripped the hat tightly and shouted, "Come on, the ones who assist aren't supposed to be eliminated." While Mr. Yuan was pressing buttons on the computer to control it, he seemed taken aback. "What's going on here? This is a device that can even absorb skills of the celestial rank." Bai sought his aunt's laptop emitting thick smoke and sparks flying. Panicked, he asked, "Is this thing going to explode? Should we compensate for this?" The director yelled, "Shut up." As soon as he finished speaking, Mr. Yuan rushed away with the sparking laptop in his arms, much to Bai's surprise. "This isn't good, saving the data this time is more important." His aunt had no choice but to throw the laptop out of the window without any hesitation. A loud boom echoed in the sky as a fireball rose. She cried, "Mourning for the laptop, clearly distressed, I still haven't finished paying off my 8-year loan. Hoo. Bai stood behind her, trying to console her. Director, please bear the sorrow. As the saying goes, old things must go. Suddenly, the director raised a small machine, tears still flowing down her face. It doesn't matter, luckily I was able to save the data. Let me check what Bai's skill data is. Nan Gongyuan quickly took the data for analysis, but what appeared on the screen made her widen her eyes in disbelief. There's nothing here at all. She furrowed her brows and muttered, why is there nothing? Bai, seeing what was happening behind him, did not hide it but honestly confessed that he didn't know the level of this skill. Upon hearing this, Nan Gongyuan frowned and silently cursed. Damn it, if I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have let this kid come to the experiment. After thinking for a moment, Nan Gongyuan helplessly consoled him, never mind, just go ahead and attend the class with the other new students and the other teacher first. Bai nodded, not refusing. Soon, Nan Gongyuan led Bai to the professor's office. Long Chong introduced, you are the champion of the competition. From today onwards, you will be their assistant. Bai scratched his head and politely smiled, saying, I hope everyone will take care of me. The sound of applause echoed in the office. At this point, Nan Gongyuan spoke again, asking, who is responsible for greeting the new students? A woman, appearing to be in her 30s, immediately raised her hand and said, it's her. Bai turned his gaze in the direction of the voice. The woman had very small eyes, but what caught his attention wasn't her squinting eyes, but the low level of goodwill that appeared above her head, only 36. Does this person have some sort of grudge with you? Nan Gongyuan recognized the woman and quickly introduced her as Lin Yuyu, a mid-level researcher. Although the other's goodwill was very low, Bai still extended his hand, trying to show friendliness and hoping she would offer guidance. However, Lin Yuyu did not think the same way. She gave his hand a cursory glance, then sarcastically said, although you have a high combat talent, here you need to be modest and learn. Don't be too arrogant. For a moment, he felt a little embarrassed, but who was Bai? He was a person who was difficult to serve, so he snorted coldly, gave her a mysterious smile, and asked, you don't understand my talent. He had seen the secret of her committing immoral acts with Zhou Di in the teacher's dormitory last night. He withdrew his hand, smiled slightly, and said, I know a secret, I wonder if I should say it. Of course, Lin Yuyu didn't expect him to have seen that thing between her and Zhou Di. With disdain, she told him, stop pretending, just say it. Bai frowned, then asked with a smile, oh, do you really want me to say it in front of everyone? Seeing this expression of Bai, Lin Yuyu felt a slight unease in her heart, but Bai sighed and said, we're all colleagues. Then, he used his skill of moving people. In an instant, he was standing in front of Lin Yuyu, and she couldn't move. Bai smiled mysteriously and said, I don't think you need to add anything more about her in Zhou Di, do you? She instinctively glanced at Zhou Di, who was not far away, and then felt relieved that he hadn't said anything in front of everyone. Otherwise, it would have caused a big scene. After all, both of them had families, and this kind of thing was a decline of morals. Lin Yuyu slowed her attitude a bit, looked at Bai, and asked why he knew about this. He just gave a slight grin and said, your talent is that nothing can stop you, so you shouldn't doubt my abilities, right? Lin Yuyu was at a loss for words, not reacting to her response. Bai chuckled softly, then extended his hand again and said, sorry, I hope you will guide me more in the future. Lin Yuyu's attitude immediately shifted, and she then took the secret with Bai to the new student's classroom. As they walked, she asked, is it true that your talent allows you to know everything? He lightly pursed his lips and calmly replied, if not, then what? You don't know me, do you? At this point, Lin Yuyu didn't ask any more questions, and instead led Bai to the front of a classroom, saying, today, there is a welcome session for new students, so you will be teaching the class. Upon hearing this, Bai was stunned for a moment, but also very intrigued. He nodded in agreement. Soon, the two entered the classroom together. Bai cleared his throat twice and greeted the students. His voice startled everyone, and they all turned to look at him. While they were familiar with Bai Yi, no one knew why he was standing at the front of the class. At that moment, Lin Yu introduced herself and then introduced Bai Yi as a research assistant. He would be guiding this week's class. As soon as she said this, the students in the class began to protest. They were very doubtful about whether Bai Yi could actually handle the position. In an instant, the entire class was in an uproar, discussing among themselves. Bai Yi, standing at the front, didn't get angry. He simply spoke calmly, saying that he was there because he had the ability to answer their questions, and if they didn't believe him, they were welcome to ask him directly. The students in front immediately looked at each other. Then, a male student stood up, leading the way and addressing Bai Yi as classmate Bai, saying he wanted to ask a question. But Bai Yi quickly corrected him, insisting that the student should call him teacher Bai. This attitude made Bai Yi unwilling to answer. The male student glanced at Bai Yi, then looked at Lin Yu, who remained silent standing beside him. After that, the student changed his address to teacher Bai, hoping that Bai Yi would answer his question. Bai Yi nodded in satisfaction, gesturing for the student to continue asking. The student then asked him, if a wind attribute skill meets a fire attribute skill, can they merge to form a more powerful skill? As soon as the question was asked, Bai Yi smiled. This was exactly the question he had been waiting for. He then pointed to the student who had asked and appointed him as the class monitor. The student, suddenly thrust into this position, was a bit startled. After reacting, he thanked Bai Yi. After Bai Yi spoke, he glanced at Lin Yu, asking her to help him find a bronze-level wind skill and a bronze-level fire skill. He intended to create a new skill. Lin Yu asked in surprise, "Are you sure?" Without hesitation, Bai Yi nodded firmly, saying, "I have my limits." Bai Yi frowned, showing confidence in himself. Seeing this, Lin Yu didn't know what to say, sighed, and called everyone to head toward the research department. A group of people made their way toward the new student research department. Lin Yu opened the door to the research room, led Bai Yi inside, and walked over to a card reader machine nearby. This is a simulation machine. You don't need to use any skills inside. After carefully considering, Bai Yi immediately took out two skills, the Great Wind Blow and the Fire Breath technique, preparing to synchronize them. Seeing this, Lin Yu hurriedly stopped him and reminded, "Be careful, even the slightest mistake could lead to the skills repelling each other, causing a huge explosion." Bai Yi naturally understood this, asking her to remain silent and observe without disturbing him. Without responding further to Lin Yu, Bai Yi continued to focus on controlling the two skills, until they were close enough. The two orbs representing the skills began to tremble continuously. The orbs drew closer, stirring all the emotions in everyone's hearts. As for the freshmen, upon seeing this scene, they couldn't help but panic. Their faces all turned pale, not expecting to be so frightened. At that moment, the two energy spheres had almost touched, emitting faint rays of light. Everyone held their breath, waiting. In the instant when the orbs merged, Bai Yi suddenly shouted, "Not good, quickly lie down." It seemed as if at the same moment his words ended, a loud explosion rang out from within the laboratory. Almost everyone fell to the ground, curling their bodies, closing their eyes, cursing under their breath. Some even directly blacked out, using the person in front of them as a human shield. Only one male student dared to open his eyes to see what was happening. However, after a few seconds, the imagined explosion did not occur. Bai Yi slowly walked over, holding a sphere in his hand, now a fusion of wind and fire. He stood in front of them, smiling, and said, "Everyone, please get up, your attitude is extremely disrespectful." The group of people who witnessed this action were somewhat speechless. Lin Yu was also a little embarrassed and crawled over to ask if he had really succeeded. Bai Yi raised an eyebrow and smugly said, "This is only natural." Lin Yu still found it hard to believe that these two skills could combine into a new fire-type skill at white-silver level. I didn't expect Bai Yi to be such a genius. Bai Yi stroked the skill stone in his hand. He had actually created a fire-type skill, and it wasn't bad at all. Then, Bai Yi suddenly pointed at the newly promoted class leader and instructed him to conduct an experiment. He handed the skill stone in his hand to the boy and told him personally, "Go ahead and try it." The boy asked in astonishment, "You're really giving this to me?" Without hesitation, Bai Yi nodded. The boy didn't argue, bowing respectfully before absorbing the skill stone. The skill stone in his hand spun continuously, showing signs that he was starting to absorb it. At that moment, Bai Yi glanced at Lin Yu behind him, signaling her to prepare a dummy for the experiment. She immediately nodded in agreement and went out with the dummy. Everyone was eagerly anticipating how powerful Bai Yi's newly combined skill would be. The class leader closed his eyes and began to sense the energy, his hands forming seals. In less than 3 seconds, an extremely high temperature radiated from his body. He let out a loud shout and activated the fire clone technique, producing a fireball skill. With the shout, a torrent of fiery flames burst from his mouth, precisely striking the test dummy's body. The sounds of damage could be heard one after another. The examination also came to an end. The assessment results indicated a long-range skill at the white-silver level, with a damage range fluctuating between 1075 and 1262. It was suitable for all ranged combat professions. Everyone couldn't help but inhale a cold breath. Even Bai Yi wasn't an exception, though he felt more regret than anything else. If he had known, he would have kept it for himself. However, the system shattered this regret of his. It was something he couldn't learn. Lin Yu, on one hand excited, walked up to Bai Yi and asked, "Are you planning to handle the skill stone documentation yourself or inform the academy? If you submit it to the school council, there will be an administrative fee." Bai Yi thought for a moment and decided to leave it to the academy. He wasn't one to handle such matters. Hearing this, Lin Yu nodded enthusiastically and said, "I'll take you to handle the procedure after class." Bai Yi didn't care much about it and casually declared, "As long as you're a student in this class, you can get this skill for just 2 points. Consider it a benefit I'm offering to everyone." As soon as these words were spoken, all the students became excited and started shouting, praising Bai Yi for being amazing. At dusk, after a full day of lessons, Bai Yi finally returned home, exhausted, breathing a sigh of relief. Finally, it was over. However, as soon as he returned to the residential area, Bai Yi saw the figure of Qin Tianfu standing at the gate. Why is he here again? Bai Yi really didn't want to deal with this old man, but what other choice did he have? He still invited him into the house, but didn't forget to joke, thinking that the old man would go straight into his room and wait. The old man snorted coldly, stating that he highly respected the privacy of students. Bai Yi glanced at him, pouted, and said, "You didn't say that last time. If you have something to say, just say it directly." Qin Tianfu wasn't being polite either, acting as if he were at home. He poured himself a cup of water, took a sip, and then said, "In half a month, there's a national freshman exchange competition, held once a year. This year, it's organized by Tianfu University, and their school hasn't ranked first in a long time." Bai Yi wasn't very concerned with the ranking, casually saying, "If it's not first, then second." Hearing this, Qin Tianfu got angry and insisted that Bai Yi must win first place. If he did, he would add another 1,000 bonus points. Bai Yi sneered and said, "That's insulting you." Qin Tianfu increased the offer to 12 points. Bai Yi became more and more annoyed, angrily questioning him, "Don't you know about the super genius with SSS level potential from Qingbei University? This is not just about the score, it's about face. If we lose, not only will you be embarrassed, but the entire school will lose face." Qin Tianfu furrowed his brows and thought for a moment before raising the stakes to 2,000 points. "Do it if you want, or don't do it if you don't." At that point, Bai Yi finally smiled smugly and said, "You're being too polite. The school's matters are your responsibility. You'll definitely teach those clueless people a lesson." Qin Tianfu chuckled, shaking his head and teasing, "Don't you want the points anymore?" Bai Yi immediately changed his tone, saying, "Well, not getting the points would mean no motivation. Without motivation, you can't get anything done." Qin Tianfu knew exactly what he wanted, and with a helpless sigh, he picked up the phone and sent the points to him. Soon, Bai Yi's phone received the notification, Bai Yi's point wallet has received 1,000 points. Bai Yi stared at the points in his phone for a long time, speechless. Qin Tianfu mentioned that this was just a deposit, and the full amount would be transferred to him once he secured first place. Bai Yi happily replied, "It's just first place, I'll make sure to get it done." This time, Qin Tianfu fully delegated to Bai Yi, allowing him to choose 16 members for the competition. Apart from him and Ruoshi, the rest were up to Bai Yi's selection. The competition was divided into two parts, the individual survival test in the secret realm, and for every category, Bai Yi had to secure first place. Deservedly so, Bai Yi was surprised upon hearing this, realizing that first place applied to two categories. Qin Tianfu chuckled, took a sip of water, and casually admitted, "That's right." Thinking it would be an easy win, Bai Yi only then realized he had been tricked by this sly old man. As a result, Bai Yi locked himself in his house to pick his teammates. It took him 2 full days to finalize his choices. He let out a long sigh, finally done, utterly exhausted. But recalling Qin Tianfu's words, he felt a deep frustration. He had taken a heavy hit this time and vowed to make a huge profit next time to make up for it. Although the requirement was for level 10 and below, talent was likely the most important factor. Therefore, Bai Yi decided to go all in. A week later, the freshman competition between universities across the country finally began. At this moment, the team captains arrived to receive their draw numbers. Bai Yi, full of excitement, came along with Ruoshi and Dexian. The place was packed with people. Behind him were 3 more, Xa and Jide, the insect master, Chen Yanghan, the silver moon assassin, and Huang Lu, the mage. Jide asked skeptically, "Do you think they can really do it this time?" Bai Yi, confident in his own judgment, replied, "Of course they can. You'll see, their actions will prove that your judgment was right." The time was a week before the competition. At a CAF, Bai Yi was slowly walking in. As soon as Ruoshi saw him, she excitedly called out. Not only her, but the 4 others Bai Yi had chosen were also present there. Without hesitation, Bai Yi ran over to Ruoshi, wanting to hug her. Upon seeing this, she immediately got angry, wanting to hit him, and told him to get serious. Bai Yi chuckled twice before finally getting to the point. He wanted everyone to get acquainted with each other. Apart from Ruoshi and Dexian, they were already familiar with each other, but the other 3 had not met before. Jide quickly introduced himself as soon as he heard, not forgetting to flatter Bai Yi. He had watched all of his matches and thought he was really impressive. Yang Han, not as enthusiastic as Jide, coldly asked, "What is that competition?" Bai Yi slowly explained, "The first event is an individual competition, followed by a survival challenge in a secret realm. Their goal is to win both categories. The rules for the individual competition are simple, the 6 people will compete in turn, and based on their performance, 1 person will be eliminated at a time, followed by a drawing for the next round." Jide, upon hearing this, wasn't too concerned. He trusted Bai Yi's abilities, with him, they would win. Dexian also chimed in, agreeing, but Bai Yi didn't think it would be that simple. At this point, Ruoshi spoke up, mentioning the 3 freshmen from Chengbei University who had challenged the release of level 6 golden skills, which could be considered formidable rivals. Among them was a person who continuously released 2 golden skills. Bai Yi knew this person was the second son of the president of Chengbei University, Vu Dat. Ruoshi said that she believed she wouldn't be able to beat this person. Jide, upon hearing this, showed a hint of concern on his face. 2 golden skills, this was truly the mark of a genius. Bai Yi, fearing that everyone might get discouraged, quickly reassured them, "Don't worry too much. You'll handle the main card of Chengbei. Also, as for you, I've heard that they've arrived at the bronze trial forging dungeon and are short on good weapons." As he spoke, weapons suddenly appeared in his hands, sparkling. These were prepared for them so they wouldn't be restricted by their classes. Seeing the shimmering weapons in his hands, both Jide and Zhang Han immediately stood up excitedly, continuously handing out good person cards to him. Bai Yi nodded slightly and smiled, saying, "Each piece of the white silver equipment is top tier, priced at 20 points each. Your store also offers a prepaid service. As soon as he said this, both Jie and Zhang Han were left speechless, retracting the good person cards they had just handed out. In the crowded area, students were blending into the lively rhythm of the ongoing festival. The scene was filled with loud voices and the colorful burst of fireworks soaring into the sky. Bai Yi and Desian seemed to have been there for quite some time. The two friends had already taken a stroll around the fair. Desian was crying on the inside. His wallet had become empty once again. He stared at the empty wallet with sorrow, while Bai Yi, walking ahead, remained calm and composed. Hearing Desian's complaints, Bai Yi turned around and smiled with amusement, not teasing his friend, but thinking that his buddy seemed quite foolish. Those items out there were hard to buy even for 100 points. Clearly, he was the one who had made a big profit. Suddenly, two young people, introducing themselves as reporters from the Qingbei TV station, appeared in front of Bai Yi and Desian. They said, "We have a few questions. Would you two be willing to answer them?" "Just point the microphone straight at me," Bai Yi said in frustration, annoyed by these people bothering him again. He bluntly refused. "It's not convenient anymore, the morning session was already fine." Still unwilling to give up, the somewhat awkward female MC, after being rejected, decided to take a risk and shouted in the crowd, "What do you think of Bai Yi's performance in this competition?" Little did she know, she had touched a nerve. Bai Yi, in a bad mood, turned around and looked at her with an annoyed expression. She asked, "What do you think?" Seeing the stubborn guy finally willing to stop and say a few words, the girl couldn't help but show her joy. The guy next to her remained focused on filming. She continued, "Of course. What do you think of Bai Yi?" Bai Yi bent down and turned his back to the interview crew, pointing his rear end at them. "What do you think? Want to take a look at this with your own eyes?" The people around them couldn't help but laugh at the unexpected turn of events. The reporter, caught off guard, was speechless. "Can't take it anymore," she warned Bai Yi angrily. "This is a live broadcast nationwide. I hope you'll show some self-respect and be mindful of your image," she said, clearly frustrated. Bai Yi wasn't having any of it, snatching the microphone from her hand. His demeanor remained confident as he shouted directly into the camera, leaving the cameraman startled. Bai Yi raised his middle finger. "If you're so good, why don't you go complain at school?" On the live screen, Bai Yi continued to stretch his neck. "Lin Bo, the people from Qingbei University are the ones you hate the most. Today, Big Brother Bai Yi will teach the people from Qingbei a lesson." His finger remained pointed, challenging them. Lin Bo on the other side of the screen spat blood upon hearing his name. The group of reporters, embarrassed, angrily left but not without turning back to tell Lin Bo, "Right? You won't let this go, will you? You'll definitely file a complaint." Bai Yi didn't care at all, even happily waving goodbye to the group as they left. Desian, who had witnessed almost everything, smiled smugly. This kid Bai Yi is really ruthless." Bai Yi still couldn't accept it. It was Lin Bo's fault. Why should he be the one to endure this? The two hadn't finished talking when a voice suddenly came from behind them. "Hello," the voice said, and both Desian and Bai Yi turned around. It was a quite handsome guy, smiling as he spoke. "Nice to meet you. I'm Wu Deling, from Qingbei University." After speaking, he raised his hand as if to greet them. Bai Yi didn't seem surprised by this guy and smiled warmly. What a pity, this guy's dad is not Wu Song. Wu Deling was very surprised. "How do you know my dad's real name?" He changed it to Wu Ziqi now. From his cheerful expression, Deling suddenly became serious and wary. How could he know that? Could it really be an incredible coincidence? After Bai Yi spoke, realizing he had said something he shouldn't have, he forced a smile and then changed his attitude, friendly, placing an arm around Deling's shoulder in an attempt to shift the situation. Bai Yi asked, "Deling, are you really happy to meet me, or is it just a formality? How happy exactly are you?" Deling's likability score towards Bai Yi was 18, not very high due to a little suspicion. Hearing this, he felt somewhat awkward and could only go along with it, saying, "Oh, well, I'm really happy." Upon hearing this, Bai Yi immediately turned his attitude around, thinking it was too early for De Ling to be so pleased. He stepped back, feeling like De Ling was celebrating too soon. Noticing Bai Yi's shift in attitude, De Ling responded, "Oh, it's just a polite remark, don't get me wrong." Finally, they could have a serious conversation. "Alright, no more pleasantries, no more teasing, let's get to know each other sincerely." De Ling stayed by, listening attentively. Bai Yi continued, "You fix things and ask if I want repairs." "De Ling, you're not so bad yourself, you read fortunes. Do you want me to tell you your fortune?" His gaze was provocatively challenging. And so, the two friends became competitive, sparks of rivalry began to fly, almost as if they were about to throw punches. "You've also learned fortune telling, but can you even read De Ling? What is he anyway?" Bai Yi spoke up. The people around them were watching the pointless conversation with confusion, wondering, are these two really the strongest? This is unbelievable. After their verbal clash, De Ling sent Bai Yi a message, "You're really interesting. I hope your strength matches the size of that mouth of yours." Bai Yi wasn't backing down, thinking De Ling liked to create a facade for himself. Why not just make a pair of underwear while you're at it? Not yet provoked, De Ling was so angry that his face turned bright red. "Just you wait," Bai Yi said with a satisfied smile. At the university's competition venue, the announcer's voice echoed through the packed stands. "Hello, everyone. The annual National Freshman Exchange Competition is officially starting." He continued, "This event is organized by Tianfu University. Now, please welcome the teams representing the freshmen from various universities and colleges to step onto the stage." Everyone excitedly turned to follow the announcer's gesture. Bai Yi's team had already made their way out, and cheers filled the air. "You clap once, I clap once. Today, Tianfu will take first place. You clap 5 times, I'll clap 5 times." Bai Yi took the lead, advancing confidently. The players of the team started to look around. Bai Yi greeted the audience warmly. De Xian remarked, "Brother Yi, look at how much everyone loves you. They've even made a slogan for you." De Xian suddenly became dreamy, wishing that one day he could be the same. He had already thought of his own slogan. De Xian, always the first to charge ahead, De Xian will shine and lead the way." Bai Yi heard this and felt it was a bit awkward. His toes curled in embarrassment. Soon after, De Ling's team appeared. "Jin claps twice, I clap twice, Tian Bei can only take second place." From a distance, De Ling made a gesture indicating he was ready to fight, sending a message to Bai Yi, "You're done for." Bai Yi seemed unfazed, still upset as he raised his middle finger at De Ling. The announcer signaled again, "Has everyone finished preparing? Now, may I invite the president of Tianfu University, the commander-in-chief of the Western Military District, the mayor of Tianfu City." The start of the competition was a battle for the stage, and everyone was ready. Bai Yi turned back and kindly reminded, "Ruoshi, be careful, don't get hurt." Ruoshi agreed and repeated, "You be careful too, Bai Yi." Her gaze towards him was full of concern. The stadium was filled with many stands, and the audience cheered loudly from all sides. Bai Yi sent a message to his opponent, he only had one chance to strike, and if he missed it, there would be no second warning. His opponent was a handsome student from Taohua University. He was strong, holding a sword, his strength already surging, and he responded to Bai Yi, saying, "I know." As soon as he finished speaking, the young man chose his attack strategy, gathering strength for the move Blazing Flame Slash, causing his sword to glow as it unleashed a burst of power. He shouted loudly, "Die!" The force came at high speed, but Bai Yi, calm as ever, casually slipped his hands into his pockets. With his real combat experience and his repertoire of moves, Bai Yi easily dodged the strike. Additionally, with a swift movement, he teleported and appeared behind his opponent, knocking him on the head and saying, "You lost, bring in the next one." The young man was stunned, the speed was too fast for him to react. His classmate was sent flying out of the arena, utterly unbelievable. Bai Yi had just started the competition, and in less than a minute, he had already knocked the representative from Taohua University out of the arena. The announcer raised his hand to signal the winner. Ring number 55. The winner was Bai Yi from Tianfu University. Bai Yi stood proudly beside, his presence commanding attention as the crowd buzzed with excitement. Damn, is Bai Yi really this strong? One break has already been dealt with. The representative from Taohua University, I'm ready to call him the brick-breaking war god. The Tianfu University team was watching, and the son of Principal Qin wondered if Bai Yi's strength was truly that impressive. Principal Qin remarked, "This kid Bai Yi isn't simple. His current level might only be 9th grade, but his attributes are even higher than those of an average 10th grade professional. A normal student wouldn't stand a chance against him." On another side of the arena, De Ling was also quickly taking down opponents, with each one falling miserably before him. Observing this, the commander-in-chief commented, "Bai Yi has certainly improved, but this Wu De Ling is also a tough opponent." Principal Qin's son said, "According to the current data, Wu De Ling's talent has 2 abilities." Principal Qin reassured him, "It's all right. Bai Yi is not as simple as they think. Now it's just a matter of seeing which of these 2 kids has more tricks up their sleeve." He said this with a sense of satisfaction. Back in Bai Yi's section, the crowd cheered, "Oh my god, everyone look at contestant number 4 from Manhwa University. He's up against Wang Pai from Tianfu University." Bai Yi, upon seeing the familiar face of the person under the disguise, was taken aback. The person seemed equally surprised, not expecting to run into Bai Yi so soon. He removed his disguise and pointed directly at Bai Yi, who was confused, saying, "I'm going to make you pay for angering me." The guy from Mei Yuan was burning with fury, thinking that Bai Yi had initially been playing him for a fool. He had always been toyed with by him, like a pawn in the palm of his hand. As he spoke, his eyes and tone were full of resentment. Bai Yi gestured for him to stop. "That's nonsense," he suggested. "Please, don't say things that could be misunderstood like that." The guy beside him was still fuming with rage, but those words seemed to only make him angrier. "I warn you, Bai Yi, stop talking nonsense," he said, his anger reaching a boiling point. "The fire's already burning up." Seeing the flames rise high, Bai Yi panicked. Damn it, he thought to himself, is this guy really going to this extreme? Why is he burning himself like that? The guy remained unfazed, looking incredibly smug and confident. He claimed that this fireball attack was a modified skill that would automatically burn any enemies around him. He laughed as he said this, his eyes filled with malice, resembling a demon. Although he had already suffered some damage, he wanted to see if Bai Yi dared to pull him into it. So, there he was, literally stoking the fire while continuing to provoke. Bai Yi was fed up, wondering if this guy was seriously out of his mind. Reluctantly, Bai Yi provoked back, "Come on, let me show you how this self-ignition skill of yours works." He kept gesturing provocatively with his hand. The guy couldn't hold back any longer, quickly charging forward like a rocket with his fists raised, thinking that Bai Yi was still tough. With great speed and immense strength, a powerful explosion shook the air, tearing through the atmosphere as smoke billowed up. In the end, this guy, Mei Yuan, was still burned to death. Bai Yi sighed in frustration. Is this guy's IQ really like this? Is it really this low? Down below, the opponent was suffering from thermal shock due to the high temperature of the explosion. Medical personnel arrived promptly to take the patient for treatment. The guy, lying on a medical stretcher, still groaned in pain. Bai Yi muttered to himself, "This guy is really pathetic, he totally deserved it. Say hello to the baby who's now all black from the burn." Principal Qin, witnessing this, exclaimed, "This is truly a student with backbone. I am so skilled." That kid, Bai Yi, had many tricks up his sleeve. The surrounding audience once again got to witness a brilliant performance. They admired, "What kind of skill is this? I don't understand it at all." Bai Yi was congratulated for quickly reaching the second phase. He looked very pleased with himself and, with a touch of politeness, credited all his success to the support of everyone. As the second phase began, a familiar figure appeared in front of him. Bai Yi, full of excitement, began to interrogate the person in front of him. So, what's up? You still want to get to know me a little? It was De Ling. The formidable opponent was now displayed on the main screen. He stood there, showing off his results to Bai Yi. He just wanted to let him know that he had been 2 seconds faster than him. With a triumphant expression on his face, Bai Yi couldn't help but mock his opponent in all seriousness. Se pulled a sour face, thinking perhaps his eyes weren't working properly. He asked, De Ling, could you tell us how many seconds you took? Making sure the cameras could catch a close-up of De Ling's answer. De Ling, of course, wouldn't back down, replying loudly and clearly, I took 3.21 seconds, his face full of confidence. Bai Yi seized on this excessive confidence, loud enough for everyone to hear. Classmate Wu De Ling took 3.21 seconds, truly worthy of being the fastest man in the country. Bai Yi's tone was full of ambiguous implication, clearly suggestive, making De Ling realize too late what he'd said. His face turned from red to purple with embarrassment. Realizing he'd been played, De Ling burst into a rage, cursing wildly. But Bai Yi simply strode off, as if to say, so fast, and still proud of it? As Bai Yi left the stage, fans had already gathered asking to take photos. A pretty girl asked the announcer to take a picture of her with Bai Yi. Before he could even react, the frame captured the moment, the girl with her arm around Bai Yi, who looked slightly shy, the whole scene genuinely charming. After the photo, the girl quickly left, but not before offering her encouragement to Bai Yi, keep it up, I'll always be cheering for you. Then he lightly ran off. Bai Yi felt embarrassed. Could this really be allowed? He was arrogant, being this handsome is truly a burden. The main screen officially announced the results. The winner of the 20th arena was Bai Yi from Tianfu University. Of course, not everyone cheered for him. Some guys, envious and resentful, were upset about the way Bai Yi won and started cursing him from below the stage. If you're not going to fight, then don't, but taking pictures together? Clearly a bit of jealousy, angrily demanding a refund for the entry fee. Some other students were even angrier, thinking that Bai Yi looked really disgraceful in this situation. What are you bragging about? Not only that, but he was also speaking loudly. If it weren't for this spectator area blocking him, he'd be the first to step down. Bai Yi had heard it. With his ability to teleport, he appeared in front of the guy who had just made the comment. This senior clearly hadn't realized what was happening yet. Bai Yi stood there, glowering, and asked in an accusatory tone, what do you mean by being the first? Do you want to mess with me or what, huh? The senior, clearly frightened, was taken aback. How could you be this fast? What's going on? I'm terrified. Run fast. The senior is really despicable, immediately using the excuse that there was something at home, and then disappearing without a trace. Bai Yi sighed. It turned out that it was nothing useful after all. He returned to the main screen once more, challenging all the envious and resentful groups. Is anyone dissatisfied? Either let your contestant stay and fight me, or better yet, you all come up and fight me yourselves, Bai Yi said, using his signature middle finger gesture again. Still in the stadium filled with people, Bai Yi had already gone to rest early. While he was replenishing his energy, information about Ruoshi had come in. Ruoshi had won 9 matches already, with only one final match left to go, obviously waiting for her friend. Just as Ruoshi returned, it was announced that Decien only had one final match left as well. Bai Yi happily welcomed her. Without hesitation, Ruoshi sat beside him, and the two immediately attracted the attention of many. Clearly, these were two exceptionally outstanding contestants, now sitting together, their relationship seeming quite good. Ruoshi asked Bai Yi about the talent of that De Ling from earlier. Bai Yi was also recalling, was that the one who refused to repeat himself? That talent was indeed a little tricky to deal with. Ruoshi looked at him and comforted him. Beating De Ling isn't too difficult. Bai Yi agreed, it was just a matter of figuring out which trump card he needed to use, feeling a bit tired. The announcement for a break to replenish energy and stamina had been made. The Bai group had gathered together for a moment, with him handing out snacks to his friends, saying, "Make sure to take a lot, the next round is going to be intense." It didn't take long before the announcer immediately started explaining the rules for the second round, which was the individual elimination match. This round would be conducted in a knockout format, where the loser would be immediately eliminated, and the winner would proceed to the next stage. Pairings were about to be announced. Bai warned everyone, "This round is a straight knockout, so be extra careful, don't let yourselves be caught off guard." As soon as they arrived at the competition area, the girl fanger appeared. "Hello, Shun." She introduced herself as a fan of his and asked if they could take a picture together. "Don't worry, after the photo, I'll immediately concede defeat, I won't waste your time." Just as Bai was about to step into the ring, a muscular man called him back. He accused Bai of underestimating others. The crowd then noticed his appearance and recognized his identity. This was Wang Pai from Chengchao University, and some even felt thrilled that the much-anticipated showdown with Wang Pai was happening earlier than expected here. Bai turned around to look at him, paying him little attention. He just muttered an "oh" before continuing. Wang Pai gave a thumbs down and cursed at him, "You piece of trash." Bai did not respond, instead, he silently read the opponent's information. The opponent's name was Lu Tu Run, with an SS level attribute, a Lion Knight profession, and a special skill called Summon Headman. After discovering that the opponent was a headman, Bai still couldn't believe it because he considered himself a pure-hearted warrior of love. It seemed that everyone in the audience was also dissatisfied with Bai's show-off attitude. The crowd shouted in unison, "Down with Bai, the show-off." But there were also those who defended him, "Tian Fu is strong, Bai is the best." Encouraged by the cheers from the crowd, Wang Pai grew more confident. He cracked his knuckles to start and asked, "Do you like showing off that much?" Bai still did not respond directly to his question. He only warned him, "Don't say that I didn't give him a chance. Quickly unleash your skill, or else Wang Pai won't have another opportunity." Wang Pai was not intimidated by Bai's warning. He pretended to mimic Bai's words in a high-pitched, exaggerated voice, which caused Bai to get goosebumps and feel disgusted. Sickened by Wang Pai's fake, girly voice, Bai couldn't take it anymore and said, "This is so nauseating," but then again, he won't disappoint him. Bai swung his arm along with the brick, aiming straight at Wang Pai's face. In that moment, Bai felt something was wrong. Instead of taking the full force of the brick, Wang Pai immediately dodged it, and suddenly, a golden sphere head appeared from somewhere, flying straight toward Bai. Fortunately, he managed to dodge it toward Wang Pai. The latter laughed loudly and said, "Bai, aren't you going to just surrender your life already?" As soon as the golden sphere head hit the arena floor, a massive explosion occurred. If Bai hadn't dodged in time, he would have taken the full brunt of it. Wang Pai acknowledged that Bai did have some skills. Seeing the power of his opponent, Bai had to admit that at first, he had underestimated Wang Pai. On the arena floor, the momentum of the two men was intense. Wang Pai said, "Bai, did you think you've already won?" It turned out that he had watched Bai's competition videos dozens of times. On top of that, every day he studied ways to counteract his skills. Having prepared thoroughly before coming here and done his research on his opponent, Wang Pai was determined to put an end to the legend of Bai. As soon as he finished speaking, a massive bull-like creature with a human body and fiery red eyes appeared behind Wang Pai. This was the skilled golden artifact summoning the head of the continent. Wang Pai commanded the sphere head, "Why aren't you trampling Bai into the ground immediately?" Upon hearing the command, the sphere head's eyes blazed with fire as it let out a loud roar. Bai heard Wang Pai wanted to trample on him, and he thought that image was far from pleasant because Ruoshi probably wouldn't like something like that. Instead of fearing that he might be dethroned, Bai was more concerned about ruining his appearance. "Actually, if it were me, I'd feel the same way." He immediately focused all his strength, reasoning that it was Wang Pai who had forced him into this situation. Indeed, appearance had its reasons. Bai and the bull-headed man were both intently watching the opponent's next move, assessing whether their successful judgment could turn the tide and make their skills effective. Hearing the term successfully overcoming danger, Bai Yi didn't understand what it meant and cursed. What does successfully overcoming danger even mean? Not forgetting to bring along 2 gifts from his middle fingers, the bull-headed man was 100,000 times bigger than Bai Yi, but Bai Yi showed no fear. He would show Wang Pai something to expand his horizons. Bai Yi took out a gigantic hammer and focused his strength, determined to show him what it meant to be a pure-hearted warrior of love. The audience below was staring with wide eyes, trying not to blink, unable to believe what they were witnessing. Bai Yi, with his 80-kilogram hammer, had cracked the huge bull-headed man's horns. The audience couldn't understand how Bai Yi managed to do that. It was because this was the summoning of a golden beast with a 200 attribute stat. Wang De wasn't afraid of Bai Yi's previous attack. He continued to order the bull-headed man to charge forward and crush Bai Yi immediately. The large bull-headed man swung his fist with tremendous force straight toward Bai Yi. Instead of dodging the attack, Bai Yi charged forward. He gripped his fist tightly, as if preparing to confront the bull-headed man head-on. When the 2 fists collided, although the bull-headed man's hand was larger than Bai Yi's strength was not any weaker. Immediately after, the bull-headed man was sent stumbling backward. Bai Yi remained nonchalantly standing on the stage, feeling bored. He smirked mischievously, holding his massive hammer, eager for the bull-headed man to surrender his life. Bai Yi leaped toward the bull-headed man, relentlessly smashing the hammer down. As he struck, he said, "First, I'll use the big hammer to deal with you." At this point, the bull-headed man was covered in bruises. Wang De, watching from the sidelines, saw how mercilessly Bai Yi was treating the bull-headed man. He couldn't understand how Bai Yi had managed to defeat him so quickly. Bai Yi paid no attention to Wang De and continued relentlessly hammering the bull-headed man. With each strike, he repeated, 40, 40. After a while, with each powerful blow of Bai Yi's hammer, the bull-headed man was battered and bruised, his head swollen with lumps. Instead of being crushed by Bai Yi, it was the bull-headed man who was the one who ended up flattened. Seeing his work, Bai Yi happily stood up, finally satisfied that he had finished his fight. He turned towards Wang De and looked at him. The initial confidence of Wang De had completely disappeared. He saw Bai Yi, who was so frightened that he was stammering. Bai Yi pointed the hammer at Wang De and gave him a choice: "Do you want to go down on your own, or do you want me to knock you down?" Wang De immediately surrendered, without any hesitation. As soon as Wang De finished speaking, the referee immediately announced, "Congratulations to Bai Yi of Tianfu University for successfully leveling up." Principal Qin and the commander were sitting in the audience area below. Bai Yi had truly surprised Principal Qin, and the commander also acknowledged this, recognizing that there was still much they didn't know about Bai Yi. At the same time, in a pitch-black room, a group of people were having a meeting about something. The person sitting at the head of the table asked the others around him, "Have we investigated the fox demon thoroughly?" A woman wearing a fox mask spoke up, reporting to Lord Heilong, "In this year's freshman exchange competition, only Qin Tianfu participated. If Lord Heilong were to make a move, with our strength, we should be able to catch all these freshmen in one fell swoop." Another man, wearing a dragon mask, also spoke. He thinks that their dark sect has been silent for many years, but it is time to once again feel the majesty of Lord Xieshen. Everyone stood up simultaneously, made a strange gesture, and shouted in unison, "May the glory of Lord Xieshen last forever." The principal of Qingchao University couldn't believe the story he had just heard. Seeing his student lose, the principal of Qingchao was so furious he nearly exploded. At the same time, the dean of the Martial Arts Academy at Chengbei University was talking to Yi Yanhu, the dean of Tianfu University. The dean asked, "Do you know what Bai Yi from Tianfu is like right now? I never expected him to chase after the bull-headed guy." Yanhu thought for a moment before replying, "Bai Yi's attributes aren't high. His attribute score is 132, which is still a little lower than Wu Dilang from your school." Upon hearing this, the dean couldn't believe his ears. Those who were eavesdropping also began to gossip. "Wait, Bai Yi's attribute score is 132? How can someone with F-level potential have an attribute score on par with an SSS level person?" Some people speculated, has the will of the blue star experienced a bug? The dean shared a secret with Yenhu. In the future, when we recruit, we might want to pay more attention to people with F-level potential. Yenhu was a bit skeptical. Is that really the case? The dean crossed his arms and affirmed, if it weren't for the future of humanity, would I share this secret with you, Yenhu? Yenhu said, when we return, they will definitely look into its feasibility. Meanwhile, Bai was sitting back and sipping water after the recent battles, thinking, I don't need to worry about Ruoshi anymore, but I wonder how things are going on Desien's side. Desien, on the other hand, was not idle. He was engaged in a fierce battle, full of energy. Desien said to his opponent, hurry up and use more strength. A human face with a beastly heart is what you're replacing. When the opponent was exhausted, Desien wiped his nose and mocked them for being too weak. The referee also declared Desien from Tianfu University the winner. Desien happily asked him, so, did I embarrass you? Bai put his hands in his pockets and said, not bad, that image has a bit of the youthful Bai in it. You see, Ruoshi's match is almost over too, so how about we go check out Huan Lu and Xian Guda? Suddenly, Desien shyly acted like a young girl, expressing that he wanted to ask Bai something. Seeing his friend's delicate demeanor, Bai felt goosebumps and couldn't understand what kind of act he was putting on. Bai put his arm around Desien's shoulders, thinking he was probably trying to score some points, right? If that was the case, it would be easy. But Desien blushed, made an adorable gesture with his hands, and looked away, repeatedly denying it. It's not that. Desien whispered into Bai's ear, well, I have a friend who's been into a girl recently. By now, the readers all know this is about you, right? No one else. Bai immediately understood what his friend was after and said, just say it's you, no need to beat around the bush. Desien no longer tried to deny it, remaining silent instead. The way he looked right now was truly ridiculous. You pulled a pink book out of your backpack, it was the Advanced Love Guide. Bai told Desien, follow the instructions in this book, and I guarantee you'll win over your target. Desien skeptically asked, is that really possible? The next day, everyone gathered in one place. Desien looked at Tianlu with fiery eyes full of love. Feeling the intense gaze, Tianlu thought there was something on her face, which was why he was staring at her that way. Bai, sitting beside them, witnessed the whole thing and also knew that Desien's crush was on Tianlu. He nudged Desien's shoulder and whispered, quick, read the book, hurry up. Immediately, following the book's advice, Desien struck a cool pose and said, Tianlu, kid, you're even better than my pet dog at pooping. Seeing this, Tianlu froze, not knowing how to respond. She quickly changed the topic. Ruoshi, the competition is about to start. Let's go. She didn't answer Desien at all. Seeing that things weren't going as expected, Desien turned to Bai with a twisted expression. Bai crossed his arms and confidently assured him, my methods are never wrong. As the time approached, Bai stood up and went ahead, while Desien remained seated, flipping through the book and diligently studying. By the time they reached the competition floor, the opponent had already arrived. Bai's opponent this time was Shinbai Chu, a half-dragon, level 9, with an SSS potential and a noble innate bloodline talent. She possesses an exceptionally strong self-healing ability and a superb resistance to all elemental damage, with a skill reduction of 40%. As a dragon warrior profession, her attributes are Strength 188, Constitution 154, Dexterity 132, and Spirit 114. The dragon tribe bloodline within her body occupies 3.1,415,926%, making her barely considered human. Upon seeing the half-dragon, Bai couldn't control his words and said, damn it, a half-dragon? The referee immediately interrupted and reminded him, you need to watch your language. This is a live stream program nationwide. Bai Chu asked the referee and her opponent if they could start. The referee turned to Bai and asked, are you ready? He confidently replied, anytime. With the answer received, the referee immediately announced that the competition officially began. The audience in the stands cheered and shouted in excitement. Bai Yi once again charged forward with his tactic. He grabbed his brick and rushed straight toward Bai Chu. No matter how fiercely Bai Yi attacked with his powerful blows, Bai Chu remained completely unmoved. Suddenly, she spoke up, Bai Yi, are you done attacking? Because now it's my turn. He couldn't believe it and felt, damn it. When she wasn't shaken even slightly, Bai Chu swiftly launched a counterattack against Bai Yi. Her hand grew larger and ripped his clothes into pieces. Bai Yi angrily scolded, she's shameless. I can't believe she dared to tear your clothes off in front of everyone. Bai Chu didn't say much. She simply thought, is that all you know how to do, pray? Repeating her previous attack, Bai Chu charged straight at Bai Yi, demanding that he surrender immediately. Her move sent Bai Yi flying to the far end of the arena. It seemed that he had finally met a worthy opponent. Bai Yi was knocked to the edge of the arena floor, and the battle became more intense. After regaining his composure, he adjusted his body and breathing. Once everything stabilized, he picked up his weapon, determined to try again. He darted toward Bai Chu at lightning speed. Instead of running away, Bai Chu stood still, watching to see what trick he would attempt next. But no matter how forcefully Bai Yi attacked, Bai Chu remained motionless, her body completely unaffected by his strikes. Growing increasingly impatient with Bai Yi, Bai Chu appeared behind him in an instant, leaving Bai Yi unable to react in time. He couldn't comprehend how she moved so quickly. She struck with a powerful elbow to his back, knocking him down. Bai Yi no longer felt confident. His body was bruised and battered. Is this what the evil sect is like? He muttered. Bai Chu mocked him, you're supposed to be the ace of Tianfu University, yet this is all you've got? The system notified him, take a close look at her skin. It was her movement skill, called Dragon Flower. Bai Yi read the message and immediately turned his head, seeing through Bai Chu's clothes. Beneath her jacket, he saw dragon scales. Regarding Bai Chu, she was angry because during the match, Bai Yi dared to be distracted. She attacked Bai Yi, but this time, he successfully dodged the blow. Holding a brick in his hand, his gaze completely changed. Having figured out the opponent's weakness, Bai Yi became more confident. He believed that Bai Chu was also very brave. Bai Chu thought Bai Yi was trying to stall for time. She told him to stop talking nonsense and to attack from above. Instead of standing still as usual, Bai Yi gained momentum. He jumped right behind Bai Chu, avoiding her previous strike. Bai Yi was unhesitant, not letting the fact that Bai Chu was a girl stop him, and grabbed her hair, leaving her bewildered. Before she could react, Bai Chu saw a large hand coming straight for her face. Bai Yi pressed her head forcefully to the ground with one hand, holding her in place while controlling her with the other. He advised her, you should admit defeat, or I'll show you what cruelty really is. Bai Chu struggled and resisted, saying, there's no way I'll admit defeat. Bai Yi no longer spoke to her, instead turning to the referee, asking if it was acceptable to do a few dishonorable things in this ring. The referee said nothing, as it didn't violate the rules. Bai Chu asked what he was planning to do. Without making her wait long, Bai Yi naturally intended to do something special, though he didn't specify what. His current expression was extremely lewd, and viewers could easily understand it by looking at his face. Bai Chu, embarrassed and angry, told him not to do anything reckless. The referee also reminded them that this was supposed to be a serious competition. Below the ring, the dean was furious. He wanted the match to be stopped immediately and turned to Yanhu, asking, what is Bai Yi planning to do? But Yanhu leisurely sipped his tea, completely unaware of the situation. He turned to the dean and said, you should go ask Bai Yi. The dean replied, if anything goes wrong during the competition, Yanhu, you should just wait for the entire nation to condemn you. Suddenly, Bai Chu's face turned bright red with embarrassment, and she began to moan repeatedly, crying out for him to stop. It turned out that what Bai Yi was doing was tickling her foot. I hadn't even thought of such a tactic. He took a feather and kept tickling the sole of Bai Chu's foot. Bai Yi asked, is she scared yet? Bai Chu kept slamming her hands on the floor, laughing so hard she was in tears. She cried out, help me. It was clear that she couldn't take it anymore. The audience below was shocked, with some people even saying, "Her pants are already falling down, and she's letting him do this?" Others commented, "Bai sure is full of tricks." After a moment of torment, Bai asked Bai Chu, "Do you concede?" Laughing and crying at the same time, she replied, "I can't take it anymore, so I concede." The host immediately thrust the microphone toward Bai Chu and asked, "Are you absolutely sure you want to concede?" Bai Chu, still laughing, confirmed that she had indeed conceded. The referee immediately declared, "Contestant Shen Bai Chu from Meiyuan University concedes. Congratulations to Bai Yi from Tianfu University for advancing to the next round." Bai Yi basked in the congratulatory atmosphere, wearing a joyful expression, but what I'm really curious about is, when did he change clothes? Meanwhile, Bai Chu stood off to the side, looking quite foolish. She accepted that this time, Bai Yi had won. The official top 16 list has been released, which includes Tianfu University with 4 remaining participants, Chongbei University with 5, Meiyuan University with 3, Nanke University with 2, Xitian University with 1, and Dongfang University with 1. The audience below cheered joyfully, truly deserving of being in the top 5 universities. The host announced, "Now, we will officially schedule the round of 16 matches, which will feature Wu Delang and Yuan Yihan, Bai Yi, and Zhang Dexian." Upon seeing this arrangement, the audience exclaimed, "Damn it, is there something wrong here, or is there some hidden maneuvering at play? How could Tianfu University arrange it so that 2 teams from the same university face each other?" Bai Yi asked Dexian, "Do you want both of us to go see it?" But it seems Dexian isn't too keen on that. He said, "It's better not to waste so much energy for something like this." Dexian smiled happily and suggested a better idea to Bai Yi. Before Dexian could finish speaking, Bai Yi interrupted with a cunning expression, as he had a good idea of his own. As they were introducing, Bai Yi waved the tablecloth, and the folds of the fabric fluttered in the air, creating a feeling as though time had stopped for a moment. The 3 men were stunned, their curious gazes following Bai Yi. They then asked in surprise, "What are they trying to do?" Their faces were filled with astonishment, as if they had just witnessed something bizarre. Over here, a man wearing glasses was professionally slicing and cooking meat. His movements were smooth and precise, demonstrating his mastery in every step. Bai Yi, seeing this, scored him 10 points, impressed by the man's talent and focus. In the final step, the man sprinkled the seasoning onto the dish and served up a delicious meal. The aroma filled the air, making Bai Yi marvel, but both of the boys were still eager. Bai Yi said, "Teacher, you haven't tasted it yet, have you? Eat it while it's still hot." The other boy nodded in agreement, asserting that he was an A-level chef. Hearing this, the teacher couldn't help but feel a little hungry. When the teacher took the first bite, the delicate flavor spread across his senses, leaving him stunned and in awe, wondering, what kind of earthly delicacy is this? The 3 of them then sat on the stage enjoying the meal, making those below the tribunal seethe with jealousy, unable to taste the food for themselves. Then Bai Yi and his friend turned to the people below and said, "Come up, isn't it you guys? Go ahead, fight." The teacher chimed in, asking, "Should we be a bit more serious about this?" Bai Yi then turned his attention to another match, his gaze intent as he searched for Ruoshi, wondering if she was over there. On the other side of the arena, Ruoshi was fighting the water dragon of impermanence. Her strikes were powerful and decisive, displaying her resilient strength in every move. The teacher was visibly surprised by Ruoshi's energy resonance as she demonstrated her courage and superior strength with each blow, creating a vibrant and dramatic atmosphere in the arena. Her opponent collapsed to the floor, unable to continue, and the teacher immediately declared, "The contestant is no longer able to fight," requesting the medical team to come and assist. As the atmosphere grew tense, all eyes turned toward Ruoshi. At that moment, Ruoshi stood tall beneath the gaze of everyone present. Her heart swelled with pride as the announcement rang out: Su Ruoshi of Tianfu University was the winner. This recognition felt like a well-deserved reward for all her tireless efforts and perseverance over time. The scene shifted to the outskirts of Tianfu City, where the air was fresh and tranquil. Rows of green trees cast their cooling shade along the roadside, creating a peaceful landscape that stood in stark contrast to the city's noise. The soft afternoon sunlight streamed down, carrying with it the fragrance of wildflowers blooming along the path. A man gazed at the screen showing Ruoshi's battle, deeply impressed by this year's students. Their abilities are truly formidable, he thought, feeling a surge of pride in the younger generation rising with such strength and exceptional talent. Two masked figures spoke quietly with one another. One of them said, "But if this were in the secret realm, things might be different." This added an air of mystery and tension to the surroundings. The scene shifted back to the teacher stepping onto the podium. His voice, solemn and dignified, announced, "The drawing for the top 4 officially begins." The declaration immediately captured the attention of all the contestants and spectators, filling the air with suspense and anticipation. The thrilling moment finally arrived. Bai Yi would face Wu Delang, while Su Ruoshi would battle Jin Fei. A wave of tension and excitement swept across the stands as everyone eagerly awaited the spectacular performances from these outstanding contestants. The announcement echoed, "The next match is between the genius Passerby Bai Yi and the son of the head of Nation H, Wu Delang." Wu Delang stirred up an atmosphere of suspense and excitement in the stands as everyone eagerly awaited the dramatic battle between these two outstanding young talents. A wave of posts celebrating Bai Yi and his battles flooded the internet. From skill analysis posts to photos capturing brilliant moments, his name became a phenomenon, attracting a wide range of fans' attention. Below the stands, the crowd chanted Bai Yi's name, declaring him the strongest with energetic slogans. "Each sunflower turns to the sun," loudly proclaiming Bai Yi is the strongest. "Eliminate evil and wrongdoers, live by the right, die by the wrong." It created a fervent atmosphere as if the entire audience was united in rhythm, filled with pride for this young talent. At this moment, Bai Yi stood on stage, smiling and thanking the crowd, saying, "I love you all." Meanwhile, his opponent, Wu Delang, also spoke up from behind, "Finally, I get to face Bai Yi." This set the stage for a tense and exciting atmosphere for the upcoming match. Bai Yi's opponent, Wu Delang, confidently declared, "Someone once told me that in order to become the strongest new student of Nation H, I must defeat Bai Yi. So, I'm really curious to find out who inflated his reputation to this extent." Upon hearing this, Bai Yi couldn't help but respond with a playful smile, "Looks like there are a lot of people with good judgment." Then, Wu Delang drew his weapon, his gaze filled with determination, and said, "Today, I'll show Bai Yi that he doesn't deserve to be on the same level as me." His words, filled with challenge, ignited the dramatic atmosphere and heightened the anticipation for the upcoming battle. Bai Yi remained calm and said, "You have a question you want to ask him?" Wu Delang coldly replied, "What trick are you trying to pull this time?" The tension between the two intensified as they prepared for battle. Bai Yi then extended his hand toward Wu Delang, a mocking smile on his face, and asked, "Is it because you're too arrogant that you think the Animal Protection Association will defend you?" The sarcastic remark infuriated his opponent. Upon hearing this, Wu Delang went berserk, shouting loudly and immediately began to unleash the power of his element. Energy radiated from him violently, and waves of strength surged around him, making the air feel heavy, signaling that a dramatic battle was about to begin. Seeing this, Bai Yi calmly turned to the teacher, complaining that Wu Delang was cheating by using his power before the official start of the match. His words were both playful and provoking. The teacher, upon hearing this, seriously announced, "The competition has not officially begun yet. I request contestant Wu Delang to retract his elemental power." The reminder caused Wu Delang to momentarily halt, his face showing a slight annoyance, but he had no choice but to comply with the rules, though not forgetting to boast, "I'll give Bai Yi one move." In response, Bai Yi merely smiled confidently, emphasizing, "Soon, you'll know who the real clown in this match is." The challenging words sent the crowd into a frenzy like never before. The teacher glanced at the clock, his stern voice ringing out, announcing, "The time for conversation has ended." Then he turned to the two contestants and asked, "Are you both ready to begin the match?" Both opponents replied in unison, their voices resolute, affirming, "Ready." Their gazes locked onto each other, each exuding a fierce determination, prepared to give their all for the eagerly awaited battle. Wu Delang coldly stared directly at Bai Yi, his sharp voice declaring, "From the moment you became my opponent, you are already as good as dead." Upon hearing this, Bai remained calm, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips, as though the threat had done nothing to shake his unwavering confidence. Wu Delang began to use his power, skillfully forming a five-pointed star from the elements around him. Bai quickly threw his weapon toward Wu Delang with a decisive motion. But in the blink of an eye, Wu Delang had used his power to shatter the weapon into countless tiny fragments. The broken pieces sparkled as they scattered in the air. Without missing a beat, Wu Delang immediately launched a thorn chain toward Bai. Each strand gleamed with a brilliant green hue, zipping through the air like predatory snakes, aiming to ensnare and overpower his opponent in this intense showdown. Bai swiftly moved, drawing his weapon and delivering a powerful strike at the thorn chain. Each strand was severed in the blink of an eye, flashes of light erupting as the broken fragments of the chain fell to the ground. Not only did he avoid the danger, but he also showcased his impressive skill and speed before the watchful eyes of the crowd. The teacher looked at the scene before him, unable to hide his surprise at Bai's speed and reflexes. It felt as though the boy had surpassed everything he had imagined. Two teachers, standing on the sidelines of the battle, turned to talk to each other. One of them commented, "Bai isn't the only one with a trump card. His opponent, Wu Delang, is the son of the principal, so he shouldn't be underestimated." The other teacher was taken aback and began to doubt the preparations that Wu Delang had brought. Something doesn't feel right, and his ability to use power might be beyond what we've seen. One of the teachers spoke up, "Principal Wu is a top-ranked Chi master of Nation H." This statement caused the other teacher to grow angry, his expression turning stern upon hearing the name Wu Ziqi. Wu Delang, seeing Bai react so quickly, couldn't help but ask in confusion, why is his speed so fast? His gaze was filled with doubt and surprise. Bai secretly thought to himself, "You're using a skill hack, while that guy is using a physiology hack." Filled with curiosity, he boldly said, "I want to see whose hack is better." His eyes held a challenging look, determined not to let his opponent dominate him in this battle. As Bai charged forward, Wu Delang swiftly used his energy to create a solid shield, simultaneously releasing thorny vines to entangle and block his opponent. Wu Delang looked at Bai coldly and said, "I'll admit Bai is strong, but this is where it should end." His voice carried confidence and a touch of arrogance, as if he was certain he would end the fight on his terms. Upon hearing this, Bai sharply retorted, "End it here? Is he conceding defeat?" Wu Delang chuckled arrogantly, his eyes flashing with defiance, as if Bai's words hadn't shaken his confidence in the slightest. Wu Delang raised the weapon in his hand high, his gaze cold, and his voice rang out with authority as he called forth the manifestation of destruction. His command seemed to awaken a dark power, causing the air around them to tremble, carrying a clear threat directed straight at Bai. The onlookers were stunned as they felt the overwhelming force emanating from Wu Delang, a power that not only dominated but also exuded a chilling, majestic beauty, the Golden Sword Master. Wu Delang laughed in delight and called out to Bai, "Admit defeat, or else you'll never guess what his 2,000,000 beast transformations will do." Then, with an expression full of menace, as if waiting for the moment to strike, Bai took a step back from this overwhelming power. Yet, he remained calm, almost detached, asking Wu Delang if he was done with his performance. His eyes betrayed no sign of worry or fear, as though none of what his opponent had just displayed had made an impact on him. Upon hearing this, Wu Delang pointed directly at Bai and, with a tone full of challenge, declared that the outcome was already clear, so they might as well raise the stakes. If Bai managed to survive and step down from the arena, he would call him father from then on. Bai, still indifferent, replied that Wu Delang might as well call him grandfather. Wu Delang agreed, a sly grin spreading across his face, his eyes glinting with calculation, as though he had already formulated a plan to make Bai pay for his overconfidence. Without further delay, the two charged at each other, the air around them seemingly vibrating with every decisive step they took. Bai, his gaze as sharp as ever, spoke in a low voice, "If that's the case, you will fall for him." Under the stands, Ruoshi said to a friend, "Wu Delang is about to lose." The friend looked up at the arena and thoughtfully asked, "Is Bai's move really that strong?" Bai began to strike, attacking confidently while saying, "Watch closely, this move is called Dad." Meanwhile, Wu Delang remained calm and cold, responding sarcastically, "That's just a fake display, showing arrogance and a refusal to back down." Then a loud explosion echoed, shaking the surrounding space and causing the stands to tremble, with dust rising everywhere. Wu Delang, alarmed, asked, "What is this?" His eyes nervously looked toward Bai Yi, sensing the terrifying power emanating from the recent attack, making him suddenly feel uneasy about his opponent's fierce counterattack. Suddenly, a bare-chested man appeared on the stage, surprising Wu Delang, who couldn't help but laugh. He was both confused and amused by this unexpected situation. The man was none other than Bai Yi's father. The son had called his father to get up and fight, even though he was still drowsy, with his sleepy eyes and confused expression making the audience burst into laughter at the humorous and bizarre scene. Realizing the situation, the father yelled, "Next time you summon me, can you at least give me a heads up? I'm still wearing my underwear." This made the atmosphere even more comical. The son turned to his opponent and said, "The person facing my dad is calling him trash and letting 2 lions out to bite me." Bai Yi's father, hearing this, asked, "What's the situation now?" He was both worried and somewhat irritated by the awkward situation. Bai Yi continued, saying, even if his father is really useless, Wu Delang still can't speak out. This left Bai Yi's father still unable to understand what was happening. Wu Delang, surprised, asked, "Is this Bai Yi's father?" Unable to believe his eyes, seeing a man standing shirtless in front of him, the atmosphere on stage became more humorous than ever. Bai Yi confidently confirmed, "Yes, it is his father." At the same time, his father had managed to put on a suit in an instant. Wu Delang, feeling wronged, turned to ask the teacher, "Is this really fair?" It was clearly a violation of the rules, which left the teacher confused about how to respond. However, Bai Yi quickly clarified, "It's not his father right now, it's his sister, the wild beast, standing on the stage." Bai Yi turned to ask his father, "Is that right?" His father, swallowing his confusion, confirmed it was indeed true, though inside he felt deeply embarrassed by the awkward situation. The teacher spoke up, announcing, "This is reasonable." The atmosphere in the stands became livelier as everyone began discussing the unexpected appearance of Bai Yi's father. His father strode forward confidently, his voice booming with authority, "Who dares to bully my son?" The tension in the stands grew, creating a charged atmosphere. Wu Delang turned to summon his beast and commanded the lion, "Hold Bai Yi's father back, at all costs." Determined not to let his opponent have the chance to shine, Bai Yi's father and the lion clashed. The air thickened with tension as the roars echoed, accompanied by powerful blows. Each side demonstrated strength and determination to never back down. The lion was struck by Bai Yi's father with a powerful punch, saliva flying in all directions before it was sent flying far away, creating a horrifying scene that left the audience in stunned silence. No one could believe the extraordinary power of the man standing in the arena. Upon seeing the lion fall to the ground, he turned to look at the other one and asked confidently, "There's still one more, right?" His gaze was full of challenge, as if to say the fight wasn't over yet. The other lion was also swiftly beaten, unable to resist Bai Yi's father's strength, leaving everyone around stunned by the spectacle. Bai Yi chuckled and said humorously, "There's still one more beast over there." Wu Delang, upon hearing this, fearfully cried out, "Bai Yi is bullying too much, this is unbearable." He was then repeatedly struck on the backside for daring to bully Bai Yi, which left him both pained and surprised, creating an absurd situation. When Wu Delang was struck on his hip bone, Bai Yi turned to his father and said, "Let him handle it." His eyes shone with determination, and excitement filled his heart. The teacher, surprised, turned to Teacher Qin and asked if they needed to intervene. But Teacher Qin calmly replied that there was no need, as this was the competition a place to showcase each contestant's strength and abilities. After seeing Wu Delang fill his stomach with leek porridge, Bai Yi's father asked him, "Isn't that a bit too cruel?" But he smiled and asked, "Has Wu Delang surrendered yet?" A question full of challenge, echoing in the tense atmosphere of the match. Bai Yi's father trembled as he looked at Wu Delang, realizing that he had fainted, prompting Bai Yi to quickly call for the medical team to attend to the opponent, who was lying motionless on the arena floor. The atmosphere around them remained tense and full of suspense after the unimaginable battle. The teacher announced, Bai Yi from Tianfu University has won. Immediately, the roar of cheers erupted from the stands. People danced and celebrated joyfully, reveling in his victory. Some even proclaimed they would cover the costs for tonight's celebration. The cheerful atmosphere filled the air, creating an unforgettable sense of excitement. When Bai Yi saw Wu Delang being carried away by the medical team, Bai Yi's father asked, his tone filled with doubt, who is this person, that he forced Bai Yi to this extent? Bai Yi replied calmly, there's nothing special about him. He's just the son of Wu Ziqi. His words were as if the wind had blown them away. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi's father laughed with amusement, his eyes sparkling with humor as he said, the son of Wu Ziqi, huh? Before he could finish, he exploded in rage, his eyes blazing with fury as he turned to demand that Bai Yi be beaten to death. Seeing this, Bai Yi swiftly used his usual protective measure and created a barrier around himself, smiling confidently, his gaze unwavering in the face of his father's anger. And instantly, the principal stepped in, blocking the slap meant for Bai Yi, leaving his father in confusion. Bai Yi's father, bewildered, asked, is this the strong man from the Qin Tianfu, the one from the imperial level? Despite his face swelling from the strike, the principal still smiled and said, I'm the principal, and Bai Yi has been very well raised by you. Then the two of them turned to shake hands. Bai Yi's father was introducing himself, but before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly disappeared, unable to leave a farewell as the summoning time had run out. The principal, seeing this, chuckled and said, your father is quite humorous. Bai Yi scratched his head, smiled lightly, and humbly responded, he's just a little less skilled than you. The principal left the stage, reminding Bai Yi that he would visit his house shortly. Bai Yi responded, asking him to remember to use the front door since there were people inside. After that, he turned to the referee with a determined look in his eyes and requested that the final match begin. His spirit was high, ready to face any challenges ahead. The teacher immediately turned to ask, is Su Ruoshi ready? But she shook her head and refused, stating, this final match is unnecessary because I've decided to withdraw from the competition. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi was surprised, but Su Ruoshi calmly confirmed that, in any case, she couldn't beat him, so she had decided to give up the match. Then the announcement echoed, and Bai Yi was officially declared the champion of this national freshman exchange competition. The entire arena erupted in cheers and applause. Everyone stood up to clap, celebrating his outstanding achievement. Bai Yi said, the prescription consists of 4.56 of dried tangerine peel, 36 of Pinellia rhizome, 0.96 of licorice root, and 36 of Poria cocos. All of them are put into 3 large bowls of water and boiled down into 1 bowl of liquid. The teacher asked in surprise, is this medicine meant to be taken orally? Bai Yi replied, it is used to be thrown onto the opponent while it's still hot, which left everyone confused. The scene shifted to Bai Yi's home. He had arrived and announced, I'm home. Seeing his father sitting angrily on the sofa, Bai Yi skillfully comforted him, saying, don't get too angry, Principal Qin will shamelessly come to our house soon. He also added, Dad, remember to say that you used a teleportation array to get here. While saying this, he smiled to ease the tension. Hearing this, Bai Yi's father was extremely surprised. At that moment, Principal Qin unexpectedly appeared, causing Bai Yi to laugh and refer to him as Chow Chow, creating an atmosphere full of humor. Principal Qin walked into the house with a smile, his eyes sparkling with joy and satisfaction at the warm reception from Bai Yi and his father. Upon hearing this, he said, Bai Yi, you speak first, and then I will consider a reward for you. His voice was full of excitement and anticipation. Bai Yi's father also urged his son, go ahead and speak. Bai Yi then said, your first skill is to judge whose appearance is better based on the people around you. If your appearance is higher than the target's, then when fighting that person, you will gain attribute boosts. Teacher Tan nodded and said, so that's how it is. That's why Bai Yi could rely on his physical strength to defeat the Golden Beast Summoner and the Silent Bai Chu from Meiyuan University, right? Bai Yi continued, the second skill is being able to summon your father to fight alongside you for half an hour. This surprised the principal, who thought to himself, this is a shameless skill. If you can't win by yourself, you call for backup. The teacher asked whether Bai Yi's adoptive father could be summoned and immediately demanded to become his adoptive father, which caught Bai Yi by surprise with such an unexpected proposal. Bai Yi looked at him excitedly and told him to beg him first, and then he would agree. However, before Qin Tianfu could say anything, Bai Tonghong, who was standing nearby, smacked Bai Yi on the head, causing him to fall silent. He angrily told Bai Yi to agree quickly. Even if Bai Yi didn't want to, he himself would agree. Seeing this, Qin Tianfu nodded in satisfaction. Bai Tonghong stepped up to Qin Tianfu and politely said, "Hand Bai Yi over to him, and don't hold back. If he needs to be hit, then hit him, if he needs to be scolded, then scold him. But when he needs help, you must help him." Qin Tianfu chuckled softly twice and said, "Bai Tonghong, don't be so polite." At that moment, the system suddenly sounded an announcement: adoptive father Qin Tianfu has been successfully linked. The next summoning can select the summoning target. Bai Yi was a little surprised upon hearing this. So it's successful? Qin Tianfu walked over and put his arm around Bai Yi's shoulders, speaking in a very dignified tone, "From now on, I'm your adoptive father. If anyone dares to bully you, just tell me, and I will teach them a lesson." Upon hearing this, Bai Yi raised an eyebrow and smugly looked at Bai Tonghong, provoking him, "Next time, before you make a move, make sure you can take on your adoptive father, okay?" However, Qin Tianfu reminded him not to summon him carelessly, lest evil people take advantage of the situation. After giving his instructions, he had no more to say, reminding Bai Yi to be at training field number 1 by 8 a.m. tomorrow for the assembly, preparing to go to the secret realm. After finishing his words, he vanished before the father and son. At this moment, there were only 2 people left in the house. Bai Tonghong pouted and said, "Now you have an assistant, so you don't need to drag the old man into this anymore." Bai Yi shot him a slightly displeased glance. "Can't you expect anything better from him?" Bai Tonghong declined to comment and instructed him to open the magical door to go home for a meal. Bai Yi helplessly nodded and opened the door to go home. The next morning, at training ground number 1, everyone had gathered here right on time. A crack had been opened, with people guarding both sides. Bai Yi looked at the crack in front of him and asked in doubt, "Is this the secret realm, Bai Yin?" Ru Shi, who was beside him, nodded and told him not to be careless, as this was completely different from an instance dungeon. Bai Yi, upon hearing this, didn't ask any further questions. However, he suddenly felt a hostile gaze directed at him. A group of people were walking towards him from behind, staring at him intently. He muttered, "Does that guy have some strange fetish or something?" Ruoshi, seeing his reaction, looked puzzled and asked if something was wrong. Bai Yi gently shook his head, indicating that he was fine, and then walked straight towards Wu Delang, intending to talk to him. However, as soon as Delang saw him, it was as if he had seen the devil, trembling in fear and secretly trying to retreat. Unfortunately, he was caught by Bai Yi. Bai Yi leaned in close to his ear and whispered, asking why he didn't greet him when he saw him. Delang was sweating profusely but still stubbornly told him not to be unreasonable. Shui Lu, who was standing nearby, overheard this and nodded in agreement, coldly saying, "You should have some tolerance, Bai Yi. Even if Wu Delang lost, you don't win anything honorable." Bai Yi snorted coldly, "Hey, buddy, has your wound healed already?" Shui Lu looked at him in confusion. "What do you mean by that?" Bai Yi let out a small laugh, his tone somewhat mocking as he said, "Yesterday, he was electrocuted by Ruoshi to the point where he lost control and wet himself, so I just wanted to remind him to be cautious next time." Upon hearing this, Shui Lu became embarrassed and angry, but he couldn't argue back. Delang looked at the two of them bickering with a helpless expression, yet unwillingly cast a glance at Bai Yi. "If you dare to bet, you must bear the consequences. He lost this time, so what do you intend to do to nullify this bet?" Bai Yi frowned, thinking for a moment before casually slinging an arm around his shoulder and speaking in a low voice, telling him that if he agreed to one thing, he would cancel the bet. He wouldn't make it difficult for him. Without hesitation, Delang agreed. Having achieved his goal, Bai Yi didn't say much more. He encouraged him briefly, then turned and left, telling them he'd see them again in the secret realm. A little while later, the host stepped onto the stage to announce the survival rules for the secret realm to everyone. This time, the secret realm is a completely new secret realm. Inside, there are numerous dangers and a large number of monsters. The survival challenge in the secret realm lasts for 1 day. Their mission is to compete in accumulating points by hunting. The teleportation will begin in 5 minutes. At this moment, everyone would be randomly transported to different areas of the secret realm. The wristbands they wore would record the scenes and results of their monster kills. If they encountered danger they couldn't handle, they could use the teleportation function of the wristband to leave. However, it's important to note that using the teleportation function would disqualify them from the competition. Life is only given one chance, so gathering quickly would be the best way to complete the mission. After explaining, he wished them good luck, then immediately sent them into the secret realm. Before leaving, Bai instructed Ruoshi and the others behind him, when you enter the secret realm, don't run around. Wait for me to find you. The group immediately agreed and then entered the secret realm one by one. Inside the secret realm was a dense forest with poisonous waters, and dangerous beasts were everywhere, always lurking and ready to pounce. By the time Bai opened his eyes again, he found himself by a river. This was his first time in the secret realm. He looked around. Aside from the slightly murky water here, the river surprised him. He muttered, the starting point is actually upstream. But he wondered if this water was drinkable. It smelled so bad it made it hard to sleep. After a moment of thought, Bai sighed, well, never mind, I should just go meet up with them first. Just then, a rustling sound came from a nearby bush, making him anxious. What's over there? When he looked closely, a towering 4-meter-tall bear appeared before him. I've only just arrived and already run into this. Bai smiled and drew out a battle blade, carefully watching ahead. Looks like I can gain some divine power this time. Not long after, a massive creature, 4 meters tall and imposing, slowly walked toward Bai. He hadn't expected it not to flee. A cold glint flashed in Bai's eyes as he shouted, someone, protect me. As soon as he finished speaking, Wen Xiong appeared before Bai in the blink of an eye. It let out a frightened roar, completely unaware of what had happened. A second later, pain surged through its body. A vicious dagger stabbed into its waist, causing it to collapse instantly. Bai sheathed his dagger, murmuring in doubt, I wonder who that was. Saying this, his steps subtly shifted, heading towards the right. As Bai moved to search for his teammates, at that very moment, the 12 elders of the Xieshan sect had gathered. Hei Long cast a deep, scrutinizing glance over the group, then asked, the survival competition has begun, how have they prepared? The group immediately replied, the 100,000 sects of the Dark Sect have successfully infiltrated during the competition. Hei Long nodded slowly, closing his eyes as if pondering something. After a long while, he opened his eyes and commanded, they only have 3 hours. No matter what happens, they must leave as soon as the time is up. An hour from now, the combat will begin. The group responded in unison, then quickly retreated. The large room was now empty, with only Hei Long remaining in the conference room. His gaze gathered once more, looking into the distance. At the same time, at the entrance of the secret realm, 2 senior generals were chatting. I wonder if the competition has started, and whether Bai will still be able to secure first place. But who knows, they can only maintain the secret realm, one of them said. Just then, a mysterious figure suddenly appeared before them. His appearance caught the attention of the 2 generals. One of them looked at Hei Long, unimpressed, and shouted, who are you? This area is off limits, leave immediately. However, Hei Long merely chuckled twice and said, who he is doesn't matter. What matters is who they are. As soon as he finished speaking, a red gleam appeared in his eyes. The 2 generals were instantly stunned, bowing their heads and repeatedly muttering, who are they, alone? But Hei Long remained the same, slowly guiding them forward. When they reached the side of the group, a flash of light swept through, and the 2 elder teachers fell to the ground. Meanwhile, Hei Long muttered continuously, hoping that Xieshan would grant them eternal life. Hei Long made the gesture of the Xieshan sect's insignia and approached the entrance to the secret realm. He took out a small crystal from his chest, muttering to himself, it should be no problem to hold out for 2 hours. After saying that, Hei Long casually tossed it into the air, throwing the crystal into the sky, activating the formation. At Hei Long's soft command, an ancient and powerful cloud formation appeared in the air. In an instant, an invisible wave of energy sealed off the entire area. 100 miles away, in his office, Qin Tianfu's pupils trembled violently. A second later, his aura erupted, his eyes turning cold. It was him. Qin Tianfu's aura magnified, and with a stomp of his foot, his figure vanished in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he was no longer in the secret realm but appeared in an empty void, where someone was already waiting to stop him. This move forcibly intercepted another person's teleportation technique, known as the spatial blockade. The man in front of him spoke with malicious intent, "Long time no see." Qin Tianfu's expression became serious as he looked at the person, narrowing his brow and saying, "I never expected he was still alive. You are the leader of the 12 elders of Xieshan sect, Hei Long." Hei Long stood firm in the void, pulling out a chessboard from his hand, and smiled as he said, "It's been so long since they last met. Shouldn't we have a proper chat? How about a game?" Qin Tianfu remained silent, raising his hand towards the sky, and an illusionary fire dragon appeared. He had nothing to say to Hei Long. Immediately after, the fire dragon roared and charged towards Hei Long. Hei Long gave a faint laugh and said, "It's been so many years without meeting, and this is how Qin Tianfu welcomes guests? Why the rush?" As he spoke, he waved his hand, and several black holes manifested. Each black hole corresponded to the fire dragon, sucking them into it in the blink of an eye. However, before he could take any satisfaction, a second later, Hei Long's expression slightly changed. At that moment, a brilliant flame appeared in the void, as if it wanted to burn everything. Hei Long quickly teleported a few dozen meters away, looking back at Qin Tianfu with some irritation. It seems he wants to fight with him after all. At this point, Qin Tianfu felt a bit anxious. The appearance of Hei Long seemed not to be for a simple conversation. He had already tried, and there was no way to leave this space. Hei Long's strength might not be high, but in terms of spatial manipulation, he was clearly superior to Qin Tianfu by at least 1 or 2 stars. So, there was no way for him to escape this space. He was somewhat worried about Bai Yi. Thinking of this, he immediately rushed forward, shouting, "Stop talking nonsense, today you must take Hei Long's life." Meanwhile, in the secret realm's forest, at a corner, the sudden flash of lightning was Ruoshi's thunder sword. Bai Yi's 6-member group had gathered together. They had just defeated a pack of wolves. Bai Yi happily said, "These are the 3-eyed wolves, and Ruoshi's lightning skills are indeed a powerful asset for team combat." Yang Han was now rubbing his stomach and suggested, "It's already noon, how about we go have some rice? I'm really hungry." De Xian nodded lightly, then immediately grabbed a knife and sliced off a piece of meat from the wolf's body. The meat from its leg was very fresh and perfect for roasting. So, everyone started gathering firewood and soon began roasting the wolf meat to eat. Before long, a delicious wolf's leg appeared in front of everyone. Their eyes brightened, and they looked at it with greedy expressions. De Xian added a bit of seasoning and then said, "Hurry up and eat." Bai Yi, while eating, couldn't help but sigh. De Xian's skills have really improved rapidly. De Xian was also very pleased, as this method had been taught by the professional director. He decided he would make it a habit to cook for everyone. The group started chatting casually, but Bai Yi suddenly sensed danger. He furrowed his brows and looked to the south, where 108 people were rushing towards them. Who was the hunter, and who was the prey? Bai Yi's expression instantly became serious. The number of people was equivalent to the combined forces of several schools. It was a massive number, and if they came to attack them, it would be hard to fight back. Noticing his serious expression, Ruoshi, who was behind him, asked anxiously, "What's wrong?" Bai Yi honestly told her that a coalition army from various schools was heading towards them, and it would be best to leave the area as quickly as possible. As soon as everyone heard there were so many people on the other side, they hurriedly packed up their things and prepared to leave. However, at that moment, an arrow was suddenly shot towards Bai Yi and his group. Bai Yi quickly pushed Ruoshi back, and it seemed that at the same moment, an arrow struck the place where the two had just been standing. The arrow, carrying a purple light, slowly dissipated into the air. Zhang Dexian shouted loudly, "Dragon's radiant shield!" Then, he thrust the great shield in his hand into the ground. In an instant, a massive shield appeared in front of everyone, blocking the entire barrage of arrows. Ruoshi frowned upon seeing this. What exactly was happening? A moment later, the sound of hurried footsteps moving toward them could be heard. Soon after, a woman with 2 ox horns on her head, leading a group of people, arrived. Her tone was filled with malice, and true to the reputation of Tianfu University, her reaction was swift. This woman was Shen Baichu from Meiyuan University. Bai Yi recognized her, sneering coldly. He had wondered who it was, and it turned out to be her. He signaled for everyone to fall back, as this situation could only be resolved with intelligence. Shen Baichu smirked arrogantly, raising her hand to speak. Bai Yi, you have quite the nerve, but I advise you to hand over the bracelet. If not, when we make our move, it would be unfortunate if anyone gets hurt. Bai Yi was unafraid, smiling as he asked, "Can you speak for them?" Before she could answer, someone behind her interrupted, "The 18 schools have already signed the agreement. You won't be able to divide them." Bai Yi snorted coldly, then activated the skill protector of the people. In just a second, he appeared in front of Bai Yi, only to be forcefully thrown from mid-air. Bai Yi sneered, saying, "This is an adult conversation, children should keep their mouths shut." Shen Baichu squinted at him, completely unaware that Bai Yi would dare to take the initiative and attack. She glared at him and questioned, "You really dare to fight against them?" However, Bai Yi sneered, looking down on them. "Are they even worthy?" he said dismissively. Then, he continued, "If they don't want to be beaten by my father like Wu Delang, they better leave quickly." As soon as these words left his mouth, Shen Baichu and her group were left speechless, and the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Everyone had forgotten that Bai Yi was someone who knew how to cheat, calling his father to fight whenever things went wrong. Judging by his father's performance on the arena, he was at least a professional-level warrior. But then, Shen Baichu thought to herself, this is his secret realm, can he really call his father here? Thinking this, Shen Baichu burst out laughing, almost falling for his trick. She told him to go ahead and call him, wanting to see if his father could actually appear in the secret realm. Bai Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, sending out a dangerous signal. He coldly said, "She wants him to come." Shen Baichu's heart tightened, but she stubbornly insisted, "Go ahead, call him." Bai Yi snorted in disdain, then prepared to use his ultimate move. Suddenly, a violent wind swept through the entire arena, making everyone recall the scene from yesterday. At this moment, someone quickly rushed to stop him. That person then turned to Shen Baichu and advised, "Forget it, he never plays by the rules." As soon as those words were spoken, someone nodded in agreement, adding, "It's really not worth provoking him." For a moment, Shen Baichu cursed inwardly, "How annoying." Then, gritting his teeth, he scolded, "Consider yourself lucky to leave this place with your life." Within a few seconds, the enemy's forces collapsed. Everyone was terrified that if they delayed even a moment longer, Bai Yi's father would catch up and attack them. Dexian immediately praised Bai Yi, saying, "You scared them so badly that they had to leave right away." Bai Yi smiled and looked at him, suggesting, "Let them continue hunting." Meanwhile, outside, the large and uncountable followers of the Xieshan sect were launching an assault on the land of Tianfu City. The constant shouts of Xieshan echoed, triggering an emergency alert throughout the city. Of course, Bai Yi's group had no knowledge of the chaos outside and continued hunting. After a while, they spotted a pack of wolves. Bai Yi smiled excitedly and threw a few stones at the resting white wolves, swiftly eliminating them. He received 82 skill points and 200 divine power points. On the other side, Ruoshi used a thunderous sword to dispatch several large bears and also received rewards. Yang Han and Huang Lu were currently working together to take down a giant bear and showed no signs of losing, so Bai Yi didn't feel the need to help. He simply stood by, watching his divine power steadily increase, his eyes gleaming with greed. He had to find a place to practice his new skills. After thinking for a moment, he immediately suggested, "Everyone, let's go into the secret realm and see if there's anything inside." Everyone nodded in agreement and followed his lead. At the entrance to the secret realm, a man appeared seemingly out of nowhere. Behind him, there were many followers of the Seishin sect. He immediately issued an order: "Once we enter, take action if you see anyone." The group replied in unison, "Understood." The masked person nodded in satisfaction, then they all proceeded into the secret realm. The group of followers followed closely behind, constantly murmuring, "Lord Seishin will bring immortality to everyone." Inside the secret realm, Bai Yi and his group had ventured deep into the forest. Bai Yi, trailing behind, quietly began to upgrade his skills. Immediately, the system offered him 3 skills to choose from. What's that noise? Is someone barking while still trying to stab? Looking at the 3 skills, Bai Yi couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. He wanted them all this time. Without hesitation, he pressed the selection button. At that moment, a faint green energy enveloped him. Bai Yi couldn't help but smile, it felt so good. Just as he was still rejoicing, a voice from outside suddenly sounded, frantic, warning them of the trouble they were in. Good frowned and said, "There's another group of around 100 people inside the secret realm, chasing and attacking the contestants." Ruwashi heard this and immediately frowned, questioning, "Are you sure? Or could they be the new students that just entered?" Guda shook his head slightly, denying it. "Your insects say they're targeting the students' lives." Bai Yi quickly stored his system away, startled, and exclaimed, "It's the Seishin sect." As soon as these words left his mouth, everyone present panicked. How could it be them? Bai Yi's expression turned serious. He suggested that everyone leave the secret realm immediately. Then, he issued another order. Guda, control his insects and gather everyone here. Tell them that the Seishin sect is launching an attack. Guda immediately nodded in acknowledgement and then manipulated the insects, sending them in all directions. Ruwashi walked up to Bai Yi and whispered, "Who is here from the Seishin sect?" Bai Yi slightly shook his head. He didn't know either, but he was certain that it was a force they couldn't oppose. The white radiance in his hand immediately flashed, but he remained standing still, unchanged. He then stepped to the side, controlling countless insects, which scattered in all directions. Bai Yi's eyes widened in shock. Everyone immediately fell silent, unable to speak. Sure enough, the teleportation scroll had lost its effectiveness, and everyone grew even more fearful. What were they supposed to do now? Were they really going to die here? Only Decien remained calm, slinging an arm around Bai Yi's shoulder and smiling, "With you here, nothing will happen." He was completely unbothered. Bai Yi felt a bit helpless, grateful for Decien's trust, but he really couldn't allow them to be in danger here. Sighing, he flicked his wrist and summoned a pinkish-red door in midair. When everyone saw the giant door suddenly appear, they were taken aback and backed away. Bai Yi intended to open the door and leave, but the system then notified him that this time the door would cost 50 points of divine energy. He thought for a moment and cursed inwardly, "This merchant is taking advantage of the situation." But there was no other choice, he had to open the door. The door eventually led him to Qin Tianfu's office. However, instead of finding Qin Tianfu, he accidentally ran into Bai Tonghong. The two exchanged puzzled glances. Bai Yi was confused as to why he was there. Could something have happened in Tianfu City? The father heard the sound of the door opening and turned around to look, his expression one of shock, unable to say a word. When he saw that it was Bai Yi, he became extremely worried and rushed over to grab his shoulders. "Son, are you okay?" The father shouted while shaking him, making Bai Yi dizzy. "I'm fine, but things are about to get bad." So Bai Yi dragged his father to the secret realm. The father, still confused, asked him, Sorry, have the people from Seishin sect come to the secret realm?" Bai Yi's head was still spinning, and he needed a moment to explain. Everyone's leaving from here. That's my house over there. It's best to head out from the villa area. The school may not be safe either. The father immediately gave instructions to everyone. Tianfu City has issued a refugee alert. Everyone stay inside, don't go outside. Everyone responded in unison. Yes. One by one, Bai Yi's classmates quickly left to find shelter. Now, only Ruoshi and Desian remained. Ruoshi looked at Bai Yi and said, "You go first, I'll leave after." Desian also spoke up. "You stay, I'll stay too." Bai Yi closed his eyes and sighed deeply. He reassured them both. "Everyone go inside first, trust me." On the other side of the forest, this swarm of insects formed the massive word Xiexin sect in the sky. Bai Chu saw this and Tian spoke up. "This is the swarm of insects from Xingde of Tianfu University." One of Bai Chu's subordinates didn't understand and asked, "What does that mean?" A subordinate with orange hair walked forward, pointing at the swarm of insects. Bai Yi wouldn't joke about something like this. It's very likely true. Bai Chu thought for a moment after hearing that. She raised her hand to signal her subordinates, "We follow the 7 insects." As some other students were also making their way through the forest, one of them signaled the others to follow the 7 insects. They began walking along the forest's edge, carefully following the trail of the insects to the gathering place. At Bai Yi's location, one of his classmates standing next to him spoke up, "Approximately 100 people have lost contact. Not everyone trusts us." Bai Yi sighed, "They abandoned themselves, not us abandoning them." The group from Xiexin sect had arrived at the site, and one of them placed his hand on the hot stove to feel the warmth. After pulling his hand away, he realized something. From the heat of the embers and the footprints on the ground, it was clear they had left in a hurry. Another subordinate nearby also noticed, "Does that mean our movements have been exposed?" The leader lowered his head, pondering for a moment as if thinking about something, then replied, "Perhaps, but it's not a big problem. They can't escape." The leader of Xiexin sect pointed to the sky, which was glowing red, and said, "Right now, the entire space is sealed. Even if Qin Tianfu were to come here, they wouldn't be able to casually tear open the space, let alone the teleportation of those low-level students." As soon as the leader finished speaking, the entire Xiexin sect group began to rush off, quickly trying to catch up. Wu Delang approached Bai Yi, looking weary. He called out, "Bai Yi, come." Before he could say anything more, he saw Bai Yi's father and was startled, "Oh my god." Bai Yi's father, seeing his fear, quickly reassured him, "You don't have to be scared, it was just a beautiful misunderstanding yesterday." While the three of them were talking, a voice calling Bai Yi suddenly echoed, and all three turned to look. It was Bai Chu and her subordinates who had arrived, and she asked him, "Is what you said about the Xiexin sect true?" Bai Yi immediately replied, "Do you think I'm in the mood to joke with you? Right now, just go through the door behind me one by one, and don't dawdle." Bai Chu responded calmly, "All right, thank you this time." The classmate with orange hair walked over and informed Bai Yi, "All the students have gathered." Bai Yi turned to Delang and, without further ado, said, "Wu Delang, do you have any unranked equipment on you?" Delang, slightly confused, furrowed his brows and answered, "I have a piece of unranked defensive equipment." "What do you want to do?" Bai Yi threatened him, "There's a Xiexin sect army chasing us down in the secret realm. If you don't want to die, take it out and let me see." Delang's face turned pale as he replied, "This is something my father gave me to save my life." He then took out a golden, intricately designed armor. "This is the 9 Phoenix Black Gold armor, classified as defensive equipment, star-grade quality, unranked, with no required attributes. It increases physical strength by 50%, an additional 10%, and mental strength by 40%. Special effect, 9 Phoenix Protection, consumes durability to activate, used to resist attacks." After hearing this, Bai Yi gave a thumbs up and praised, "Perfect, no wonder your father is the strongest strongman." Before Wu Delang could comprehend the situation, he stood there dumbfounded, and the armor disappeared. the armor has been taken by Bai. Alright, I've requisitioned it. Both his father and De Lang were left speechless. Seeing the doubtful looks from both of them, he immediately justified, I'm just temporarily requisitioning it. Bai, do I look like the kind of person who takes and doesn't return? Bai's father spoke up, don't say that, you really do look a bit like it. At this moment, De Lang didn't want to lend it, but he had no choice but to lend it anyway. He was just lending it temporarily, so he reminded Bai to be careful. Bai then smiled, squinting his eyes. Don't worry, I'll definitely take good care of it. My precious. After that, Bai walked over to his father. He handed the coat to him and said, Dad, wear it. His father didn't understand what he was trying to do. Then, he shouted loudly, What are you doing, son? Are you crazy? Bai still held the coat out towards him. He looked at his father and smiled, Hurry and wear it, or you'll be in less pain later if you get hit. His father was at a loss with this son of his. Do you really think you're invincible? Bai replied, Their target must definitely be the young geniuses like us. If we just keep running, what will happen to the others in the secret realm? Bai, you're the top student among the freshmen. If you leave them to run on their own, how will you ever face anyone again? His father looked at Bai, tears welling up in his eyes. Bai sighed and closed his eyes, not arguing anymore. You little brat, you're definitely your father's son. His father turned towards the door, Enough jokes, let's go quickly. Bai's expression darkened, and he replied firmly, I'm not going. I'm staying here. Upon hearing this, his father became furious. What exactly are you dissatisfied with your parents that you're thinking like this? Bai smiled and answered, Trust me, Dad, even if you're dead, I won't be. The father, at this moment, used his strength to take a long stick, with his other hand casually tucked into his pants pocket, looking very cool and imposing. Then you'd better be careful, son. I won't be able to keep an eye on you while we're fighting. Bai looked at his father, smiling, proud of him. The members of the Xieshan sect were pouring in like ants, with dust rising all around. The father signaled for his son to come over. The father gripped the stick tightly in his hand. Son, stop standing there in a daze. The father's information board appeared. Name, Bai Tong Hong. Potential? My talent is unparalleled in this world. Within a 100-meter radius, anyone will be intimidated by my aura. Level, 51, Occupation, City Manager. Attributes, Strength 400, Stamina 392, Agility 235, Spirit 366. Bai's information board also appeared. Name, Bai. Potential suppresses talent, omnipotent power. Level, 10, Occupation, Passerby. Attributes, Strength 133, Stamina 133, Agility 133, Spirit 133. Skills, Bodyguard Level 2, Appealing Appearance Level 2, Magic Door Level 1, Living Tower Level 1. The members of the Xieshan sect were rushing over, quickly heading toward Bai and his father. The two remained calm, standing still and waiting. The father gripped his staff tightly, while the son held his spear with a firm hand, ready for battle. The group from Xieshan sect stood opposite them, and the commander looked down at the grass, which was marked with footprints, then spoke up. From the chaotic footprints, it was clear that most of the students who had come here were no longer to be found. The commander of Xieshan sect raised his hand to signal a stop and instructed his subordinates. There's definitely something here. Everyone, be careful. He then turned to Bai and his father and asked, Where are the students? The father stood proudly, raising his pinky to scratch his ear, and replied, They've gone back to visit your parents. Meanwhile, Bai raised his middle finger, grinning provocatively. Seeing that the father and son were unafraid, the commander threatened. Heh, so you're still talking tough even though death is imminent. Killing the two of you and then the other students afterward would be no problem. The entire group from Xieshan sect raised their hands in unison, shouting loudly. Let's act and dedicate our lives to Lord Xieshan. Bai Yi tightened his grip on the spear and activated the living tower skill. A strange golden light emanated from the weapon. His face was cold, and his gaze was determined. He then turned his eyes toward the group from Xieshan sect. The father of that fox demon left it to you, just be careful not to die. The father was equally confident. What are you talking about? You're the one who should be careful. At that moment, a notification appeared from the system. Congratulations, you have successfully selected the tower and gained an additional 30% attribute for the target. The effect will last for 10 minutes. Bai Yi charged forward, raising his spear high, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to the fox demon. Die, you bastard. Time to pay for your life. The fox demon, his eyes glowing red, stared at Bai Yi as he rushed forward. He quickly retreated, dodging Bai Yi's strike. At the same time, Bai Yi's father also lunged into the fray. His attack radiated a powerful green light, but the fox demon was still able to evade it in time. Bai Yi, seeing his father's move, was surprised. It turned out that this talent was not only an offensive skill but one that covered a wide area. As expected, it was top tier. Bai Yi advanced as well, pointing his spear at the fox demon. From the spear emerged a warrior clad in impressive armor, with long hair, radiating a golden energy as strong as the sun. Now it's our turn, Bai Yi said. Without hesitation, Bai Yi shouted and lunged at the fox demon. Crafty fox demon, take this spear. But unfortunately, the spear missed its mark, flying past the fox demon, who laughed mockingly at him. Ha, you missed. No worries, kid, I'll give you 3 more chances. Suddenly, the fox demon sensed something and looked stunned and confused. Out of nowhere, he shot upwards, his legs folding in, and his arms spread wide like a penguin's wings. Tears streamed from his eyes as he flew up, shouting, "Damn it!" Bai Yi stood by, smugly pleased. Who said that missing meant a failed strike? The fox demon continued to curse, Bai Yi, I'm going to kill you. The fox demon used a clone technique, sending 2 copies to attack Bai Yi, while one retreated, looking furious. Bai Yi, still holding his spear firmly, faced the clones. He looked at the clones with a sharp gaze. The clones might work on me, huh? He grabbed the spear by the tip and thrust it straight into one of the clones' rear. The pain was unbearable. The clone immediately jumped up, both hands tightly gripping his backside, sweating profusely. Then, he collapsed to the ground, clutching his aching backside. He gritted his teeth, seething, I'll kill you. Bai Yi planted his spear into the ground, chuckling in amusement, well, good luck with that. No sooner had he finished speaking than 4 members of the Xieshan sect charged at him, each preparing to attack Bai Yi with their dark magic circles. They shouted, Bai Yi, surrender your life. Bai Yi showed no mercy, immediately countering with a move, where's your honor? A cloaked figure appeared before him, blocking all attacks on his behalf. The figure, still confused about what was happening, could only exclaim, huh? Bai Yi furrowed his brow and continued his assault, using the golden shock of death technique. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bai Yi's father was engaged in combat with another opponent. He was cursing at him, you bastard, I'll kill you. I need to deal with this quickly so I can go help Yi and I. The opponent yelled back, you should be more concerned about yourself. He continued, with all those skills, even if he brings someone else over, there's no way he can stop us. Suddenly, a loud explosion sounded from behind him. The blast sent smoke billowing into the air. The Xieshan sect followers watched with smug expressions. Haha, he's dead. They thought Bai Yi had been killed. When the smoke cleared, there was no sign of him. The subordinates were suspicious. Where is he? Damn it, how did he appear behind us? One of them shouted. Bai Yi stood there, holding a spear, with a powerful aura of green light radiating around him. The hunt begins now. Prepare yourselves well. The group turned around, astonished. One of them ground his teeth in frustration. How is this possible? Bai Yi's eyes glowed red, and a fiery aura enveloped him. Where is the person sent to protect me? He raised his spear, his face filled with murderous intent. Who wants to die first? A notification appeared. Congratulations, you have killed a level 25 Dark Sect follower. You have gained 7,500 experience points and 5,000 divine power points. What? How is this possible? One of the Xieshan sect members exclaimed in disbelief. At that moment, Bai Yi's spear had pierced the heart of one of the subordinates. The system sent another notification. Congratulations, you have killed a level 23. You have gained 6,900 experience points and 4,600 divine power points. He kept on taking down one after another. The system displayed notifications constantly. Congratulations, you have killed a level 33. You have gained 7,900 experience points and 5,600 divine power points. Congratulations, you have killed a level 24. You have gained 8,800 experience points and 4,200 divine power points. Congratulations, the host has leveled up successfully, from level 10 to level 11. All attributes increase by 1. The commander appeared slightly panicked and immediately ordered his subordinates. If you don't want to die, get in there now. I don't believe his skills can be used continuously. The group simultaneously charged towards Bai Yi, slowly surrounding him. Bai Yi stood still without moving, then let out a laugh. He put on a panicked expression and shouted loudly, "Dad, it looks like your guards didn't make it in time because they're busy fighting." As the three men in black rushed forward, a beam of green light appeared, blocking their path, leaving them stunned and letting out a confused "huh?" It turned out to be Teacher Qin, who had swiftly arrived to protect Bai Yi. The fox demon, seeing another person appear, was completely taken aback. What's going on? Kill them all. 5 men in black charged at Teacher Qin, throwing punches wildly, but they had no effect. Bai Yi turned to him and whispered, "Just 10 seconds." The teacher immediately unleashed a diamond-level technique. The air howled as he wiped them all out. Among the small fry, there was still one thug left. He wasn't dead yet and was staring at the teacher and student. Teacher Qin turned to Bai Yi and encouraged him, "Kid, do your best." "Well then, that green-faced bastard, it's your turn." Bai Yi glared at him menacingly. The thug clenched his teeth, clearly afraid. Like lightning, Bai Yi lunged forward, spear in hand, and thrust it straight at his neck. The speed was so fast the thug couldn't react. The spear pinned his neck, rendering him immobile. He let out a short ah before biting the dust. Back in the illusion realm, Hei Long was floating in midair. Teacher Qin appeared and spoke with him. "Your plan has failed. Do you know where I just went?" Hei Long asked. Teacher Qin replied in the secret realm, "Ah yes, I also conveniently killed 50 teachers. They were dressed in black, along with one elder wearing a mask." Hei Long furrowed his brows, silently thinking, is there really someone who can forcefully summon him even within my sealed space? Then Hei Long simply smiled lightly. It seemed that indeed some unexpected events had occurred. But did he really think he could win? Suddenly, a beam of white light appeared, surrounding the teacher, looking quite powerful. Hei Long panicked, "This is bad." Switching to the secret realm where Bai Yi was, the system notification appeared again. Congratulations on killing Hu Thursday level 51, earning 15,300 experience points, and 10,200 divine power points. Congratulations to the host for successfully leveling up, advancing from level 11 to level 12, with all attributes increasing by 1 point. Current experience, 22,200/30,000, current divine power, 24,800 points. On the other side, Bai Yi's father was being attacked by a man in black. The Hu Thursday had been killed by Bai Yi and thrown out right after the subordinate started attacking his father, leaving the attacker stunned. At this moment, Bai Yi approached with a spear and asked, "What's wrong, Dad? Haven't you finished yet?" His father raised his fist toward the man in black, but he dodged it. He then called out to his son for help. "Kid, stop talking nonsense and hurry up and help me." Bai smiled cutely. "At your service." From within the illusory space, a long, sharp-clawed hand appeared, creating a gap. It was Hei Long. He had opened a crack to peer into the secret realm. At that moment, Bai was helping his father by killing the man in black, stabbing the spear through his heart. But Bai quickly noticed a hand sneaking up behind him, and he exclaimed, "This is bad." He turned around, his eyes filled with a slight hint of fear. He immediately shouted, "Someone, help!" Just then, Hei Long used his sharp claws to stab through Bai's chest, causing him to cough up blood. He withdrew his blood-soaked hand, leaving a large hole in Bai's chest. Bai collapsed. Hei Long thought Bai was dead and laughed loudly. "Humph, if I've had to personally make a move, then your death must have some meaning." But no one expected Bai not only to survive but to rise up in front of him. He had lost his shirt, revealing his six-pack abs. He raised a hand to scratch his nose and said, "What are you barking about?" At this moment, Bai's teacher and father, who had seen him alive, were both completely shocked. Hei Long, sweating profusely, gritted his teeth and growled, "How can this be?" He yelled, "This is impossible. You're definitely going to die today." With that, he lunged at Bai again, his claws blazing with flames. Bai raised both hands to defend himself once more. "Perverted old man." Hei Long's sharp claws pierced directly into Bai's neck, 3 of them puncturing out the back. When he pulled his hand back, it left 5 small holes in Bai's neck, with flames still burning in each of them. To make sure he finished the job this time, Hei Long unleashed a rain of punches, landing about a dozen strikes on Bai's body. After the beating, he laughed loudly, "Ha, I've won. No matter how strong Qin Tianfu is, the victory of this battle belongs to me in the end." "Have you not eaten yet?" Bai's voice rang out. Hearing Bai's voice, Hei Long, at this moment, was completely dazed. He was pulling at his hair, his mind a whirlwind of frustration and rage. "Impossible, this can't be happening." On the other side, the teacher, with suspicion, asked the immortal body. The father standing beside him let out a sigh of relief. "Damn it, you scared the hell out of me." Bai pointed at Hei Long with a face that couldn't be more indifferent. He mocked, "Even I couldn't kill such a useless piece of trash." Hei Long's blood boiled with anger. "You little brat, are you challenging me?" No sooner had he finished speaking, Hei Long spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. He had been attacked from behind by Bai's green dragon, and before he could wipe his hands, his body lurched forward. The strike sent him crashing headfirst to the ground. Even after taking such a beating, he still wasn't convinced. He couldn't understand why he had lost, so he asked Bai, "Kid, can you tell me how you did it?" Bai stood proudly, hands in his pockets, and replied, "Do you think I'm an idiot? You should be more concerned about what your life will be like from now on." At this moment, Teacher Qin tightened a brilliant purple chain around Hei Long, restraining him completely. "Master Xieshan, Elder Hei Long, you have been captured." Half an hour later, Wu Ziqi led numerous soldiers, storming in through the teleportation gate. No one had expected that the Xieshan sect, which had disappeared for decades, would suddenly possess such powerful combat strength. In the end, all the followers of the Xieshan sect were scattered and defeated. After Hei Long was defeated, the city of Tianfu returned to peace and order. At this moment, Bai and Bai Tonghong were walking with Qin Tianfu into a conference room. Seeing Bai lost in thought, Bai Tonghong immediately gave him a slap to remind him. Qin Tianfu, walking in front, couldn't help but smile at the father and son duo. Looking at the people in the room, he asked, "Is everything ready?" Inside, there were several people of different ages, with Wu Ziqi leading the group. The 3 of them entered together. As soon as they arrived, they heard Wu Ziqi shout loudly, "Everyone, rise and pay your respects." Immediately, a row of soldiers behind them stood upright, then saluted Bai and Bai Tonghong in military fashion. Bai, frightened by their sudden action, was somewhat speechless. How could he not be nervous with three elderly figures sitting on the platform? Qin Tianfu, standing aside, explained, "This time, we were fortunate to have you, otherwise it would have been a battle with great losses." Bai Yi scratched his head awkwardly. Actually, they didn't need to be so formal. "It's something I should do." Qin Tianfu chuckled, then introduced the three people before them. Wu Ziqi was already known to them, the fat man was Wang Dct, and the one providing explanations was Lu Bingyang. Hearing this, Bai Yi immediately bowed his head in respect to the seniors in front of him, then introduced Bai Tonghong to them. Bai Tonghong suddenly found himself meeting the old man, feeling a bit awkward. His words were a little jumbled, but fortunately, he quickly responded with a polite smile and thanked them for their guidance. Bai Yi and the entire room were momentarily silent upon hearing his words, not knowing how to react. Wu Ziqi, sensing the awkward atmosphere, let out a laugh to break the tension and changed the subject. "They called you two here, not just to express their thanks, but also to discuss something with you." Bai Yi glanced at Wu Ziqi for a moment, instantly understanding his intent. He wanted to know about the events inside the secret realm. What had happened there was truly unimaginable, so Bai Yi, while curious, wasn't particularly surprised. Having been exposed, Wu Ziqi didn't hide it and directly asked, "He heard from Qin Tianfu that you might have the ability to summon either your biological father or your adoptive father." This ability was not a secret, so Bai Yi calmly acknowledged it. However, after nodding, he suddenly thought of something, his eyes widening in shock as he looked at the three people in front of him. "You don't really mean what you think, do you?" Sure enough, the three of them, Wu Ziqi included, solemnly nodded. They really wanted to become his adoptive parents. Bai Yi immediately turned around and shook his head, firmly rejecting them. "No way, absolutely not." But the sly look on his face contradicted his words. His tone remained resolute as he said, "Even if you use treasures to humiliate me, it's not happening." "Who are these three people in front of me?" "They're all old men with childlike personalities, and of course, they know exactly what you want." Wu Ziqi looked at your sly expression and couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Kiddo, you're trying to get a gift, huh?" The two men beside him had long prepared presents for this child, and they no longer hid them, taking them out. Bai Yi proudly hugged a pile of treasures in front of him, flashing a flattering smile. "From now on, I'll rely on all of you, godfathers," he said, not hesitating to give them a hug. Having achieved his goal, Wu Ziqi continued to ask, "Do you have any other requests?" Bai Yi, of course, wouldn't miss this opportunity. He asked him if anything was possible, and Wu Ziqi firmly nodded in agreement. Bai Yi didn't hold back. "I'd like to ask Wu Ziqi to make a set of equipment specifically for Bai Tonghong." As soon as he said this, Bai Tonghong, who was standing nearby, was so touched that he almost cried. But the next words from Bai Yi made all his emotions fly away. The reason he wanted to do this was because he thought his father was too weak, and without proper equipment, he feared that one day his enemies might deal with him. Wu Ziqi didn't hesitate to agree to create equipment for Bai Tonghong. A little while later, the father and son, Bai Yi, returned to Bai Yi's room. On the way back, Bai Tonghong was grinning so widely his mouth nearly reached his ears. Bai Yi, feeling annoyed by the constant grin, reminded him, "Stop smiling already." Indeed, he is the biological father. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately put his foot in his mouth. Bai Yi sighed helplessly and told him, "Hurry up and go home to eat." Bai Tonghong also obediently stood up, dissatisfied, and asked, "Aren't you his father?" He lazily refused to respond to him and muttered to himself, "I'll talk about this with Mom when I get home." On the other side, Qin Tianfu and the others had not left either. The four of them gathered in the principal's office. Wu Ziqi, surprised, asked Qin Tianfu, "Did Bai Yi really beat up the dark figure in the tower?" Qin Tianfu nodded slightly. At this point, Wu Ziqi realized that the reason Qin Tianfu had adopted Bai Yi was to ensure that when the boy encountered the dark figure again, he would be able to summon him there. Qin Tianfu pondered for a moment and admitted that this was not wrong. When Lu Pingyang received his confirmation, he excitedly said, "So, if Bai Yi can surpass the restrictions of the Tianfu Tower, they can enter it." Qin Tianfu smiled proudly, his eyes revealing a hint of joy as he anticipated being able to take revenge. He wanted to repay the debt from back then. As soon as these words were said, the three elderly men in front of him fell silent. Why bother with such grudges? Qin Tianfu noticed their expressions and realized he had misspoken. He cleared his throat twice, but old debts must still be settled. Wang Deji finally reacted, angrily glaring at him. If Qin Tianfu hadn't said anything back then, with someone so easy to bully inside, they wouldn't have such embarrassing pasts. Qin Tianfu suddenly faced criticism, feeling somewhat awkward and unsure of how to respond. Immediately after, a series of criticisms were directed at him. Due to their reluctance to confront the past, Qin Tianfu could only smile wryly and say, "Don't bring up the past." He then shifted the topic to Bai Yi, mentioning the mysterious door that Bai Yi possessed. On the other hand, after some free time, Bai Yi eagerly opened the gifts he had received to check them out, and then excitedly exclaimed, "There's an emergency life-saving medicine, a sapphire necklace, and a light arrow talisman, plus some leather pieces. Bai Yi, you're definitely going to be the coolest from now on." As he was jumping for joy, his phone suddenly rang. He frowned slightly, unsure of who was calling. As soon as he answered, he heard Qin Tianfu's cunning voice asking, "Have you ever used the magic door to enter the Tianfu Tower?" Bai Yi was taken aback, thought for a moment, and then shook his head, saying, "I've never tried." "You don't plan to use it to go into the tower and find that shadow, do you?" In response to his question, Qin Tianfu directly admitted, "I need to settle a few old debts." Upon hearing this, Bai Yi couldn't help but pout. "You old rogue, but you're not refusing, you said you'd give it a try inside." Hearing this, Qin Tianfu's eyes lit up, and he asked, "Can you go right now?" Bai Yi, feeling a little helpless towards this man, but not rejecting the idea, replied, "I'll go and climb the tower right now." Bai Yi prepared for a moment before heading to the Tianfu Tower. However, it wasn't just Qin Tianfu who arrived, the three old men, Wu Ziqi, also showed up. Qin Tianfu instructed him, "When you encounter that dark figure, open the magical door so I can battle him for 300 rounds. Bai Yi raised an eyebrow and looked at him for a while before asking, "If you win, who gets the reward?" Qin Tianfu didn't care about the reward at all and directly said, "Give it all to you. I just need an excuse to keep that dark figure here." With the reward in mind, Bai Yi didn't hesitate any longer and began to enter the tower, saying, "If I meet the dark figure, I'll keep him here for you." The four of them, including Qin Tianfu, stood watching Bai Yi's back as he entered the tower. Soon, Bai Yi had already stepped inside. However, before anything could be done, a low voice came from behind, "If you've come, let's begin right away." The voice startled Bai Yi, making him turn around in alarm. He saw only a dark figure wrapped in a cloak, sitting in the only chair in this space. Bai Yi angrily scolded him, "Why do you always act like a ghost?" The dark figure calmly replied, "Aren't they looking for him?" Upon hearing these words, Bai Yi was slightly taken aback but clenched his teeth and refused to admit it, telling himself he didn't understand what the figure was talking about. The dark figure chuckled softly before nonchalantly adding, "That person really has made progress. Consider it an extra opportunity." Bai Yi immediately understood who the figure was referring to. His expression changed at once. "He knows about this too?" The dark figure lazily responded to him, telling him to bring the other person in. With those words, he no longer hesitated. Light blue sparks began to appear in his hands. Quickly, the magical door was summoned into existence. However, when he attempted to open the door, he realized it required 80 energy points. Bai Yi, seeing this, silently cursed the merchant, who was profiteering by taking advantage of the situation. But Bai Yi had no other choice, so he gritted his teeth and spent the points to open the door. As soon as the door opened, Bai Yi encountered Qin Tianfu, who swiftly entered the tower, muttering to himself, "After all these years, I finally found the dark figure to take revenge for the grudge of being kicked out." The spirit tower shook its head and chuckled softly. Although Qin Tianfu had made progress over the years, it was clear that he was still far from being a match. Upon hearing these words, Qin Tianfu grew even angrier. With a cold snort, he retorted, "We'll see about that." Shin Tianfu stopped wasting time with words. In an instant, his aura surged, and enormous elemental energy began to gather around him, causing the air to become fiercely violent. The spirit tower sensed the powerful elemental energy but remained calm, giving a soft smile. Bai Yi, however, couldn't help but step back nearly 100 meters, feeling slightly relieved. The strength of the Emperor-level powerhouse was truly terrifying. Over 10 seconds later, a huge fireball appeared above Qin Tianfu's head. But it didn't take long before it began to resemble the sun itself. The dazzling brilliance lit up the entire area. Qin Tianfu let out a loud shout as the spirit tower braced itself for his attack. The extreme heat caused the temperature of the surrounding space to reach its maximum, and at that moment, Qin Tianfu's gaze suddenly turned cold. He then turned his head and shouted at Bai Yi, "Come and help me." Bai Yi heard this and his expression became somewhat speechless. Wasn't it just a personal grudge between the two of them? How did he want him to help? But what other choice was there? He immediately sent someone to provide assistance. At this moment, Qin Tianfu raised both his hands, and the enormous sun quickly flew towards the spirit tower. The blazing flames erupted in space. Seeing this, both Bai Yi and Qin Tianfu were a little stunned. Bai Yi whispered, "Qin Tianfu, spirit tower didn't perish in those flames, did it?" His face became serious, and he shook his head. "This guy is very strong, he won't die that easily." Indeed, as soon as he finished speaking, an invisible fluctuation flashed, and the raging flames were instantly extinguished. A figure emerged from the haze, accompanied by a gloomy voice. "Although there has been progress, the power is not bad, but there are still some flaws." Next, the spirit tower gave them a chance. "As long as you can withstand one of his attacks, you'll pass the test." While speaking, the spirit tower extended a finger towards the front. A second later, a mass of fire rapidly expanded and flew towards Qin Tianfu. Qin Tianfu's expression became somewhat grim, biting his lip fiercely, and cursing inwardly, "Damn it, this time he'll understand what a difference in strength truly means." The same skill, when used by himself, would take nearly a minute to reach the standard of release, but Spirit Tower, on the other hand, had already used it in less than 10 seconds. Qin Tianfu watched the flames rushing toward him, wondering what on earth had happened. He fiercely bit his lip, resigning himself to the fate that was about to come. However, at that moment, Bai Yi suddenly shouted loudly, "Living Tower!" Then, he shoved Qin Tianfu aside, startling him. Only then did he shout at him, "Get out of the way, I'll handle it here." With that, Bai Yi's entire body was filled with energy. Although he only had 30% of his attributes, there was a sense that he could look down on all the heroes. Of course, this was nothing to the attributes at the Spirit Tower in front of them, which were completely unremarkable. The Spirit Tower continued to create fireballs, throwing them at Bai Yi. Immediately, the familiar sound of explosions filled the air, but each blast only caused Bai Yi to use his fire technique to regenerate, dodging the explosions from the Spirit Tower in a looping motion. This scene stunned both Qin Tianfu and the Spirit Tower for a moment. Seeing that they couldn't defeat him, the Spirit Tower withdrew its hand and let out a sigh of relief. Bai Yi, hands on his hips, looked coldly at the Spirit Tower and asked, "Have they passed the test yet?" The Spirit Tower narrowed its eyes at him, then said, "Quick, put some clothes on." Bai Yi was slightly stunned, then realized he was completely naked. He quickly took out a set of clothes from his space and put them on. Embarrassed, he explained, "This skill is great and all, but it really eats through clothes." The Spirit Tower did not react to Bai Yi, but instead looked towards Qin Tianfu and asked if he had anything else to say. Qin Tianfu let out a bitter laugh and asked if the Spirit Tower could tell him what level of cultivation he had reached. The Spirit Tower smiled and waved his hand, causing the world to spin. It had been a long time since anyone had spoken, so he decided to speak to the two of them. Immediately after, the space suddenly transformed into a vast grassland, with a dining table placed in the middle. The Spirit Tower invited the two of them to sit down and spoke slowly. After hearing this, both of them sat down as instructed. At this moment, the spirit tower slowly spoke. In the current world, the base level is the highest, but there are still many ownerless objects in this world. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi furrowed his brows and asked, "What do you mean by ownerless objects?" He didn't know, but Qin Tianfu did. Ownerless objects referred to treasures of the world, like the Tianfu Tower itself. They existed all over the world, but no one could subdue them. The spirit tower looked at Qin Tianfu in displeasure and criticized, "This tower was originally called the Heavenly Tao Tower, but when it came out of your mouth, it became named after you. This is the main reason why I kicked you." Upon hearing this, Qin Tianfu could only smile bitterly and said, "Wasn't it recorded? Then what level of power is the spirit tower?" Qin Tianfu asked. The spirit tower took a sip of tea and slowly replied, "Above the base level, there are still many realms. This world is not as simple as it appears. The true strongmen are hidden in the shadows." Bai Yi heard this and immediately asked with doubt, "Is your duty to seal the strong man in the secret realm?" Spirit Tower nodded in acknowledgement, but sadly, none of the people in Qin Tianfu's group had broken through their base level, which greatly disappointed him. Bai Yi continued asking, "Who is stronger, you or the one in the secret realm?" Spirit Tower paused for a moment before replying, "If it's inside the tower, that person would not be a match for me, but outside, I can't leave, so it can't be compared." As soon as these words were spoken, Bai Yi was somewhat startled and looked at him. "Why can't you leave?" Spirit Tower's tone held a hint of helplessness as he sighed, "I truly cannot leave the tower, and I don't even know how many years it's been." Bai Yi glanced at Qin Tianfu for a moment, then looked back at Spirit Tower and mysteriously said, "I can help you." Upon hearing this, Qin Tianfu immediately realized that Bai Yi wanted to use the skill dad to bring Spirit Tower out. Spirit Tower, hearing about this skill, was also somewhat skeptical and furrowed his brows as he asked, "Are you going to use that skill?" Bai Yi didn't hesitate and nodded, "If I use it, I should be able to break the restriction, but it might only last for a second." Upon hearing this, Qin Tianfu pouted, "What can be done in just 1 second?" But Spirit Tower was quite satisfied. After all, no matter what, they could at least try the method Bai Yi mentioned. Bai Yi smiled faintly, then clasped his hands together in a respectful gesture. "I respectfully ask Spirit Tower if you are willing to accept me as your adopted child?" Spirit Tower chuckled lightly in response. After just a second, Bai Yi's adoptive father, Spirit Tower, was successfully linked. Next time, he would be able to summon him. Upon seeing the notification, Bai Yi spoke up, "Adoptive father Spirit Tower can go outside now." However, Spirit Tower suddenly shook his head, saying there was no rush. Then, a light yellowish ball of energy appeared in his hand. He pointed his index finger to the center of Bai Yi's forehead, and a stream of energy slowly entered his body. "This is your reward for clearing the level." Bai Yi widened his eyes, watching as the energy flowed into his body. This time, he received 105 points for free attribute, 105 points for skills, and an expansion of his talent. When the energy completely dissipated within him, Bai Yi hesitantly asked, "Spirit Tower, did you give too much? I only cleared 1 level." Spirit Tower gave a slight chuckle and looked at Tianfu, "The upcoming levels won't be too difficult." Hearing this, Bai Yi shamelessly admitted with a proud smile, "Those questions were nothing to me." Spirit Tower glanced at him for a moment before suggesting, "Why don't you try that method?" Bai Yi nodded slightly and began to create a flow of energy in his hand. He asked, "Spirit Tower, is there anywhere you want to go?" Spirit Tower was not insistent, simply wanting to see the world outside. Before long, a violent gust of wind swept in. The magical door had appeared before the three of them. Bai Yi originally wanted to open the door to go outside, but suddenly, there was a notification saying that this time, opening the door would cost 60 skill points. Bai Yi was furious, this was clearly a robbery. However, he still opened the door, and he and Qin Tianfu stepped outside. In front of them was a vast city with towering buildings. Qin Tianfu glanced around and immediately recognized this as the most famous area of Tianfu City, so he chose to go there. Of course, Bai Yi didn't object, and then he shouted loudly, "Summon Foster Father Spirit Tower," with a duration of only 6 seconds. At that moment, the ground suddenly shook violently, startling the two of them. Then, a powerful wave of energy descended from the sky and struck the ground. The spirit tower appeared as well, surveying the surroundings. He laughed joyfully. Finally, he could go outside. He glanced at Bai Yi beside him and asked, "How much time do I have left?" Bai Yi hesitated a bit. "Actually, you only have 3 seconds left." The spirit tower didn't insist, saying, 3 seconds is enough. He had originally planned to tell Bai Yi that whenever he faced difficulties, he could come to find him, but before he could finish his sentence, he disappeared from their sight like a gust of wind. Qin Tianfu was dazed for a moment, then sighed, "I suddenly feel a little sympathy for the spirit tower." Bai Yi is the same. At times, you should take him out more often. Qin Tianfu glanced at Bai Yi for a moment before expressing his gratitude. "If it weren't for you, they wouldn't even realize that they are just frogs at the bottom of the well." Bai Yi simply chuckled softly, then advised him not to lose heart for the next few years. By then, no matter what they were, they wouldn't be a match for him. Bai Yi returned home. Sitting in his room, the notification board displayed, "Would you like to exchange 1,000 spirit power points to turn your looks into reasonable materials to level up, Dad?" Level 3? Please note that this action cannot be undone. Proceed with caution. Bai Yi selected yes, and the system sent a notification confirming the upgrade. "Congratulations, you have reached Dad level 3. The effect of chanting this spell will allow you to summon your father, including your adoptive father, to appear before you, transcending distance and space. The duration of the summoning will depend on the spatial distance and level difference. The minimum duration is 6 seconds. The number of summons can be 2 people, but it can only be used once per day. After all, your father's time is precious." Bai Yi looked at the notification and grinned slyly. "So that means I can summon 2 dads at once? Ha ha." Then he rested his chin on his hand, scrolling through the notification board while thinking, "What should I do with the remaining 240 skill points?" So he made a decision to level up his skills, then tapped continuously on the display panel. A notification popped up, "Congratulations, 60 skill points have been successfully deducted. Guardian Escort upgraded from level 2 to level 3. Forced control duration increased from 5 seconds to 6 seconds. Congratulations, 90 skill points have been successfully deducted. Look me in the eyes, kid upgraded from level 1 to level 3, minimum duration increased from 3 seconds to 9 seconds. Cooldown 5 minutes to cooldown minutes. Congratulations, 90 skill points have been successfully deducted. What are you barking at? Upgraded from level 1 to level 3, minimum duration increased from 1 second to 5 seconds. Bai Yi let out a long sigh and flopped onto the bed. He had finally finished dealing with the rewards from over the past 2 months. Just as he was about to take a nap, the doorbell suddenly rang crisply. He glanced at the clock, puzzled. It's already 9 p.m. Who could it be at this hour? He walked over to the door, but the screen only showed 2 cat ears, no one in sight. He looked around but saw no one. "Don't tell me I'm seeing a ghost?" A voice echoed from outside the door, "You're the ghost." Bai Yi was confused. Why did it sound like he heard the voice of that silly cat again? The door opened, and the silly cat, holding a stack of documents, looked very angry. "Bai Yi, was this intentional on your part?" She pointed directly at Bai Yi's face. "It took you so long to open the door. Were you up to something like A, B, or C?" Bai Yi bent down, teasing, "Isn't it just because you're too short, and the camera couldn't capture you?" He invited the cat into the house and asked, "What wind brought you here?" The cat replied, "I'm here to replace Commander Chiu this time. There's a mission that requires you to carry it out, and of course, the reward will be quite generous." She handed the stack of documents to Bai Yi. He took it with a puzzled expression. "What kind of mysterious mission is this?" The scene shifted to a building in flames, looking devastated. The cat explained, "An awful incident occurred at the border between Nation H and Country H. After investigating, Xiao Kai and his team suspected that the right-wing faction within Semida's internal circle was behind it, but there was no direct evidence. They wanted to enter and investigate, but their people rejected the entry. They even warned that if anyone tried to enter and investigate on their own, it would be considered a declaration of war. The scene shifted back to the house, where dead bodies were sprawled everywhere. Bai Yi threw the paper to the ground. He clenched his fists tightly. I accept this mission. The murderer must die. The cat lady continued, right now, they're still talking with Country H, so that's why I'm here. Also, since this is a covert operation, you and your teammates must be extra careful about your safety. Meow. On the table was a picture of a little girl lying in a pool of blood, looking very pitiful. Bai Yi gritted his teeth. Don't worry, whether or not they did this, based on their attitude, it's definitely related to them. The cat lady sipped her water and spoke again. This time, the team shouldn't be too large. Ideally, it should be only 3 to 5 people. 3 to 5 people? President Xia, do you want to join the mission too? Bai Yi asked in surprise. The cat lady smiled. Although I'd love to go, people in Country H are very sensitive about half-beasts. If I go over there, I'm afraid it'll be easy to leave traces. Meow. Don't you know about Show Air University, a famous university in Country H? If I go, I'll definitely be the most beautiful cat there. Bai Yi was speechless upon hearing this and gave a thumbs up. Such a narcissist. The cat lady handed him a photo. All right, I've delivered the mission. When you get there, look for this person. They will give you the information related to the mission. Bai Yi took the photo and turned to leave. Got it, I need to go recruit my teammates. President Xia, you do as you please. Seeing this, the cat lady quickly spoke up. Wait, I'll go with you. The scene shifts to a street at night, bustling with people. A man in a black outfit, looking suspicious, hurriedly walks by, his head always lowered. He arrives at an old house in an alley. He stands before the door, muttering something under his breath. A blond man opens the door, giving the precise password, "Come in." The blond man pours a drink and asks, "Is the special envoy here to deal with the investigation team from Nation H?" It turns out that the man in black is an undercover special envoy from H. He replies, "Wasn't this information provided by you to us?" The blond man is Bao Jin Shui, my beloved espionage comrade. He clasped his hands and whispered to the envoy, "I'm just a businessman in the intelligence trade. Whoever offers me more money, I'll sell my life to them." The special envoy finished his drink and snorted. He opened a shining golden box. This is the deposit. Once we catch those kids, there's still half left. Bao Jin Shui's eyes lit up when he saw the gold. Thank you, special envoy. He bit the gold with his teeth, his face filled with greed. Rest assured, special envoy, as soon as those kids come to me, I'll immediately notify you. Upon hearing Bai Yi's account, De Xian was furious. These people are truly despicable. The person with the orange hair also expressed strong dissatisfaction. That's right, Bai Yi, when are we setting off? We definitely can't let those people from Country H live a few more days. Bai Yi crossed his arms, deep in thought. I still feel like this matter isn't as simple as it seems. Ruo Shi, what do you think? Ruo Shi appeared to be hesitating. I also have that feeling. Logically, the strength of Country H shouldn't be on par with our nation. Even their strongman base level only has 3 people. But right now, they have such a strong momentum. It's either that someone is backing them, or there's something more going on behind the scenes. Bai Yi held the photo in his hand. Yes, I think so too. Moreover, my intuition tells me that this person might have already betrayed us, he said, staring at the photo with suspicion. Are you saying we won't meet that person this time? Ruo Shi asked with doubt. Bai Yi replied, the situation at the border has already been investigated, so there's no need for us to go again. This time, I plan to head straight into Show Air City. Everyone, go back and get ready. We'll leave at midnight. Upon hearing this, everyone agreed in unison, understood. By midnight, the 4 of them were gathered in a room, all dressed like ninjas, looking very cool. Ie asked, "Is everyone ready?" He summoned the mystical door, thinking to himself, "Show Air City, show Air City." The door opened, and the whole team was transported directly to Show Air City. Dacian stepped out and was immediately overwhelmed by the scene. "Oh my, this place looks quite terrifying." Bai could only scratch his head. "Sorry about that, this door of mine tends to appear in strange places." Xingd then asked, "Brother E, where are we heading now?" Bai handed Dacian a photo. "For the next few days, you follow this person, see if there are any leads on his side." Dacian took it. "Got it, leave him to me." Bai instructed everyone, "We'll split up, try not to speak our native language." At that moment, an insect perched on a classmate's finger interrupted, "Brother E, there's trouble." Bai and everyone immediately took action. "Alright, let's go." At an intersection, a black and white car was stopped at a red light. Ruoshi and Bai chased after the black car. He looked out the car window. That's him. On the sidewalk, two men were talking to each other. The blonde-haired man was Xiao Niaoyu, a spy from country H. Bai said, "Everyone, get ready to follow this man." There was only one person in the car, and it would soon reach a deserted area. "Ruoshi, you disrupt his communication device." He looked at Ruoshi and reminded, "It's almost time to act." Bai stepped on the accelerator to speed up. He chased after Niaoyu's car and quickly tailed it. It seemed that the blonde man had begun to suspect he was being followed. He stared intently at the rear-view mirror. Bai overtook the spy's car. The spy, seeing this, became extremely irritated and thought, "Who is this naive fool daring to overtake my car?" At this moment, the two cars were driving side by side. Taking advantage of this, Ruoshi leapt out of her car. The blonde-haired man stared in dazed disbelief. She soared through the air, chasing after him. He realized he was under attack and became furious. He reached for the button in his car to call for help, but it didn't work. He cursed under his breath, "Damn it!" He then swerved the car and opened the door, attempting to jump out and escape. But bad luck struck him as Dacian was waiting. "You can't run, grandson." Dacian kicked him hard, nearly snapping his neck. Clutching his throat, he gritted his teeth and asked, "Who are you people?" From behind, Bai threw a red brick at his face. "I'm your father." He passed out. Bai opened the door and carried him toward the mystical portal. "We can't stay here long, let's go first." The portal transported the group into a room. Dacian splashed a basin of water onto his face to wake him up. He coughed and sputtered as he regained consciousness. The group of Bai stood before him, and he pretended to be confused. "Who am I? Where is this? What am I doing?" Bai threw another brick while threatening, "You're a prisoner now. Spill everything you know, or you'll find out the consequences." He was also far from obedient. "You people are from Nation H, how could you possibly be here?" Bai immediately slapped him, almost knocking his jaw off. "Stop talking nonsense. If you don't want to suffer, then immediately tell us the whole story of what happened this time." He held his cheek but still sneered, "Are you going to kill me? This is Semida, not your Nation H." Dacian, furious, kicked him in the stomach, showing no mercy. How dare he act so arrogant? One of the group members quickly rushed to hold Dacian back, trying to stop him. Let it go, calm down, don't kill him." The man, clutching his stomach in pain, continued to provoke them. "You idiots, if you have the guts, then kill me. It's impossible for me to tell you the truth." Bai sighed after hearing this. "Oh wow, didn't expect him to have some backbone, huh? Let's open his eyes then." Hearing this, he screamed, "What are you going to do to me?" A whooshing sound came, and a bee flew toward him, landing right on his nose. He screamed, "A." The Bai group hadn't done anything, they were just letting the bee fly around. But seeing the swarm of bees, the man was now screaming in fear, nearly wetting himself. I'll talk. Bai immediately threatened him, "Speak, and if you lie even once, I'll let these insects fly right through your pants." He quickly confessed after hearing it. It was discovered by Country H that an egg with strange patterns was found at the border. Some radical elements on the right-wing side learned about it and immediately sent people to silence the entire village. When Bai heard about the egg, he thought to himself, an egg with strange patterns. If it were just a regular monster egg, with the strength of Country H, they would never have offended Nation H just because of that. But since Country H dares to flaunt it, it is enough to prove that the level of this egg must be very high. Moreover, it might even be enough to change the power balance between the two countries. Ruoshi asked him, "What does the matter of another country have to do with your country L?" He replied, "I am no longer from country L, I have naturalized in country H. Our main responsibility now is to help them analyze the data." Ruoshi asked further, "So, does that mean you know what it is?" He sat down with a sigh. "Unfortunately, up until now, we still haven't figured out exactly what it is." Suddenly, Teacher Chin appeared. "It must have been that Park Guk-jang who killed an entire village of ours over an unnamed egg." Bai immediately turned and asked, "Park Guk-jang?" Teacher Chin explained, "Yes, the leader of the right-wing faction in country H. If it's him, then this matter might not be as easily resolved as we think." Bai spoke up, "If they are after this egg, could it mean that we might?" They arrived at a rather crowded neighborhood, and Bai's group quickly sensed that something unusual was surrounding them. The guy with orange hair spoke up, "There are at least 3 special agents around. We can't act recklessly and cause a commotion." Xing suggested, "I can try to send the flying insects to scatter and cause explosions in other areas. Maybe that will draw the attention of these agents." Bai and his girlfriend exchanged a look, as if considering something. Bai agreed with Guda's idea. "That's not a bad plan, but you need to be careful not to harm any innocent people." Guda clasped his hands together, preparing to summon. "You can trust me." The insects had already flown in and quickly began their mission. Guda spoke up, "Everything's set now. I've covered the pipes with bomb insects. These insects will trigger an explosion in the pipes, leaving no trace behind." After hearing this, Bai immediately took action. "Alright, get ready to start." Guda also reminded him to prepare for the fireworks. There were loud explosions at various points. Then came the domino effect, followed by continuous blasts. Everyone panicked and fled. Several special agents reported, "Attention, attention, there's a terrorist attack, quickly call to inform the relevant authorities." Bai raised his hand to praise Guda, "This skill is impressive." Guda scratched his head awkwardly, "It's just a little trick." The scene shifted to the inside of a tavern, where Bao Jin Shui was sitting alone, frustrated. "Damnation H, they said a squad would come to meet me yesterday, but in the end, they broke their promise. Because of that, I've lost so much gold and silver. Do you guys even know?" At that moment, Bai and his group had arrived behind Bao Jin Shui. He was about to take a drink when he felt something. Suddenly, a brick flew straight at his face. Fortunately, he managed to dodge it. He immediately asked, "Who are you people?" Ruoshi then made her move, using the Golden Thunder Serpent's binding skill to capture him. He was instantly bound, unable to struggle, and foam was coming out of his mouth. Then he collapsed beside Guda, who was already holding a bag. Bai and Ruoshi clapped in celebration. "Not bad coordination." Ruoshi, feeling a bit shy, said, "It's not just you who's improving. I've always been trying to catch up with you." Bai, upon hearing this, almost had a nosebleed. "Ruoshi, you're just too cute." The scene shifted to Bai's house. Through the magical door, the group walked out. De Xian, looking worried, asked, "We weren't spotted, were we?" Bai replied, "Bao Jin Shui disappearing will definitely raise suspicions. Everyone, go find Principal Chin and immediately set up a meeting. Wait for my call." Then you opened the information panel. Locating the military base this time would require 100 skill points. On the other side, the envoy from country H sighed in frustration. "Damn it, who is responsible for this?" The subordinate reported, "Your Excellency, we just checked the cameras around here, and we didn't find anyone entering or leaving the bar. Do you think it could be that a strongman from the space system came and took Bao Jin Shui away?" The envoy growled, it's impossible for someone with that level of power to take him. They wouldn't even need to draw our attention. I swear, if I find out who's playing games with me, I will make that person regret it with their life. Someone named Bai Yi brought Jin Shuwei to Teacher Qin and made him kneel. Ruoshi reported to Teacher Qin, Principal Qin, Bai Yi asked us to tell you that the meeting can start now, and he will call you later. Teacher Qin smiled gently and replied, "You've worked hard, thank you." Then, Teacher Qin's expression changed. He rushed forward and grabbed Jin Shuwei by the collar. "At the very least, the traitor in your family should speak up and tell us everything he knows." Jin Shuwei was sweating profusely. "I swear I won't hide anything." Teacher Qin turned to Bai Yi and the others and instructed, "You all go rest for now. Leave the rest to us." The scene transitions to the military research base of Country H. Bai Yi and a person named Xiao Niao are secretly observing the entrance. Bai Yi watches for a while, then calculates the situation. Xiao Niao warns him, "There's a strong man at base level, 2 at the intermediate level, and 3 at the master level inside the base. I bet that if you go in now, you'll surely be invited to participate in a research project involving slicing experiments." Bai Yi responds, "Only a fool would just walk in. We need to think of a better approach." Xiao Niao rubs his hands together, makes a face, and grins, "Well, now that I've brought you to the base and told you where the egg is, can't you just let me go now?" Bai Yi turns to look at him, smiling, though his smile seems a bit mischievous. "You're right. No problem." Bai Yi always keeps his word. Bai Yi raises his hand and slaps him. Xiao Niao only manages to utter the words, "Humph, you." After the slap, Bai Yi casually says, "So, I've decided to send you back to Mother Earth." Back in the interrogation room, Bao Jin Shuwei is handcuffed and reporting to the department heads. He trembles as he recounts everything that happened. "This is exactly how it went down. This is all I know." One of the interrogators speaks up, "So, it's really true that the right-wing faction of Country H wiped out an entire village just for a strange egg?" Bao Jin Shuwei nods. "That's exactly what happened." A bald man continued to ask him, "What kind of evidence is it, and what is its rank? Do you know?" He replied, "Oh, I don't know, even they themselves don't know." The other long-haired man, with white hair, was extremely angry and shouted, "How detestable! Whether it's because of this piece of evidence or to avenge the people of the village, this grudge must be repaid." Someone else suggested, "Then I'll call the others back, we can't let those villagers die in vain." Everyone agreed, "That's right." Master Qin, who was standing nearby, interrupted, "We can't call them back. If the other side in the battlefield is missing us, it will definitely cause a huge chaos." Everyone turned to Master Qin and asked, "Then do you have a better solution?" Master Qin raised his phone and said, "Don't forget, we have an extremely resourceful adopted son." On the phone, Bai Yi's voice could be heard, "Ahem, dads, here's the thing. This plan is okay, but Bai Yi, you need to be careful." Confidently, he responded to his adoptive fathers, "Don't worry, dads, this can't wait any longer. We'll set off soon." Inside the military research base of Country H, a red-haired man was listening to a subordinate's report. "Did you say Bao Jin Shuwei was kidnapped by someone?" The subordinate answered, "Yes, that's right." As soon as the reply was finished, the red-haired man kicked the subordinate against the wall. He cursed at his subordinate, "What good is this worthless thing I've been keeping around?" The subordinate collapsed to the ground. "Lord, please spare my life. Please, give me another chance." The red-haired man furrowed his brow, "This isn't entirely your fault. The enemy must have secretly taken Bao Jin Shuwei. The one behind this is probably someone with exceptional spatial manipulation skills. Have your men surround the entire base?" The subordinate received the order, "I will make sure not a single fly gets into this research base. Please, Lord, don't worry." Then the red-haired man told his subordinate to withdraw. The Lord walked over to the strange glowing egg and said, "Kid, come out now. I've risked a lot for you." On the streets, people were buzzing with the news that had just appeared on the bulletin board. "What's going on? Is something big happening?" On the news broadcast, the latest update from the television station reported that at 18:32 local time, the nation H suddenly gathered hundreds of thousands of soldiers at the border. Clearly, this is no small matter. What could the blatant move from them mean this time? Let's wait and see. Not stopping there, other related news was also rapidly breaking. Breaking news: the strongman base level of our country has appeared at the border. Suspected of preparing for confrontation, our station has managed to contact a national expert. Let's hear his explanation. The people are extremely bewildered. What is happening? Wasn't everything calm this morning? In the lower realm, the two factions of Xiaohua and Tianfu are facing each other. They represent two different human worlds. It is unbearable. The right-wing manager of Jiang Wujian shouts loudly, "Wu Ziqi, what exactly do you people from Nation H mean by this? Right now, all of humanity is united in opposition. Do you, Xiaohua, want to start a civil war within your own people?" He yelled, his attitude filled with intense anger. Next, the representative of the left-wing faction from the alliance spoke up, "Kim Jong-kyu, Wu, what is the purpose behind this formation you've set up?" Both of them were still confused. At this point, Wu Ziqi began to explain. "What do you mean, for what reason? Didn't you two already know the reason behind this from the very start?" Kim Jong-kyu and his group began to feel even more puzzled. Wu Ziqi continued to scold them, "Don't be in such a hurry, let me first explain these things to him." The images of a street scene from Nation H that has been completely wiped out, with tremendous casualties. If you can't explain this, you have invaded my Nation H, and you will definitely pay with your life. Kim Jong-kyu realized he wasn't joking and became worried. Behind Wu Ziqi were countless heroes ready to rise up in defense of their country from invasion. Xia Chen's people were trying to suppress their anger towards the H nation, and everything around them was in complete chaos. Kim Jong-kyu, upon hearing this, turned around to look at his two colleagues. Clearly, there was some unresolved issue here. They had definitely done something they didn't want others to find out about. Wu Ziqi, growing more and more impatient, asked, "Is there anything left for these people to say?" His expression was very serious. Jong-kyu did not want the situation to escalate, so he clasped his hands together and negotiated with Wu Ziqi. "Brother Wu, it seems there's been a misunderstanding, and this situation is extremely serious. We can't rely on one-sided opinions. How about we stay calm and form an investigation team together? What do you think?" Wu Ziqi, appearing wise, had calmed down enough to reconsider and agreed to the proposal. "All right, let's discuss it." Meanwhile, on the other front, Mr. Qin and Bai Yi were also doing their best to resolve the crisis. Upon receiving the information, Mr. Qin announced, they've agreed to negotiate. Currently, the only person left in the H Nation's base was Park Gukchang. Bai Yi understood and was ready. It was time for them to set off. Now, Mr. Qin had become Bai Yi's foster father. The mischievous son, Bai Yi, handed Mr. Qin a sock and said, "Foster father, here, put this on. You'll be the most dazzling one." It turns out that the purpose of the sock is to wear it over the head, making it hard to see the face, just like the thieves. Bai Yi demonstrated it first, then urged, "Mr. Qin, don't hesitate anymore, quickly put it on." Mr. Qin was fuming, angry at his son. "You wear a black sock, and give me a fishnet one. Do you think they won't recognize me? How foolish." Bai Yi remained confident, ready to step through the magical door. "Oh, come on, don't focus on such trivial details. After all, you are the main character in this novel." With a triumphant expression, Mr. Qin was still worried about this impulsive child, reminding him, "Bai Yi, you must still be careful. Nothing is more important than you." Bai Yi reassured Mr. Qin, "Don't worry, I will know my limits. The tower is still standing." The system chimed in, "Congratulations, the host has successfully chosen the tower, gaining an additional 35% attribute to the target, lasting for 15 minutes. Bai Yi continued, 15 minutes will be enough. I'll be leaving now, but if you summon Mr. Qin later, he should just give it his all and attack." While speaking, he opened the door. "Today, we can't let this base lose anyone else. Mr. Chines still reminded him, "Be careful." After stepping out of the door, Bai entered an unknown space. "Why the heck did I walk into a women's bathroom?" Bai shyly covered his face, his cheeks flushed. "Damn it, how did I end up in the women's restroom?" But he quickly regained his composure. "Alright, let's get to work, all-powerful and all-knowing." He was currently in the women's restroom on the second floor of the base, and his target location was the research lab on the fourth floor. Across from the lab was Park Guk-jang's office. Seeing this area, Bai couldn't help but praise, "They sure are meticulous here." In the research lab on the fourth floor, 2 doctors were working in the research machine room, guarding their position and communication lines. They didn't hesitate to mock those from Nation H. "Ha, these foolish people from Nation H, by the time they figure things out, will have already hatched this egg long ago." The other one chimed in, "Isn't that right? This morning, Director Bay just announced he wants to hatch it in the shortest time possible." At this point, the envoy finally felt unlucky. The 2 doctors were still in high spirits, unaware that their doom was approaching. Bai silently appeared behind them. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and whispered, "Looks like you're really unlucky." The 2 doctors, startled by the sudden voice, quickly turned around, only to be met with Bai's question, "Who are you, and where are you from?" A hand had firmly secured his head. Then, Bai used force to twist the heads of the 2 doctors, breaking their necks and killing them instantly. Upon receiving the information, the system immediately notified, "Congratulations, host, you have killed the level 32 CEO, earning 9,600 experience points and 6,400 divine power points. The remaining person is level 23, with 10,500 experience points and 7,000 divine power points." Seeing the 2 men he had just dealt with lying on the ground, covered in bruises, Bai felt a little guilty. I'm really sorry, I couldn't control my strength properly." The guilt didn't last long, as Bai soon focused on breaking the enemy's communication lines. "Well, they're going to die anyway. Let's see the exact location of the egg." He then sat down and examined the base's map. The system notified, "They will make contact every 3 minutes. It is recommended to increase the speed." After finishing the inspection, Bai immediately sabotaged the transmission. 3 minutes? That's enough. With that, he hurried off. Upon reaching the target location, Bai looked around and noticed a muscular guard stationed there. He panted heavily, observing the number of soldiers around. He felt a little regretful. "If I hadn't tried to save some points for the magical door, I wouldn't be so exhausted right now. This situation is a bit tricky." Finally, Bai managed to sneak through another route to the front of the base. Ahead of him was the egg he had been searching for, currently being studied. Surrounded by the glass enclosure, the doctors were still diligently pursuing their plan, aiming to complete the research as soon as possible. Bai felt there was no better way forward. He could only charge in without hesitation, taking a risky chance. Suddenly, the system displayed a reminder. Before him was a defensive formation at the master level, which typically required a strongman base level effort to break through. He charged straight into it. Isn't this just a waste of time? Indeed, this approach seemed unlikely to succeed, so Bai stopped immediately. Bai panicked. A defensive formation at the master level? There's no way out now. He decided to use his energy to summon the mystical door. He was still confident, "As long as I move quickly, no one will notice me." However, contrary to Bai's expectations, with so many doctors in the research room, eyes locked onto each other, the room fell into an awkward silence. Bai simply smiled with great confidence. Let's just pretend no one saw anything." At this point, Bai made up his mind to punch through the glass enclosure holding the research egg. He tightly embraced the egg and dashed away, moving like lightning, surpassing even the programmed barriers. The guards also began their duties, attempting to catch up and stop Bai. However, the level of the research room's guards was truly impressive. They shot directly at Bai. He dodged, but the egg was knocked out of his hand. He was extremely frustrated. Is this an ambush or what? The boss immediately rushed to the scene when he heard the news. Seeing the ongoing situation, he shouted, "Damn it, hand over the egg now." Bai Yi saw the egg falling freely and was almost speechless with despair. The egg continued to fall due to inertia, and the plan to break the egg succeeded. The entire room fell silent as they watched the egg shatter. Bai Yi awkwardly smiled. "You told me to hand it over, right?" The boss was beyond furious and immediately ordered Bai Yi's capture. Bai Yi could only scramble to escape from the guards. Bai Yi charged ahead, escaping the pursuit of the research room's guards. These guys were really persistent. Bai Yi yelled loudly, "Stop chasing me! Don't you guys ever get tired?" When he reached a dead end, the boss still wanted to handle things. Today, he was determined to bury Bai Yi along with the egg. Bai Yi quickly summoned the magical door in his haste. Suddenly, a surge of power came and shattered Bai Yi's magical door to pieces. Destroyed without mercy, Bai Yi cried in regret. Bai Yi was really angry now, and he stopped running away. These people are really bold. It's still uncertain who will bury whom. Bai Yi turned around and, first, threw a mocking remark at the enemy. "You hybrids from the H country, I'm right here. Come and try to catch me if you can." The boss and his group from the H country were ready, determined to end Bai Yi's life. "No matter what, you are definitely going to die by our hands today." As soon as he finished speaking, the group rushed forward. Bai Yi looked at these ignorant fools with a truly disdainful gaze. As the force was about to reach him, Bai Yi uttered an order, "Where are the guards? Protect me." Suddenly, the boss was hit by a decoy? He was frozen in place, confused, while the protagonist moved elsewhere. The boss was paralyzed by a spell. In panic, he shouted, "What's going on? Why can't my body move?" Then, he was hit by a fire attack that blackened him. Bai Yi returned to check, confirming that the enemy had fallen for the trap. He couldn't help but feel impressed by how easily it worked. Suddenly, he was struck by a strong force. It turned out the boss wasn't dead. He had been waiting to ambush Bai Yi. Luckily, Bai Yi was quick enough to block the strike. Not done yet, the boss launched another attack from above, pouring all his rage into it. The power of the strike was enough to shatter the ground. But these enemies really know how to be contemptuous. This slippery Bai Yi is showing off the armor inside, the 9 Phoenix black golden armor, of exquisite quality, with a provocative look in his eyes, which is really infuriating. The leader continued to threaten, "You're about to die, and you still dare to speak so arrogantly." Bai Yi was no less, retorting, "Is this man talking about himself?" The leader swung his long sword a few times, gathering all his strength. "You arrogant brat, take this strike from me." The leader was blinded by rage and slower than Bai Yi. The latter pulled another H countryman to take the blow. The immense power tore the man in half. Bai Yi was also stunned by this strength, but he refused to back down. You can't even see the leader's attack. H country's people are killing their own, yet they don't even flinch. The leader continued to shout, "Bai Yi, stop talking nonsense and quickly strip off his armor." As he spoke, he swung his sword again. Bai Yi, however, didn't run away, gently rubbing his head and reminding, "Leader, look up." The leader still laughed triumphantly. "What does this brat want to do? Ha ha ha, calling your father won't help when you're about to die." He gathered momentum from afar and charged with his sword, which seemed to be burning with fire, capable of incinerating someone, leaping straight at Bai Yi. Yet, the latter still stood there unmoving. Suddenly, a deep, warm voice echoed, and before them, the dagger was halted, held only by 2 fingers. Someone had appeared to rescue Bai Yi. A tremendous force had suppressed the unfortunate demon lord. Hundreds of slashes tore through the air, as if rending space itself. The demon lord was struck relentlessly, unable to react in time, leaving him wounded everywhere as blood flowed continuously from his body, his cries of pain filling the air. After the sudden ambush, the demon lord had lost an arm, with wounds scattered all over his body, blood staining his clothes. He was stunned. How could this happen? It turned out that the one who intervened was the master of Tianfu Tower, whose protection was truly formidable. The man spoke clearly, a frog at the bottom of the well. "There is much you don't know yet. Bai remains silent beside him, obedient as ever, bowing her head in gratitude to her adoptive father, who was a bit fierce. He, too, was very polite. The small matter is nothing. I'll leave this place to you, Bai. I must return now. As soon as he finished speaking, the tower master cast a spell and disappeared. After seeing her adoptive father leave, Bai smiled brightly, rubbing her head. Sorry, adoptive father. Next time, I'll try to keep you out a little longer. It seems the tower master has been confined for too long without going outside. This task may not be enough to satisfy this tower master now. The boss, after suffering serious injuries, admitted defeat to Bai. This time, they have lost to you. You can leave now. Bai felt disrespected. Leave? In the same way one enters, it is indeed possible to leave, but shouldn't it be you who leaves first? The boss appeared somewhat pitiful, not understanding Bai's meaning. What do you mean? Bai once again pointed to the sky. Who is it this time? It turned out that his adoptive father, Shin, had arrived. Touching his son was a mistake. Shin was gathering all his strength into a fireball, while Jayat had reminded Bai to leave the area. The boss was startled when he saw this, but he didn't repent. He even dared to challenge them. Doesn't Mr. Shin fear sparking a civil war among humans? Bai found this laughable. A civil war? When you all, the human corpse dealers, were wreaking havoc, did you ever think about that? Right now, each of their enemies has been avenged by me, Bai. The boss was nearly driven mad. As Bai stepped through the door, a huge explosion truly erupted, seemingly burning everything to the ground. In the heavenly realm, the two clans were still in the process of negotiations. Wu Ziqi asked Captain Kim, Captain Kim, what happened to your people? Did they eat something that made them have a stomach ache? It turned out that the two people at the back were really looking quite miserable. One of them couldn't hold back and spoke up. Wu, do you even realize what you have done? Captain Kim quickly intervened to stop his colleague, then explained, Mr. Wu, we were at fault earlier, but everything can be negotiated. You took advantage of this opportunity to separate us, then launched a sneak attack. Can we understand this as you declaring war? On the other side, someone explained, they have no idea what you are talking about. Did something happen in Country Q? Kim Jong-kyu, furious, said, Mr. Wu, their country has been attacked. Park's 2nd Division, who were stationed inside the country, is likely dead. I hope you will let them leave. Wu Ziqi also responded politely, if that's the case, they certainly won't make things difficult for people on this side. But each matter has its own context. As for the border issue, doesn't the government here owe them an explanation? Captain Kim understood. Faced with the 4 strongmen from Nation H, if there wasn't a satisfactory explanation, they would never let this go. Captain Kim once again endured, stepping forward to apologize, we deeply regret what happened to Country Q. This may have been caused by an underground organization within their country. They will definitely investigate the truth and will give Nation H a public response within 3 days. Furthermore, this is also their negligence, and the military will compensate Country Q. I hope this will be sufficient. The 4 strongmen, hearing this, were somewhat pleased, is that so? In consideration of the recent loss, and one of them being a strongman, let's proceed with this. The news about the covert plans of Country H spread quickly. The people were very surprised, oh my, Country H is doing such things again? It's really despicable. A young boy even admired the situation, thinking that when he grew up, he too wanted to be a hero like Mr. Chin. On the battlefield, Mr. Chin and his son had just finished handling the situation, with only 2 survivors remaining. Mr. Chin complimented, this time, thanks to Bai, without him, it would have caused an immeasurable loss to Nation H. Bai responded somewhat politely, actually, there's no need to be so formal with me. This is just something I should do. Mr. Chin brought up the matter of recognition, surely this time, the credit will go to Mr. Chin, right? This is also an opportunity for your reputation to reach new heights, something never seen before in Tianfu, or even the entire country. Bai declined, I think of myself just as a passerby. For a passerby, the happiest thing is simply to be a passerby. With those words, he turned and headed back to the magical door. Alright, it's time for class. I should go back to my studies. Mr. Chin was helpless, that kid is truly something else.